middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to continuation here of the CCT Series number 2 Iron Blue scale, bringing you the action here for this second series, and it should hopefully be a little bit closer compared to that first one we had. I was kind of hoping the first one would have been, a little bit of back and forth action, but unfortunately it was a little bit one-sided, bit of a 2-0 beatdown, so hopefully in this second series, it's going to be nice and close. We do have Team Dandelions coming up against next up here. There are quite a few well-known players in both of these teams. The only team which is maybe slightly, less experienced would be on the next upside. But have a quick look at the Dandelions team right now. Nunde, Moby, Palatimos, Desire, and Kidaro. All 5 of these players have been jumping around the scene for quite a long time. None of them have, broke out onto, the tier 1 scene and had, some crazy big run, but they've all been playing Dota 2 for a pretty long time right now, and there's a lot of experience on this squad, which can always be the big difference maker. It's like what we saw in the first series for DMS. They had the majority of the experienced players, and they just made the game look so damn easy. So I'm excited to see what these guys are going to be able to do. Like I was saying earlier, there has been a new patch. Maybe not enough time to really study it fully, but we'll see if maybe this team can bring some different ideas on new heroes to pick up and different strategies that could potentially work. I'm looking forward to it. But we'll have a quick look at next up's roster. I believe on the side of next up, there's only 2 players that I really know when we swap over in just a moment. There we go. There we go. All right, yeah. So yeah, there's 7 Jesu. He's not been around super duper long, but he has been on a few pretty decent teams. I think the last team he was on was Team Sexy. Interesting name, but I would still they got a good few first places on them for the European Pro League and a couple of seasons in a row. So it's not huge wins, but again, he does have a lot of experience. Reef as well here on the position 2, very, very stable in that mid laner position. I've seen him play on the puck several times as well as the TA, and he's always able to bring a lot of action and a lot of stability here to the team. The other 3, however, I don't really have much information for you guys whatsoever, so it's kind of going to be a bit of a showcasing for themselves here. Potentially this could be their first major tournament that these guys have broken out onto. So it'd be very cool to see what they've got, what they could bring to the table, and potentially, if they give themselves a good solid name, push themselves forwards in the Dota 2 scene. Fingers crossed that is what we get, because we don't want to see another 2-0 beatdown. We always want to see nice close games, potentially move on to the 3rd map. So, I really do hope they can do it. But again, I feel like I just have to naturally... I'm going to lean slightly towards Team Dandelions, and that is purely because of just the sheer amount of experience that these guys have. They're all well-known players, so I feel like I'd be favouring them just naturally. But even still, the draft is now underway. Let's have a quick look. Let's see how this one goes down, whether it's going to be pretty standard bans coming on through. Like we saw in the first series, it was the same bans printed in the first phase, pretty much followed by the same sort of follow-up picks. Weaver wasn't actually touched in the first series, but obviously it's still a very highly prioritized hero. A lot of flexibility to either be a carry or support. It does go both ways. I don't believe he was really touched all too much in 7.37. I'll have a quick little look. But yeah, this is the thing about a patch literally coming out in the middle of the night. You just don't really know if there's been any huge changes, which makes some heroes actually really good or really, really crap. He's got a new innate ability. Every time Weaver casts an ability, he gains 50 attack range for 7 seconds. This affects stacks independently. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. And then obviously Geminate is just a normal skill again. Pretty much scales exactly the same way as it used to. So it's not really a mass amount of difference. Every time Weaver casts ability, gains 50 attack range for 7 seconds. It's kind of weird because, if you use Sakuchi, a majority of that 7-second time, you're going to be invisible. Unless, of course, you're using it just to get on top of somebody and you attack them straight away. But maybe you can use it just to get like one extra hit onto somebody as they're running off and maybe find the kill that way. I don't know. It's a really weird one. It's a really, really weird one. But, you know, we'll see how it works. Also, I suppose if you use the Swarm plus Sakuchi, then you get 100 attack range? I don't know. It's just very strange. It's very strange. I don't think that's really going to change the whole like outcome of this hero whatsoever. But we do see Monkey King, Chikiro, Brewmaster, as well as the Enchantress, all getting banned out there from next up. Meanwhile, Dandelions, they do take out the Weaver, Wind Ranger, and Tiny. So these sort of bans are like completely different to what we saw in that first series. I think the only one that's the same is the Chikiro. All the rest are new. The Dandelions do decide to go in for the Hood. We did see it once in the first series, and it didn't go all too well, but next up we're actually going to decide to respond by going in for the Sand King. We'll see where this guy ends up. You know, traditionally he's always just been in position 3. Still is his favoured role, but there are some draft situations where maybe you could chuck it into the mid or something like that. All completely depends on what Dandelions are going to try and set themselves up for. We'll just have to wait and see there. But it's very, very specific matchups that you'd ever put Sand King anywhere else but in that position 3. We'll see if Dandelions now just start trying to like focus their bans towards the like the favoured heroes of Re 4-7 Jessu, because like I was saying, not like a huge amount of information to go off on the rest of the squad. Very, very limited. So maybe they're not really too afraid of them. We'll have to wait and see. Another thing I actually want to add in is that Dandelions, I'm pretty sure, is one of the most diverse teams in this tournament. Not diverse as in hero pool, but actually where they're all from. Literally every single one of them is from a different country. Like you got Georgia, you got Germany, you got Belarus, you got Greece, and you've also got Ukraine. So they're all proper spread out of there. There are some arguments you can make that, you know, teams from all over the place, sometimes they could struggle with communication because obviously they're all having to use a different language, and some people obviously might struggle with it a bit more than others. Maybe you could weigh that up here into this game, but it's going to be a very, very minor point to make. But even still, it's just kind of cool, you know? That's what we love to see about esports, is that you get people from all over the world, everyone can play with each other. It's great they're able to form a squad. Let's just see if they can do well. With the follow-up bans, Dandelions, they did get rid of the Pugna as well as the Ursa. Next up, decide to take out the Bat. I mean, Bat is still always a very highly prioritized hero. They're so good to come in as a support with just easy disable again and again. Good harassment as well. It makes sense banning that one, but they decide to go in for the Death Prophet as their second hero. Not something you see spammed all too much. I am gonna once again do a little scan onto the patch notes to see if much has changed. Got a couple of new facets, which is kind of interesting. They also gain spirits from Death Prophet's own death while she is dead. Yeah, kind of cool. Oh no, it's just the morning rituals, the new one. Death Prophet delays 20, 30, 40, 50% of incoming damage, taking the damage in 1 second intervals over 5 seconds. Scales of Exorcism. That's kind of interesting. You can do some really like cool tank builds with that now. Like, you could just try and survive for as long as possible, and obviously with the Spirit Siphon heals coming on through, it's kind of interesting. Spirit Siphons can now target Roche and Tormentors. Yeah, it's not massive change. Crypt Swarm, extra 90 cast range. Fair enough. I mean, it's very minor changes. It's not huge at all. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But then, Dandelions do respond by going for the Dragon Knight as well as the Phoenix. So we'll see if maybe they're going to grab some more like big AoE abilities to try and combo up with that egg play. You know, heroes that come to mind, something like a Mars, Tidehunter, anything like that. People who can protect the egg as well as denying the retreat away from the other team, so you can really get that solid teamfight synergy going on. And yeah, they feel pretty safe there. Obviously, next up, I'm going to go for something like a Centaur, like just to run away from the egg every team fight, as the Sand King's already there. Plus, Sand King and Death Prophet have pretty garbage attack speeds. So they are not going to be able to kill this egg whatsoever. So I really do like this Phoenix pick. Solid so far. Wondering if maybe next up we're going to be forced to go for like a Snapfire, perhaps? Somebody who can actually take down that egg. Because right now they're kind of in an awkward spot. They do go for the Jug. Always has a really, really good attack speed, actually. So if you could just get the spin and start hitting onto it, should, in theory, be able to kill it in most of the team fights. And the fact that you'll be Magic Immunity while you're doing it. So Dragon Tail stun isn't going to work. Bushwhack isn't going to hold you back either. I wonder if maybe Dandelions might try and go for some sort of big AoE control on top of that. You know, something that Pierce, BKB, or Magic Immunity. Maybe like an Enigma might not be too bad. There is a lot of AoE damage, though, even in the lane. Like, that will just kill the Eidolon. So it might not be like the easiest for the laning phase, but in terms of general teamfight synergy, I quite like it. But yeah, Techies is the pickup from next up. So we'll see whether if this is 5 or 4 Techies. Maybe the Death Prophet is a support as well, but there is still the potential it could just flex into the mid lane. In which case, Dandelions would be happy to put their DK against it. Wouldn't really be threatened all too much. But Slardar is actually the 4th pick here for Dandelions. So that is going to be their off-laner. Does have a Magic Immune piercing stun of the Bash. So at least there's going to be that sort of extra protection for the egg if the Jugger just constantly runs at it to try and kill it. So I quite like that. I like the Slardar pick. It feels good. They've got quite a lot of AoE control and stuns on this team now. On the side of Dandelions, there's a hell of a lot of CC here. But it does look like they've left their carry as the final pick of the draft for themselves. Meanwhile, next up, yeah, it's either going to be a mid or a support, completely dependent on where they feel comfortable putting this Death Prophet. I mean, next up do have the overall last pick of the draft as well, so maybe they can see what Dandelions are going to bring on out and put the DP in a suitable position. But not a lot of reserve time for both of these teams left, but you know, it is approaching the natural end of the draft anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. I suppose Dandelions are probably just weighing up, like, what the hell could they potentially go for? They do decide to take out the Timber, which, to be fair, would have actually been a pretty good mid lane to pick up versus a Dragon Knight. You know, you just reduce a lot of his strength stats, and you can actually burst him down there for the magic damage, avoiding the armor from the Dragon's Blood. So I do like it. I'm pretty sure Reef has played Timbersaw a few times as well in the mid. So I do like that BAM. Next up, they actually decide to take out Viper and a Dazzle. Dazzle's interesting. I mean, are they thinking this is like carry Slardar or something? I don't know. But Pudge? Pudge is the final hero here from Dandelions. Okay. So which one is even their damn carry? I don't know. This is very interesting here. All right. Dandelions taking their draft in quite an intriguing route. It would be very interesting to see whether if Nande takes the Slardar, maybe like a classic carry Pudge. I say classic carry Pudge, but not too in the far history when it used to be a thing. But Doom is actually going to be the final pick here. All right. So yeah, 7 Jesu taking the carry Jug. Reef actually takes the Sand King himself, so it's Sand King mids. Alright, Sand King mids, and who is it they are going to be playing up against? I think it's Moby who plays mid, right? So yeah, it is still going to be the Dragon Knight. So yeah, this is actually a pretty good matchup, to be honest, for the side of next up. It's a good amount of magic damage. You just kind of ignore all the armor from the Dragon Blood. You know, when all the creeps explode as well from the Caustic Finale, then that's just extra bit of damage on top. I actually, yeah, I quite like that sort of the mid lane there from next up. And it is Nande playing the Pudge. So it's going to be Pudge plus the Phoenix as the position 5, Desire taking the Hoodwink as the position 4 to go with the Slardar. Because obviously that's double stun in that lane, which can be used to apply a scary amount of pressure. So potentially 7 Jessu, if he gets, I don't know, Bushwhack before he can spin, plus Crush, plus Bash, going to be kind of nasty for him. There's a lot of damage there. I don't know. It's some pretty interesting drafts on both sides. I like them all. I think I kind of prefer Next Ups, though, in all honesty. Like, they got a really strong amount of team fight. You know, you'll have the Epicenter from the Sand King. You have the Exorcism coming on out from Vanille. Doom as well. Always fantastic, as long as if you can land it on a solid target. But there isn't really, like, an incredible Doom target, to be honest, this game. Like, you could Doom the Dragon Knight, but if he's already got his ult off, it's kind of pointless. Doom Pudge. But again, he doesn't really care all too much. Slardar as well. He's just still going to right-click and bash people no matter what's happening. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Dandelions care about the Doom all too much, in all honesty. But you know, we'll wait and see. I think I'm just going to go Dandelions again because of all the experience of the players, and the draft is still kind of cool. But we'll wait and see. Game number 1 now underway, guys. Let's jump on in and see if we get treated to any first blood madness, and we very well might do. Both teams fully smoked up. Yeah, generally when people smoke at the start, it's to get down like a deep ward really quick, but neither team did. It looked like Level Up nearly went for it, but then they decided to turn around last minute. But apparently there is a little bit of lag there coming in from Vanille. Or Vanilli. Or is that a 1? I think that's a 1 at the end of his name. I'm just going to call him Vanille. That's safer for me. But as a result, Kidara is actually able to put down a really nicely placed ward there. Looks like Level Up. I'm going to try and take over the Dire jungle. Sorry. Meanwhile, at the same time, Dandelion's doing a pretty much identical move themselves, but staying in the river area a little bit more.
30 seconds to battle.
Nande nearly scouted out there was a ward. Actually, no, there's not even a ward yet. Never mind. I was looking at Dandelion's ward. Got confused. Wrong team. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone from the Dandelions are going to fall prey to this gank setup here from Level Up in the jungle area. Instead, just going to try and secure the bounties. Might just end up being a 2-for-2 by the looks. Although, actually, there is going to be a hook from Nande, which just casually lands on towards the Doom. Seki's forcing him back. Just trying to apply some pressure. It's really just equal amount of harassment onto the Doom and Pudge both. Nothing really crazy happening. But even still, it actually ends up being 3-for-1 bounties there favoring Dandelions, as Kadaro was able to grab the top river rune. He is happy about that. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen Position 5 Death Prophet. You go back to a couple of patches, and it was literally everywhere. Like, so much of it's happening in every single game. Palatimos, whew. Man, he takes a lot of harassment by the looks down bottom on Death's door, but he is able to retreat at the very least. Just such easy damage, I guess, coming out from the safe lane there of Level Up. Really does force him quite far back. Maybe Level Up trying to set the pace of what they're expecting to do throughout this game. And we'll see how this mid lane goes. I'm pretty sure Reef is going to have a fantastic time here on the sacking. Obviously, it's going to take a few levels for him to level up his Stinger. Obviously, it's not called Caustic Finale anymore. Showing my age. Actually, it's not even long since it changed. Or was it just 7.37 it changed? I think it might have been. That completely new. Oh, so many changes, mate. Yeah, 7.37, Stinger, Procs Magic Stick. All our cooldowns changed and mana costs. Too many changes, man. Too many changes to keep up with. A pause. Kind of awkward considering how the Techies is actually gearing up for blast off right now. And I'm pretty sure Nunde can see that happening. So he's like, okay, we're about to have a Techies fly at us. Maybe let's split up a little bit. Unfortunately, a disconnect here from Desire so far. Hopefully it's just a minor connection issue. As at the start, it was actually Vanille who paused due to lag. Oh, Jesus. He got a full freeze on his computer. That is, that's really not good. Yeah, well, hopefully that's just an issue that, yeah, a quick little restart will do. I hate it once. Like, Windows did, like, a patch in the background without me even knowing. And then the patch that they released, or the update that they released, then made my graphics drivers not work with my operating system anymore. So then I didn't have any graphics drivers. And I was meant to be casting a game, and I was like, oh my lord. That was quite a disaster. I really do hate when those sort of things mess you up, but I'm sure that's not the case here. Maybe I have to get the game going pretty soon. So far, though, in terms of CS, Moby seems to be having a pretty damn good time on the Dragon Knight. 13-4 compared to Reef's 7-0. Looks like the Sand Kings just putting as many points into Sandstorm as possible. Oh yeah, I forgot the Course of Finale is now an innate ability. God damn it. You can tell I don't play Sand King. I don't play him at all. Not my cup of tea, as it were. Yeah, we'll see if Reef is just going to, like, I don't know, maybe kind of ignore Burrow Strike a little bit and maybe just put loads of points in towards Stinger. Might be quite nice to accelerate his farming speed for sure. Especially into the level 2. When you get Stinger to level 2, it doubles the damage effectively. But hey, it was just a short break. Back underway. Bad when it doesn't mess things up too much. Seems like Nando's doing fine on his Pudge, 11-1 right now, compared to 7 Jesu, 7-2 on the Juggernaut. And it's kind of interesting the fact that 7 Jesu is actually relatively low at this bottom lane, considering how much damage they're able to apply to Palantimos. Doesn't seem to matter. But you see Reef just cutting the wave mid, killing it behind the tier 1 tower, so looking like he wants to try and apply as much pressure to this building as possible. Making it as awkward as possible here for Moby to farm up, but he'll be able to get all the last hits regardless. A minor inconvenience. Vanille. Just sort of draining on towards Desire, but maybe now going to get turned on. Bash is there from Palantimos. Couple of right clicks coming on through. 7 Jesu is here. Going to go for the spin on towards Desire, but even still, first blood is found from the Slardar. Comes on Palantimos for one more stun. Bushwhack as well. 7 Jesu now in danger. Going to be another bash. And this will be a Juggernaut going down to double for Palantimos. And Desire able to survive through all of it. It's a fantastic turn of events there for Desire's offlane. Exactly what they wanted. And maybe 7 Jesu cursing the over-aggression there from Vanille. Getting himself caught out of position. And one thing you got to factor is that Death Prophet before boots is a pretty damn slow hero. Can't run away from those situations whatsoever. You know what? Nande looked like he actually landed the hook there on towards the Doom. A lot of damage forced him to TP back to his tier 1 tower. A bit of harassment. All seems to be going nicely here for Dandelion's hit. 2,000 gold lead. All of them doing pretty nicely in CS. Although it is still Reef at the top of the list though. 34-0 on this Sand King. Just constantly spamming the Sandstorm, man. But the duration is longer than the cooldown. Literally no reason to not have this skill going 24/7, it seems. A little bit broken. Looks like Kadaro will get a free kill on towards the techies. Running them down in the trees. The Doom as well. Pretty low on HP, so he can't get involved at all. But if he's not careful while he's alone, Nande might just try and go for a hook, and if it lands, probably just going to be a free kill. He's happily doing what he wants. And still, 3-0 is the score lead here for Dandelions. Everyone just happily progressing at a decent rate, not really being threatened by level up whatsoever. So Moby now hits level 6 with the dragon form. Could have been start applying a bit more pressure onto the map. He did go for the fire dragon. Not quite as easy just to shove buildings, but even still, all helps. Right clicks as well, just push it back Reef. A lot of damage, and now Techies may be in danger as Moby just walks on in. Going to be able to secure the kill. Hook as well comes on in, will be able to guarantee it. Reef though, actually has to jump forwards to grab the shield room, but it's already been taken care of, and now cursing his overextension. Another 2 kills going the way of Dandelions, this time on towards the enemy mid laner as well. The top farm core for the side of level up. And now we're kind of getting into the Jane's position. It might end up being a turn of events like we saw in the first series, with just one team completely running ahead. Nande actually goes for an aggressive hook up top here. He's super low. And he's actually going to burn down to that. Very, very questionable play there from your carry Pudge. Ends up getting punished super hard. Reef as well comes on in. Dara though, gonna be able to get out. We'll be fine. Yeah, that was strange, man. Nande going for that when he had like 150 HP left. Man, balls are just too damn big for him. It's own good. Very nice kill though to find. Obviously, taking down the big old carry is always a fantastic turn of events. Meanwhile, talking about carries going down, 7 Jesu. He will get caught out. +1 as well on towards Vanils. The whole safe lane dead there. And now Dandelions should just be able to set up and take this tier 1 tower with a big old creep wave. Nothing that level up could do to stop this one from happening.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
That's now 2 deaths on the board there for 7 Jesu. He is bottom farmed core as well on the Juggernaut. Never a great position to be in. We'll see what sort of itemization he's going to go for as well. Whether it's going to be Maelstrom as first item, or potentially might decide to go for the Battle Fury instead. Doesn't have either Q just yet. Meanwhile, Reef made a little jump on towards Desire. 3 other members from level up right by him. Or next up, sorry. I think I've said level up a few times. That's an entirely different team. Getting confused about the ups. Now, look like they wanted to try and use their first Doom. Because obviously he is on his level 6 right now. If you can find a kill early on with it, it's always a nice little bonus to help recover your game. Yeah, Doom's even going for like the classic build of a Hand of Midas first item. Just feels he needs it to try and bring himself back into this game, especially when you consider the fact that he has Devour level 0. Not even bothered with it so far this game. It's very interesting. Oh, the hook from Nande actually lands on towards the techies. In comes Reef. They're going to focus him down. And with the Doom on board, that is a really fantastic turnaround kill. Support for the enemy core is something you take every single day. Kadaro as well. Most likely not long for this world. 13 seconds without dive. Reef is 100% going to get on top of him. And that's a freebie. Although Moby is here. Going to chuck a couple of spells on towards the Sand King, but it's just too difficult to go for him right now. Maybe going to continue the chase. He has found him. Bow strike out, but it's only level 1, so it's a very, very short range. Dragon Tail stun is there. Hook going to be set up for, and there's going to be the counter kill. Nunde, he's the first one to die, and he's the last one to get a kill. And then once again, bumping up their net worth lead here for Dandelions, up to 4,000 gold once more. Very interesting run around there. So it was technically a 2 for 2, as it was Techie Sand King trade off for Phoenix and Pudge. Pudge with the counter kill at the end. I don't know. Very strange turn of events. There is the Hand of Midas now picked up for the Doom. Very interesting that he went for level 0 and Devour. Just completely ignoring this skill. Yeah, like choosing to go and max out Infernal Blade before getting it. And he couldn't really get that aggressive either way. Very strange. Looks like they're pinging up top. Maybe Nunde wants to try and set up for another kill. Over the side of the Techies. A little bit too dangerous to go for. 7 Jesse though, looks like he is going in for the Battle Fury build. Not wanting to go in for the Maelstrom route whatsoever. Already a pretty big creep wave there by this bottom tier 2. Techies is here though, as well as a TP in from the Death Prophet. Focusing immediately on towards the Techies. He is dead. 7 Jesu now in a very awkward position. Just no HP left to play with. Finally the Doom is TPing on in. Vanille trying to hit the egg, but I don't think he's going to get the kill with the follow-up stun. Exorcism was already used, and it means absolutely nothing. 3 people gone at the bot lane, and up top, Reef also ends up dying. So it looked like they tried to go for some sort of counterplay maybe on towards Nunde, but lose the Sand King as well. It's a really, really terrible situation here for next up. Losing 4, getting nothing for it. Net tier 2 tower as well going down at just 12 minutes into the game. Truly a disaster. Now with a 7k gold lead, could definitely just see Dandelions running away with this one. Orchid picked up from Palantimos, which is just a fantastic item versus this Juggernaut this game. Like, he is nowhere near going for a Manta style. Literally miles away. Seems how he still has 3 components left for his Battle Fury alone. Oh, they've already scanned him. They know exactly where 7 Jetsu is. Maybe. Blink in. Got the initial stun. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, all that jazz. And once again, the Jugger is gone. 4 deaths in a row here for 7 Jetsu. Bottom farm caught by a mile. Only 200 gold ahead of the enemy position 5. Woof. Gotta feel bad. See Doom trying to build into or save up for a Blink Dagger at the very least. Then there will be some extra form of initiation and follow-up on the side of next up, which maybe they can look for a kill. Meanwhile, who are looking for kills? Mass TPs in from Dandelions. They got the Bushwhack starting off on towards the Sand King. So much damage, so much control. He is dead. Hook as well on towards the Doom. It's 2 cores down, and the 2 supports desperately trying to run away. Moby and Palatimos keeping chase. They got the grab on towards 1. Nothing the Techies can do. And Vanille. Surely he'll be alive. He's underneath his tier 2 tower. Chill out, Dandelions. Come on. Give the guy a break. They're just going for it. Drops the GG branch as he dies. And it's another 4 kills. Palatimos even getting a triple for himself, as well as now just buying a Blink Dagger. This is truly a disgusting beatdown. I was saying before the series started, I'd be naturally favoring Dandelions here, but I thought maybe it'd be a little bit closer. I mean, again, it was at the laning phase. Like, it was going pretty damn well. Reef was doing nice on the Sand King. He was actually out farming the Dragon Knight. Maybe then that was it. 7 Jessu was kind of getting punished, and the Doom wasn't finding much space at all. There, 10k gold at 15 minutes in. It's just extremely hard to try and turn around here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nande cutting behind the tower, and he's actually going to run in towards Reef here. Bushwhack tries to go through him, but he's pretty damn slow. Silence to deny the epicenter. They even drop an egg. Blastoff comes on through from the techies. They drop the Doom on towards the Slardar. The egg will pop. Connects on towards 2 heroes. Moby now in deep with the Omni Slash actually coming on top of him. The DK is going to fall. This actually ends up being a really good fight there for the side of next up. It's a 2-for-2 exchange, 2 cores for 2 cores. But considering how they were 10,000 gold behind, yeah, it ends up being a 1,500 gold swing, about 1,500 experience as well. They will gladly take that on the side of next up. And the fact that 7 Jessu was the one who survived and also got the 5-kill streak against Moby. Finally, a bit of extra gold in his pockets, and maybe he's going to be able to finish this Battle Fury online at a decent-ish time. Well, no, it's already past the decent timing. Another 430 gold and he'll have it. Meanwhile, Techies caught, basically solo killed there by Desire. Nande takes a guess with a hook, but not ends up being the right direction. Moby with an amplified damage. Actually going to start hitting here on towards the Doom. Probably can't go for the kill so close to the tier 2 tower. Especially with no assistance from the rest of his team. Oh my lord, that's a lot of blink daggers. Doom, Sand King, and Pudge, all 3 of them buying a blink within the second of each other. Seems pretty damn weird. And here's going to be the blink reveal from Reef, jumping immediately on towards Moby. Blastoff as well, dropping everything in the kitchen sink onto his one here. But Palantimos comes in with a 4-man stun. They managed to get the kill towards Doom and Techies. Can they find anything else? Reef has to go for the Burrow Strike back down to low ground. And he will be able to escape. So it is a 2-for-1 exchange. Ooh, hook maybe lands. Yeah, even though it's 2-for-1, it's still pretty much an even gold split. Only a couple of hundred XP there in the favor of Dandelion, so not a massive lead by any means. I think next up, we'll just be happy to get Moby off the map. A little bit of extra space for 7 Jessu to work with, who, yeah, now does have the Battle Fury online. And you can see he has a Yasha queued up next as well, which I'm assuming he's going to try and turn into the Manta style. It just feels really damn important to get that item online, considering you're up against this Orchid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got a 3-man smoke here, though, from next up. Moving through their own triangle area. See who they find. If they keep heading this way, they might actually end up bumping in towards Moby. But the danger of that is that there's going to be a large portion of Dandelions behind them. But when they actually smoke up underneath this high ground observer ward, the next up know this one's coming. Smoke breaks on towards 2. Who gets a jump? Everyone's pretty glued up right now. They go for the grab immediately on towards the Doom. Jump on in. It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. Big Dad 3 is now Reef's going to be the next casualty to fall down. 7 Jessu trying to work onto as many people as possible, but now Palantimos just going to run him down. There's nowhere for the juggler to go. The right click's doing too much work for Nil, the only survivor here, and that's not going to be for long at all. As he too falls, ends up being a 5-for-2 exchange, favoring Dandelions to get the whole wipe. Sure, they lose their carry Pudge, but when you consider the net worth, it feels like the Pudge is now kind of the position 3, you know, and Palantimos is the true carry for this team. mass TP's actually here. From next up, they're going to try and make some sort of counterplay. Doom on towards the Phoenix. Will tick out to this no matter what, but Palantimos actually going to turn around, gets one kill. Hook nearly connects there from Nande, but not quite. Not that they really need it. When there's 1,000 blink daggers in a game, reach is no problem. There's another 2-for-1 exchange. It was a nice attempt there from next up to try and get some sort of counterplay, but didn't quite pan out the way they wanted. Still too many members of Dandelions nearby. Now 13k gold lead. Make that 14k at just 20 minutes in. Oh, a little stun just on towards Reef, but no other follow-up. Bit too close to that tier 2 tower for comfort. And Palantimos nearly with a completed Blink Dagger. BKB, sorry, not Blink Dagger. So we're going to try and snatch away the enemy Tormentor right now. There's actually no read from next up that this is going on. So it is a freebie. Tier 2 as well, also dropping at the same time. And it looks like maybe Dandelions aren't going to relent on the pressure just yet. Now we're going to start hitting onto the tier 2 with the catapult. And this is the final tier 2 as well. That next up have left, so their map, or their high grounds are all completely exposed. What Desire? Looks like he's actually found Reef right now, controlling him up. Good damage there with the sharpshooter. The rest of the team's become charged on through though. And there's nothing that this poor old Sand King can do.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, it's just been some really fantastic setups in this game so far from Desire. This Hidwink has been in the right place at the right time in so many situations. It really is doing a fantastic job. Looks like they're actually thinking about going for Roshan right now. Yeah, Dandelion's going to move themselves into the pit. I mean, I feel like in all these fights, the only person that's really been dying on the side of Dandelions is actually Nande on the Pudge, but they've been winning anyway, so do they even really care? Like, I wouldn't be too surprised if they just give Palantimos the Aegis just to keep this Slardark going as long as possible. Meanwhile, Desire look like they're in danger. Nice bushwhack, actually. Connect onto them both. Look at the amount of damage that this guy's doing on his own. This is meant to be the carry 7 Jesu. They will go for the Omni Slash, but immediately gets to put a stop to there from the Glimmer. Doom dropped on towards the Squirrel just to guarantee the kill. Doom trying to TP out. Not going to work. Ends up being another kill. Going their way. Because they also killed the Death Prophet off to the side. And now Nande going for a solo play of his own. Was actually given the Aegis in the end as well. Trying to go for the blast off, but unfortunately the top damage just lingers a little bit too long. Yeah, this is just like a real beatdown. 50,000 gold lead, 23 minutes in. All 3 cores, top of the net worth chart here for Dandelions. Just really Reef, who's kind of contesting for those top positions, but even he's still 1,000 gold behind. Speaking of Reef, trying to hit on towards Kadaro here. Gonna slowly burn down, has to be careful right now. Holding on to the egg for as long as possible. Will time it perfectly, and in comes Desire as the backer. Bushwhack not quite timed perfectly, but it does not matter whatsoever. Delays them long enough for Nande to come on in, and Reef really regretting him ever getting involved in that situation. As Vanille's just going to be a +1. Might see Dandelions now go for a high ground push. Trying to take down maybe their first tier 3 of the game here. You know, I believe 7 Jesu Yeah, he's now got a Sanjin Yasha completed, so choosing not to go for the purge of the Manta style. And he's going to carry on pushing it. Will be the first glyph used to delay this for as long as possible, but it looks like Nande doesn't even really care. Okay, he wouldn't have blinked back. Still got the age of another 2.5 minutes, so there is literally nothing for this pudge to fear whatsoever. Next up, though, going for some kind of play to get anything off this map. The 4-man smoke, but they all actually immediately turn around and run back in towards their base. It's just a little bit too dangerous. Not enough information to work off. Like, they have only one observer ward outside of their base, which they were heading to, but unfortunately it wasn't giving them any real good information. Although, Techies, oh, what a fantastic hook there from Nande. Just knew where he was. Meanwhile, Moby as well as Desire still just saw pushing the mid-tier 3. Actually, now turning a kill on towards the Doom. He's just dead. Freest kill ever. The tier 3 will definitely be going down. Center barracks now exposed, and the rest of the squad is coming on in to help get rid of it. Question is, does Next Up even really come back to the base to try and defend this, or are they just sacking this entire set of barracks? Looks like they are. As Moby actually jumps in aggressively, got the grapple towards Vanille, trying to go for counterplay here, Brief, on towards the lot of them, but it does no damage whatsoever. 7 Jessu as well, not really able to do a single thing. As Nande, slowest walk ever, just gets himself out of danger. And now Dandelion's keeping the pressure going. Now onto the top tier 3. Oh, casual hook does actually land on towards one, immediately forces the BKB to get popped. But Nande still with the age of another 40 seconds. They knew there was no point going on him. Another casual hook lands again on towards Reef this time. Bushwhack is there, 4-star for push him to safety. Just chucking spells long range here, Dandelions, but it's still doing work. And they're not overcommitting here from the Dire side. They're playing very cautiously. They do not want to potentially throw away their entire lead and lose this game for some really silly reason. And maybe with their Aegis timing out, that might be them sort of saying, let's wait for the next one, or maybe they don't care about that at all. They might just go for it. The sad thing is now both supports on the side of Dandelions have now actually overtaken the Doom in terms of net worth. All smokes break, but 7 Jessu's actually the one to get caught. Silence is there, he's going to try and run himself away. In comes the rest of Next Up to try and help out. Palatimos just deletes the Doom, such easy damage. There is the Omni Slash on towards 3 of them, but 7 Jessu now in deep, trying to run away. Vanille will get caught, and this Acorn shot bouncing around, slowing everybody to a crawl. 7 Jessu is caught. Jump on him for the Techies, it's a 4-man blast off, but it means Jackal, as they don't get a single kill. And there it is. Big win comes on through from Dandelions. Made that one look easy, but just how they crushed the level up. And unfortunately, like I was saying earlier, Reef was really the only one that had a decent lane, and unfortunately just a couple of incorrect moves gave away 3 kills, and yeah, it was just all Dandelions that ran away from that one. Just a huge outplay from themselves. Like their off lane went super good, even though it was kind of a rough start. Like the Palatimos nearly died on the Slardar, but it didn't matter. They just turned around, managed to kill the Juggernaut and Death Prophet both, and then ended up taking the tier 2 by like 13 minutes or something like that, 17 minutes. Yeah, just a really fantastic turn of events for themselves. Much deserved victory. And yeah, hopefully Next Up can potentially cook us up something different here going into the second game. Like, I liked the Sand King pick. It actually worked in the laning phase, but unfortunately, 7 Jesu just didn't really have a game at all. We couldn't get anything done. The Doom just felt kind of like a null factor in all honesty. Still kind of intrigued about why he went for level 0 Devour for pretty much the entire game, even though they weren't getting that aggressive. I don't know, it's a strange one. It's kind of easy to, you know, poke holes in strategies after the game's already over, but I'm sure whilst the draft was going on, it made sense to them. But even still, we'll see if they can make any of those key changes moving into the second game, guys, which will be coming in about 5 to 10 minutes time, not too long of a wait, and we shall return here for the CCT Series number 2. We'll see you soon. Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 between Dandelions and Next Up is now underway. Let's see if Next Up can make some adjustments here for game number 2, because that first one did not go the way they wanted whatsoever. It was pretty damn one-sided. Dandelions just kind of crushed them in nearly every single lane. It was only really Reef on the Sand King who had somewhat of a decent time, but even he wasn't really able to push through the amount of aggression that was coming his way. And it was just all Dandelions. So I wouldn't be even too surprised if they dropped like a respect ban towards the Slardar or something like that, because Palantimos, my lord, he did a really good job in that game for sure. Fantastic plays all around, just looking for so much action. 7 Jesu couldn't get anything done. I've learned as well that the names on the other 2 members of Next Up, I mean, the Doom is called Schizoid, and the other one is Svezd, I think is how you meant to pronounce it. I probably am still doing that wrong, I just looked up myself, but I'll see if I can remember that as the series is actually going on. But so far, it looks like these bans, at least the ones from Dandelions, are exactly the same. These are all the ones they chucked out of the first game. This time, though, Next Up, they've actually taken away both the Hoodwink and the Dragon Knight. So definitely paying a fair bit of respect there to what Dandelions were able to bring out in that first game for sure. So Desire's going to have to play something else this time round. Yeah, we'll see what else he's actually able to get given over to him, as well as Moby's going to have to jump onto something new as well. Which, doesn't really bother them. I never really used to like playing the same hero multiple times in a row anyway. I like to keep things interesting, keep things fresh, play a new hero every now and then, or just every other game. But there is a reason why I'm not a professional player. I'm just a pub scrub. No one cares. But Jakiro, not been banned out this time round. Wards, all that sort of good stuff. It feels like such a nice hero. But now that you're playing up against the Rubik, do you even bother leveling Ice Path? Because as soon as you give this spell away, it is just brutal to play up against. 0 cast time, longer range, longer stun duration. It's a real pain in the ass to deal with. So we very well could just see Ice Path going level 0 for this whole game. I mean, you might take points into it, but you'd only use it if you knew the Rubik was on the opposite side of the map or he was already dead, because it's just too strong to give away, man. It really is. I feel like a lot of the times you might even regret giving Ice Path away more than Macropire. Yeah, it's a weird one. But we'll see what these other bans are. Sven gets taken out there from Next Up. We'll see if they're just going to carry on focusing on towards the carries or not. Obviously, last game it was Carry Punch that came on out from Dandelions, but I highly doubt they're going to ban that one. Instead, they do just decide to go for the bat. Makes a lot of sense. The Dandelions, what do they get rid of? Don't know if there was anything in that last game they really thought was scary to play up against. So they do decide to take out the TA again. That was one of Reef's favorite heroes. There is still the Sand King in the pool, but considering how there's no Dragon Knight, I highly doubt we're going to be seeing that one come out again. Unless, of course, he just really wants to play it. So I believe it was the Dragon Knight they second picked in their last game. This time around, they're actually going to go for a Centaur. Okay. Does lane quite nicely with the Rubik. Telekinesis people into the Hoof Stomp. Double Edge plus Fade Bolt. A really good amount of damage. I like it. Also kind of, deters picks like the Phoenix or something like that. As you could always just stampede away from the egg and you're not really worried about it at all. Well, they are thinking about it quite a lot. I think the Doom that they had last game was their final pick. Again, didn't really work out too well. maybe they might be considering going back in for 7 Jessu's Juggernaut. I mean, it didn't have a great game last time, but paired with a Chikiro, it always feels like it's nearly guaranteed kills, you know, with the extra slow and dots and everything like that. But instead, they are going to go in for the Pangolier, so that's going to be Reef's hero for sure. Some possibility that they might decide to put it in the off lane for Schizoids. Feels quite unlikely though. Okay, next up, they actually still go for the Phoenix, despite, like I was saying, that there's already the Stampede to, like, you know, disengage from it. So I guess now, next up, we're just going to really try and focus their draft around denying that retreat from Dandelions, which, to be fair, the Chikiro and Pangolier can definitely do. Ice Path to block people off, Rolling Thunder as well to chain stun a couple. It makes sense. Maybe they might need like one more sort of AoE control potentially. You know, something classic like a Mars, anything like that. Don't really see a lot of Mars lately, but maybe they could go down that route. Dandelions now, what are they going to grab up as their 3rd and 4th hero pickups here? Almost like it'd be their follow-up support. I'm actually going to go for the Ember Spirit now. Does lane pretty decently versus the Pangolier in the lane. And if you're on your Slight Fish, you could dodge a majority of the Swashbuckle or even the Shield Crash. Does help to sort of put that balance of power into your favour a little bit more. Able to avoid getting chain stun by the Rolling Thunder as well. So, yeah, I like it. It's a solid pick. 4th hero though to come out, I'm sure it's going to be their position 4 support, maybe 5. They go for the Enchantress that was banned in the first game, I do believe, so that is managed to slip through. So the question is now, is it Rubik 5, Enchant 4, or Enchantress 5, Rubik 4? I feel like the Enchantress 5 is just slightly better, able to really help out your carry a bit more. And like I was saying earlier on, the Rubik Centaur combo is actually pretty decent in the lane, so all seems pretty clear cut for Dandelions who's going in what role so far, just leaving their final pick of the carry for Nande still to come. They do also have overall last pick of the entire draft. They can make sure they get the solid counter to whatever carry next up go for, but still looking for their 4th hero right now. I still think some kind of AoE controlling POS 3 would be really, really good for them. Obviously, Enigmas are not great considering how Rubik's already there. I mean, no matter what hero it is, they're going to have a big ultimate which the Rubik would love to steal. So it's like, which one would you want them to steal the less? And they just decide to go, nah, we don't need any of it, and we'll just go for the Slark. Okay, fair enough. Not bad in the lane versus the Centaur once it gets a few levels as well. Leash as well can be kind of good if you can lock somebody down. Pretty much guarantee the egg's going to land on them when you chain it up with the Ice Path and Rolling Thunder and all that good stuff. So offlaner appears to be the final pick left for next up, unless of course the Pango's going to go into that position and they're going to grab a different mid. I kind of feel like they're fine with the Pangolier going up against the Ember Spirit though. It's not really that big of a problem that they have to start swapping things around. Yeah, Bloodseeker gets taken out from next up. Dandelions do take away the tides. Yeah, they are considering those big ulti offlaners. Surely then the Mars would be one to come to mind. Normally the Mars is like a big combo with the Phoenix because it also blocks ranged attacks from outside, which helps keep the egg alive, but there's not really going to be many of them in this game. It's just the Rubik and the Enchantress so far, and they're not really big egg hitters. Pretty crap attack speed. Unless we're talking like mega late game Enchantress, they're a carry, in which case they can do it. Still a full minute of reserve time here for Dandelions. Whole lot of time to work with. See what route they're going to go down here. Take out the Underlord. Again, more AoE control. Makes sense. Next up. Another carry, which they don't want to play up against. Things like Ursa, kind of fine to play versus. I mean, Ursa, I suppose, does have some degree of being able to deal with the egg as well. But it kind of feels like Dandelions are just going for the more evasive play. Yeah, they'll ban the Ursa regardless. That is gone. Things like Chaos Knight, not going to be any good. Too much AoE coming out from next up here. So it'd be very, very doubtful if anything like that will come on out. Trying to think of what else really would jump into mind here. Dazzle! This is the final pick here from next up. Okay. So is that Freakazoid's last one? Not Freakazoid, Schizoid, sorry. Schizoid playing the Dazzle position 3 with Phoenix. In which case then, what the Dandelions want to pick up to go with their Enchantress, the lane versus that, and also have a decent time versus the Slark in the later parts of the game. Not too easy, to be honest with you. Maybe Faceless Void could have been not bad for the lockdown. Okay, they said they decided to go for the Morphling. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, you can always turn it into the Dazzle, just like Grave, heal yourself endlessly. Just live for absolutely ever being a pain in the ass. I quite like it. I think it's not a bad pickup at all. So I feel everyone's pretty much on the positions we were expecting. Yeah, everyone's there for Dandelions on the correct role. Schizoids. Well, actually, no. Sved has picked the Pangolier. Have they swapped roles, or am I just tripping? I could have sworn that Sved was the position 4 last game, and Schizoid was the position 3. But I feel I might be just completely wrong and misremembered there. That most likely is what's happened. So okay, yeah, still Pangolier in the off lane, paired with the Phoenix. Jakiro is the 5. 7 Jesu carries Slark, and yeah, Reef is actually taking the Dazzle into the mid lane. So it's going to be Dazzle versus the Ember Spirit. Might be kind of awkward for Moby. I think unless you time the Sleight of Fist perfectly, the projectile from the Poison Touch will actually still follow you around until you land again, and you just get hit by it regardless. Yeah, so it might not be too easy at all, but Reef had the favorable pick in the last game as well, and it still ended up, going the way of Dandelions in the end. Like, Reef couldn't get that much done. Could potentially see the same thing here, but I do like his chances in the lane. It's going to feel pretty solid. I kind of like the lineup from both teams, in all honesty. So I feel like, yet again, I'm just going to have to go for Dandelions purely based on how game number 1 went, and on just past experience with the players as well. Just all adds up to feeling like it should be a safe bet for sure. But, I could be wrong. We'll see how it does go down. I'm always happy to be wrong in these situations, because if I am, that means we will be getting a third map here between Dandelions and Next Up, which is what we all want, being Dota 2 fans at the end of the day. But hey, the game is now underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump on in and see whether if Next Up can make it happen and give us a third game. Once again, both teams starting off with the smoke. Looks like Mobies and 7 Jessus are just going to break on each other, so no one's going to be getting down a free ward there in the mid at all. Yeah, no first blood plays coming on out yet. I normally like to see it, but it feels like every single time one team goes for like a first blood player, the other team kind of does the same thing. And they all just end up completely missing each other. And then you get the standard 2-for-2 splits on the bounties. Oh, I believe that Observer Ward, actually, that was just placed, did get spotted. Yeah, there you go. Vanille will be able to get a free D Ward. Managed to take that one down. Actually, quite a few members of Next Up by the bottom rune. Maybe thinking about going for it, but gets chased away considering just the amount of people that were on top of him. But as a result, considering how they all doubled down for that one rune, the rest of Dandelions were able to grab 3. They got that clear bounty advantage. Very happy about that. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how game number 1 went as well. We'll see how Nande's going to be able to perform here on this Morphling. It feels like in the lane, at the very least, it's going to be pretty easy for him. Like, Sped as well as Schizoid, not really going to be able to contest him all too much. Hidaro as well on the Enchantress. Like, it's always very frustrating playing versus an Ench. It's such easy free damage from a couple of impetuses here and there. Looks like Vanille actually took Liquid Frost level 1. Not normally what you see, to be honest with you. Like, this damage from Dual Breath level 1 on its own is generally a fantastic tool to apply a lot of harassment. Maybe just wants to save his mana in general for when he gets at level 3. And have 2 points into Dual Breath then. And it looks like he's actually going to get turned on. Stun from Vanille. Right clicks. Yeah, Palatimos ends up taking him down. They didn't even need a telekinesis setup for that one. Just Palatimos runs a Vanille. This ends up being such a free kill. Kadaro, just like, fine, keep hitting me with the spirits. I'm just going to heal up anyway. I don't really care. Man, nature's attendance. How dumb is that? Like, you're getting right-clicked, and you've got the attacks with slow and burn damage, and yet you're still managing to out-DPS the other player. Crazy ability. Especially just for level 1 as well. And I've not really looked at it, but how is this mid lane going? Currently 12-1 for Moby against Reese, 11-2, so pretty much bang on even between these two so far. And they're both consistently healthy as well. There's not a huge amount of harassment coming out from either side. Let's go an even trade of farm for a long old time, I feel. Meanwhile, up top, Desire. That's taking a bit of damage there. Obviously, now Vanille is level 2. He's got the Fire Breath. Able to do a lot of damage with that. I'm going to try and contest for the 3-minute Lotus here. So decide though, he's just going to give up on it. Not worth the risk. Person on the bottom of the CS so far is once again 7 Jessu, same as the last game. But I feel like now there's a few levels on them. They're able to fight back. You can see Palatimos not quite as able to get as close to the creeps as he once could. Still a very even game. I think even, like, in every other game cast so far today, even at just 3.5 minutes into the game, there was always someone with a clear net worth advantage. Okay, I say that and Dandelions are sort of teetering between 1,000 gold in the head. But once again, just like game number 1, it's just really Reef up there. Fighting amongst pretty much the entirety of the Dandelions cause. Doing everything he can to keep his team going. Not saying they're out of it by any means, but...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A casual free courier kill. Kadara still managed to get his items before he died though. Meanwhile up top, maybe 7 Jessu get a little bit over aggressive right now, able to purge off the stun, so he walks himself away. Vanille is still very healthy. He's going to be able to just run at them, push them back away from the lane. And Palatimos wanting to be a little bit cautious right now. Vanille is getting extremely close. I find it odd that he would dual breath and then liquid frost. I'm pretty sure With the Liquid Frost, you get bonus magic damage, don't you? Yeah, so you would use... I don't know. It's just me being nitpicky. It's just like a little minor efficiency play there. Still, just nothing really going on in this mid. Looks like now Reef has 3 points in towards the poison touch. Moby just can't really get close to the creeps anymore. It's just such easy damage that racks up onto him so damn quickly. Might get a little bit of fight though coming for the 6-minute bounty runes. 6-minute, well, just runes. Sorry, not even bounty runes. We'll be up in 20 seconds. Desire looks like he's run into a couple of heroes right now, but actually the turnaround. I think Moby, he will be able to kill Reef, and Neil also going to drop him. Very similar to how the last games went as well. Just Dandelions bringing the numbers and more than willing to take the fight, and they end up coming out on top yet again. Small saving grace there though for next up is the fact that the rune was actually picked up by Schizoids. So not like there's going to be an arcane rune into the hands of the Ember Spirit. Seven Jesse though, finally in a 1 versus 1 situation.
Middle tower is under attack.
He'll try and do what he can. Bottom of the CS. 28-1 is all he has right now compared to the 39-12 of Palatimos. Who's just got mad strength. 4 braces. And he's only 900 gold away from having a blink dagger as well. And he's going to start getting involved running at people. Doing centaur things. We got Nande. Forcing Zved out of the lane. There's all the space in the world to work with. Oh, up top though, maybe it's actually Palatimos in danger with the rotation that comes on in from Sved. They're able to find that kill, taking him down. But on the flip side of that, is a higher priority kill was found in the mid lane. Reef goes down. Schizoid trying to take Gadara with him. The Siren Chains actually lands onto Creeper's head, but never mind. Slight damage, too good. So it's really 2-for-1 exchange. And just killing the Dazzle is just so important. I believe he was top farmed core there, but now he has been pushed down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're making a move from it yet again. Reef is getting bullied every single time he comes back to this lane, but maybe there's going to be the turnaround, but never mind. Slow Fist once more puts Dazzle in the dirt, and Schizoid trying to take Moby with him, but they just can't seem to finish him off. Instead, it's Moby again and again, getting the final touch onto all of these heroes, just running around the outside of the fight. At the very least, he gets to trade on towards Kadaro, but who really cares about that? It's just to support the end of the day, and they lose 3 heroes in response to it. Kind of surprised it's only a 2k gold advantage right now here for Dandelions, considering just how well all of these fights have been going for them. 8-2 on the scoreline. Just get relentlessly ran out here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Reef doesn't even really feel too comfortable getting back to the lane. He's actually having to farm up the triangle. Just hitting the Ancients. Well, then maybe they might try and take a fight. It's actually down bottom. It looks like Sved will get caught out. It's another kill. Once again, the Ember getting involved in that one. Stampede actually used, as it looks like, yeah, Palatimos. Whew. Very close to getting stunned to death from 7 Jessup. He is able to survive. Yeah, finally 7 Jessup is actually to a point where he can sustain himself in this lane. Not going to get forced out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pinging out, maybe thinking about going on towards Sved again. I'm going to be able to do that one. Moving off to the side, maybe going in solo against a couple of enemy heroes. Schizoid trying to deny himself to the neutrals, but the Sleight of Fist stops that one. They're just buying time there for Reef to finish off the Ancients, which he does do, but still not really worth at the end of the day when you consider they've lost 2 supports as a result. Maybe think about also diving on towards Sved. Sending the Centaur creep in first.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Trying to get the
attack.
information, but at the very least, using it to drag the creeps away. It's going to be the tier 1 tower going down.
Dire's bottom
There you
tower
go.
has fallen.
Tower gone. DP up towards top. Making the jump on towards 7 Jesu. They're able to get the stun before he can purge it away. It's good damage. With the Xayah, unfortunately, all he steals is Dark Pack. Not really the spell we wanted. And as a result, yeah, the Slark easily able to run himself away. Kind of surprised he even bothered to go for a spell steal. Like, I would just hold on to Dual Breath. Like, that thing's nearly maxed out. Who knows? Oh, and mids. Seems like Moby constantly running at people. Sees Sved, who does also now join in. The 2 versus 3, but actually I say that Desire and Palatine are both here. Smoke gets revealed, jumping immediately on towards Vanille. Who will get caught out, maybe as well. Also finding the Phoenix.
Dire's middle tower
As Schizoid drop it down once again. These 2 supports just end up feeding away kill after kill. Like, poor old Schizoid, it's 12 minutes in, he's still only level 4 for crying out loud. Just so far away from getting that egg available.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Still, you know, 5,000 gold lead, it's a sizable lead. Kind of expecting it to be larger in all honesty, but I feel like it's being subsidized by the fact that 7 Jesu's actually able to find CS this time round. He's still not having like a perfect game by any means, but he's getting
Dire's
something.
top tower
Meanwhile, once again, Moby just being a nuisance, forcing Sved to use his Rolling Thunder just defensively to run away. Very frustrating to deal with.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower dropping at the top lane, so that's every Tier 1 tower gone yet again here for next up. Still yet to really even do much damage onto any tower on the side of Dandelions. Still extremely healthy. Not quite sure what like the big sort of game plan for next up is. I mean, Reef is still trying to build in towards the Ags. He's still he's not a million miles away actually. He's about 1,300 gold. Which in the grand scheme of things isn't that much. So we'll see if that's actually going to be enough of a power spike to really start turning these fights around. I'm not really sure if it is. Because whilst all the action's been happening with Moby and the rest of the squad running around, Nande's been also AFK farming. As a result, he's a full 1,000 gold ahead of 7 Jesu. He has his Manta style completed in 1,300 gold himself. He's also walking around pretty much max Agimorph. But in this kind of game, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's no quick burst damage from the side of next up that can just kill him for free. Oh, 7 Jesu. In danger. How did that stun not land? What? I don't know. Lucky boy able to run away at least. Outruns the hoof stomp.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, Phoenix Egg finally been used, but it's all defensively. Moby and everyone else just runs himself away, although Sved is coming on in here with the Rolling Thunder. Looks like they're going to try and take this fight. Out comes the Stampede, but it's too late to say Palantimos. He will die. Desire, with the stolen swashbuckle, gets himself up to the high ground right now, but Seven Jesu just really wants to find that Rubik and kill him. Who are off to the backlines. Moby is able to kill the Phoenix, but so far, it's a double for Seven Jesu. Nande actually getting involved, picking off Reef into the backlines. So it's a 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 2 as Moby, left to his own devices, finds another kill. Onto his godlike spree now. And just when it was looking like not a terrible fight there for next up, just they still end up falling behind. Actually, they come out 500 gold ahead in terms of gold, but 600 XP behind. Actually, a jump on here, they're just going to blow up Seven Jesu. Oh my lord, man, that Slark like paper evaporates in a second. Now Moby once again finds Schizoid, forces him to just Icarus dive away. Just being a real thorn in their side, not really able to get the kill, but even still pushing them back more and more into their base.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
I think it's even Glepnir up in 600 gold for Moby. Speaking of, just gets another kill. Guy having such a free time. Up top though, Kidaro. 3 enemy heroes on top of him. Takes a bit of time to kill. Actually, the burst heal from the stick keeps him alive. But even still, good Searing Chains. But no other sort of follow-up there from Dandelions. So at long last, feels like the first time in this entire game, Next Up is actually able to get a kill and not be punished for it. Well, I say that, and bottom part of the map, Nande just solo kills Reef. Who has now completed the Ags, by the way. He has it. Question is that enough? I don't even know. Not even dropping the tip onto him. The BM, mate. The BM. And Klepnir online as well for Moby. Jump immediately onto 7 Jesu there from Palantimos. Maybe trying to force the abilities out. Yeah, 7 Jesu has to use his ult. Sun's coming on through from the trees, down to the side. Desire actually in danger with the Stampede. He's trying to run away, but that nicely placed Macropire actually does some work. Takes him down. That's every single person from Next Up turning up there, but unfortunately for them, all they get for it is a Rubik. But you're this far behind, you'll take it. You'll take anything you can damn well get. Oh. Nande has a few people walk into him. A very, very early Shadow Grave there comes on now. Egg has to be dropped defensively. Kidaro going to try and focus on top of it, but he needs somebody else, the rest of his team, to help kill it. It's just not going to work. He's still so damn tanky. He's got 4 heroes on top of him, but he's just taking so long to die that in comes the rest of the team. They clear up 3 of them. Sved going to try and juke himself out of the trees. It looks like he will make it, and 7 Jesu has to run down to the south to survive. Once again, they're able to kill the Enchantress, but a cost of 3 heroes in response. The big one, of course, being Reef on the Dazzle. This pick just not really worked out for them at all this game. Just getting punished way too much. Oh, 7 Jesu just runs into 3 people. Doing some good work here on towards Moby, draining away a lot of his mana. Although in comes the rest of the team. Nice stomp. Catches the Phoenix. 7 Jesu though feeling strong. He still has ultimate. Good jump up to the high ground to avoid that. Desire chasing after him. Doesn't quite land, although there is going to be the Searing Chains. Macropire up on the high ground. Desire now will get stampeded, but he turns around with the dual breath, so he can't escape. Reef though getting soloed up once more by the Morphling. The Illusions alone probably going to be able to finish the kill. Actually, will they? He's trying to get himself out of there. Kidaro actually wants to die, so somehow out of that fight, Next Up don't lose anybody, or maybe I've spoken too soon as they once again re-engage. Vanille will drop, but 7 Jesu, he's doing so much damage, man. He's got tons of stacks here from the Essence Shift. Now Nande in danger, has waveform up. Goes for the TP. Not going to be any leash to cancel that one out. Actually, a very, very good fight there. For next up. And Sarah Jesse, man, he's still chasing after Moby. Good lord. This guy just feeling himself right now. Wants to put these stacks to use.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going in for the Acceptor next as well. Just to be able to get that maximum reach. And chase onto all these people. But keep on evading him. The net worth lead has been cut down a little bit. Now only 7,000 gold compared to the 10,000 gold it was just a few minutes ago. There's definite signs of life here from next up. They are by no means out of this one.
Dire are scanning.
I feel like so far we've just not really been able to see this this dazzle to full effect. Although I say that, and right now he is trying to take the Tormentor, but I think he's going to die. Oh no, he will Shadow Grave. Of course he has Shadow Grave. Never mind. Forgot about that key ability, but there you go. That's something the hero can do, is take down those Tormentors. Meanwhile, up towards the north side of the map, once again, Kidaro getting gone on, but heals so damn quickly with all those nature's attendants. There is going to be a stolen Rolling Thunder. Use that from Desire. Going to roll around in circles. Meanwhile, Hitzoid caught out. Desire, 4-star forwards. Can't go get an extra stun there on towards Vanille, but even still, long-range use of the Glet will secure him. Both supports gone once again. Moby getting the kills for himself. 12, 0, and 10 on this Ember Spirit, just 22 minutes in. Oh, an absolute field day. He's only missed out on 4 of the 26 kills on Dandelions. Just shows you how active this guy's being.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So Jesu though, these last couple of engagements, he's actually been able to do a lot of work. Like, his DPS is no joke once he can actually stick on top of people and hit them. Definitely something that Dandelions have to be very, very cautious about. Moby, 1,000 gold away from his own eggs. And then just like the Slark, he's gonna have a heck of a lot more reach to work with in these coming team fights. Looks like Dandelions now gonna find an opportunity to move in towards the Roche pit. Are easily able to tank it up. I'm sure they're going to give this Aegis into the hands here of Nande. Don't believe anyone else needs it. That's for sure.
Dire are scanning.
Now, scan does now land, so they know it's going on, but it's just way too late to do anything about it. There it is. Aegis into the hands now with the Morphling. Most likely now going to see some just hard pushes coming in here from Dandelions. Only one tier 2 tower still remains for the side of next up. Meanwhile, Dandelions have every single one of their tier 1s. Just not really been threatened at all in this entire game. It'd be quite interesting to see if, like, to have a heat map, you know? And see if next up have even left their half of the map. Or if they've just been stuck this entire game. The tier 2 gone. Nande, no fear. Up to the high ground.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
Buildings just dropped so damn quickly. He actually forced a glyph. Trying to block the creeps to keep them alive for as long as possible, so they're not just wasted from the tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
That was
bottom
gone.
tower has
Gan also lands on the left side, so Dandelions know that some sort of wraparound play is coming from behind them. Realize that their flank is exposed, but Nande doesn't care about that. He's just focusing on towards these buildings. Now having been forced to disengage, This positioning from Sevajesu up on the right side. Just waiting for some kind of opportunity to jump on in. Still focused on towards Nande. Actually jumps in aggressively. Vanilla in danger. Will be the shallow grave there to keep him alive. Sved now with the TP. Going for the Rolling Thunder. But actually the jump forwards from Moby and back. Gets himself out of the risk zone. Just shield crash stolen. Nothing serious. That is Rolling Thunder now on cooldown for 70 seconds. It's quite a large part of the team fight there. More next up to play around, and without that, feels like Dandelion's is going to go up high ground, feeling even better than before. Nande tears these buildings apart so damn easily. They got the grab as well on towards Schizoid. It's good damage that they're controlling up the Morphling. First life is gone. Moby has to jump off now towards the right. Vanille getting low, but with the egg, we'll be able to make the space for everybody to disengage, but even still, Vanille loses life. Dead for 30 seconds, no buyback. And this is where the Rubik things are paid to lose skin. You can see it's his Macropie, although Sved controlled. There is going to be the shallow grave. Long range damage from the impetus is still not going to be enough to get the finishing touch, so he will survive. But even still, full set of barracks gone. Nande now working onto the middle one. There's no egg. There's no Rolling Thunder, there's no Macropire. Is there any hope? That's the question. They're going to try their absolute best. Good control on towards Nande again. 7Jesu always putting himself in this pretty deep position. Actually going to find the opportunity to jump now on towards of Palantimos. Needs help with the rest of his team. It's just not going to come in time. He is dead. Really nice free kill to find.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Finally, they also get a tier 1 tower as well. To be honest, not the worst turn of events in the world. Like, they're able to, they lose one set of barracks, sure, but they do at least get rid of the Aegis and get killed onto the Centaur. And actually, maybe not even done, as now Moby's in danger. No man left to play with. 7Jesu's continue to go for this one. Decide trying to get the body blocks in there, but it makes no difference. 10 kill streak go the way of Vanille. Desire as well being icing on the cake. Huge little push there comes on through. And that's like, yeah, 2.7 thousand gold they just got. 5,500 experience as well. That is exactly what Next Up needed to help try and recover here in this game. Beautiful stuff. Taking out another tier 2 as well, tier 1, sorry. Oh, look at that. Vanille, double Wisdom Rune. That does not happen very often. 7Jesu, does he take them both? Wow, they're being very diplomatic about this.
Dire are scanning.
What? Why are they not taking it? I don't really know. Oh, they're waiting for the 28-minute mark, so there's 3. Oh my lord. That's why they waited.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
7Jesu, I'm pretty sure just went from 17 to 19. That's pretty joke. And this is why you always make sure you grab your Wisdom Runes on a timely manner, ladies and gentlemen. Because just like that, 7Jesu is only a sliver of XP behind that of Nande, who was miles ahead for such a long time.
Amazing what you find laying around.
They also need to go for a 3-man smoke here as well. See who they can find. It all depends whether 7Jesu is going to go into his triangle or the Radiant jungle. Looks like they see Palantimos. That's going to be their target. It's good damage on towards the set. He's able to get the Stampede to run away though. Meanwhile, 7Jesu is actually the one who's getting focused up. He's silenced, he's controlled. He's getting so damn low. Finally, he's able to get the ult off, and Palantimos will die instead. Control as well on towards Kidaro. Super damn close to losing 7Jesu, but turns into a big win there for Next Up. Taking down 2 heroes, not losing anybody. And there was just no Nande for that entire fight. He was like pushing the bottom wave, farming the triangle area. Cost his team quite big. And this net worth advantage has shrunk really quickly, super fast. People up top, Moby. It's also got 7Jesu on his case yet again, but meanwhile in the mid, Nande now gets involved, just deletes the Pangolier. Can they get anybody else? Desire trying to push for more. Nande turning towards the Phoenix, dives forwards. There's actually going to be the Shadow Grave on towards the Phoenix, and Nande has to try and make a decision which way to go. Will still kill the Phoenix. 7 Jesu's here though. They're going to jump immediately on towards the Dazzle if they possibly can. Nande though jumping left and right. There's going to be another Shadow Grave. It makes no difference. 7 Jesu kind of on his own. Needs some help from the rest of his team. His ultimate will be back off cooldown. It's a couple of people trying to run away. Stolen Leap is there from Xayah. Keeping chase. They really want to get this kill if possible. But he's such a slippery fish, man. But it doesn't matter. Persistence is key. And 7 Jesu dead for 70 seconds with no buyback as well. This is a huge opportunity right now for Dandelions to just push high ground. Kadara is just in. Not exactly the person you want in there hitting the buildings, but even still he's going for it. Really the Morphling's the one who needs to be here. He's kind of their only decent tower damage. These three trying to do what they can. Although, jumping aggressively. One stun on towards Schizoid. Dive back into the base. The impetus. Woo. That was a scary amount of damage. But Glyph has now been used, and there's still 30 seconds without the Slark. I believe this is probably going to be Megas unless somehow the rest of Next Up can make a huge hold here and keep themselves in this game number 2. But mid set of barracks going to be gone. Silence as well on towards Reef. He's just dead immediately. Nande really chucking out the tips this game. Sved rolling around in the backlines there, trying to control up as many people as he possibly can. But he's kind of running out of space. No stun. Buyback now comes in from Reef as the Slark's respawning in just a second. Everyone now trying to disengage from Dandelions. Good Ice Path there. Gets the grab on towards one. But friendly Force Staffs get them into safety. Stolen spell. Just the Jewel Breath. No Ice Path this time. Kidaro. TP from the high ground. There will be the cancel. Takes a while to die, but Bambi will still die. But again, it's another full set of barracks taken away. And the top set is now exposed. No tier 3. Still a very dangerous position to be in here. For the side of Next Up. But actually, with this 3-man smoke, they know exactly where 7 Jesu is, and they are heading for the Slark. Oh, they know which camp he's going for as well. They can get the jump instead. It will be the Chikira who actually breaks the smoke. Now 7 Jesu hit by the silence, in danger, taking so much damage. Bit of way more than he could chew, jumping in there without any help for the rest of his team. And once again, he's in the dirt. No buyback to be seen. Pretty damn sure that this is guaranteed Megas right now. There's a creep wave coming in the mid, so no backdoor protection to rely on here. First building gone. Second, quick to follow. And they're just done. They GG tap on out. And that is Dandelions taking their first series here for the CCT in a clean 2-0 fashion. You know, even though this was probably the closest game that I've had the pleasure of casting all day, to be honest with you. Like, the first series was just easy 2 stomps. This one, 100% Dandelions were in the lead for a vast majority of it, for sure. But there was definite signs of life there from Next Up. Like, once 7 Jesu got rolling, he was actually able to start pumping out a lot of damage. I could 100% have seen them turning that game around. But unfortunately, just kind of greedy plays, like overconfidence perhaps, jumping in on his own in very risky situations, gets himself killed, and really it does just cost them the chances there in this series. But hey, it is still very, very early days here for the CCT. Like, that is their first series of the tournament, so there's still another 4 more to go. No, another 3 more to go, sorry. So nothing is decided at all. But, you know, definitely things to work on. But I could definitely see them getting a few wins in the future, and should be one of the teams to go through to the actual playoffs on the next stage. Fingers crossed, anyway, because that's what we want to see. But even still, just hats off to Dandelions. Played really, really well in both of their games for sure. Like, just massive, massive plays coming out for themselves. Moby, fantastic job on both the DK as well as the Ember Spirit. Obviously, he was godlike in that game as well. Just fantastic Dota 2. Really, really great stuff to see. But yeah, that is the second series of the day done, guys. That is me all wrapped up at the very least. There will be... Who is it who's covering the final 2 games? Toltris is the one who's going to come on in and cover the final 2 series of the day for you guys, which, again, it's over an hour wait, I believe. Yeah, like an hour and 10 minutes or something like that. So a longer wait for you guys. But it will all be worth it at the end of the day. And yeah, those next games, it will be Havinia versus Monty as the next series come up again in about an hour's time. And then the final series of the day is going to be Night Pulse going up against Team T. So still some exciting games yet to come, guys. But like I was saying, a little bit of a longer wait. I hope you all don't mind. You know, it gives you time to go and find some grub, get some food, have a little relax, you know, just chill out before the next series starts. But once again, thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you all enjoyed. I have been Blue Scale, and I will see you all again in just a couple of days. Thanks for tuning, everybody. I'll see you later.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second iteration of the CCT Champions of Champions Tour. This is the first day of the round robin event. We've already gone through 2 teams. It was some exciting stuff. We saw Team Dandelions go at it as well. That's always a pleasure seeing them. And we have some interesting games for you coming up in game number 3 and game number 4. Obviously, it is this early stages of the game, so the games were a bit one-sided. I'm hoping to see something different, particularly as we're going to be seeing Night Pulse and Team T go at it in the 4th match. But moving on over here for the 3rd match, we are going to be playing in Hirvania versus Team Monty. But before that, I will introduce a bit of the tournament format. It is a round robin divided into 2 stages, 5 teams in each group. They're going to be playing a best of 3 single elimination match. And whoever has the most points will be progressing forward towards the next stage, which will be a double elimination. 3 teams will progress from the round robin. There are obviously 2 directly invited teams towards the playoffs. And in the first stage, there are going to be 8 invited teams. And to finish the series off, we will have a best of 5 final. Now, if we take a look towards the prize pool distribution, it is a decently sized tournament. You have a whopping prize pool of $50,000 US, $30,000 going towards first place, the second place going home with $10,000, $7,500 for third place, and fourth place gets $2,500. So it is quite a lot of money for this competition. But moving forward, we will be taking a look at who's exactly leading the charts. So DMS has played 1 match. They are ahead with 2 points. Team T and Night Pulse, who I would say are favorites for this group. They've yet to play. We will see their debut in the 4th match. And Just Better and Dragon Esports, I do believe that Team DMS, Team T, and Team Night Pulse, or rather Team DMS and Team T were there for the previous series. Team Night Pulse wasn't there. Just Better was there as well, but they failed to qualify last time as well alongside Dragon Esports. And meanwhile, we have Team Dandelions, who are again leading the fray, and I do expect this team to actually qualify towards the next stage. They're a very seasoned team, particularly with their roster changes. They're a formidable opponent. I saw these guys playing in the Rodmasters. They were very well rehearsed, I would say. But you do have Team Hirvania and Team Monte, who have gone at it against each other in the past. We saw them in the last season 1 as well, or the previous series, where again they both failed to qualify, but they did show us quite a good they had quite a good run in the round robin stage, particularly when you consider the fact that both of those teams gave a forfeit. So had those not happened, perhaps we might have seen them in the qualifiers. But again, you have Vidar, and next up, looking towards the roster, you have Bodhi, who actually, interestingly enough, he's the offlaner for Team Hirvania, but he used to be a Team Monty player. So when you have an ex player, when you're playing against a former team of yours, particularly some of your former comrades, you do have a lot of insight into how a team works. And considering it's a game of Dota, considering it's a lot of strategy involved, that could potentially give them a lot of advantage. But moving on to some of those other players, you have Fernandes and Flacco, Nisha, and Yowai. Now, a lot of these players, they've been playing for quite some time, haven't found a lot of success. I believe they're still limited to the tier 3, but this is a team that has a lot of potential to actually go forward into the playoffs. Towards the second roster, you have the roster of Team Monte. You have Crystallize, who, as some of you guys may know, he had a pretty long run with Team Navi. He was one of their key players. I believe he had a 3-year-long run with them. You have Moonlight, you have Vladik, you have Cubify, and you have Eknart. Obviously, Crystallize is going to be their carry. He's, I suppose, their star player. So he will be the one to look forward to in some of these games. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly Team Hirvania will be able to team match up to Team Monte. The last time these teams went at it, Hirvania did win 2-0 against Team Monte. So it's going to be interesting because I do think that Team Monte has more experience than Team Hirvania, but somehow they didn't manage to take the series the last time they played. But you have players like Vladik, you have players like Moonlight on that offlane and that mid position who are extremely good and extremely seasoned. But again, it sort of comes back to the fact that some of their strategies, some of the way that they play, particularly when you transition out of the laning phase, when it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of decision making that gets involved past that routine laning phase, hit creeps, farm up your items. Past that stage, there's a lot of strategy, and once that strategy kicks into play, will Bodhi be able to figure out whether or not what his former opponents are up to, or will Monty have some sort of new strategy that will actually trump Team Hirvania out? We will have to see, and I do think that we should be jumping right into the draft as some of these strategies will play out. We will see quite a lot what exactly both of these teams will be looking forward to. We know what they like to pick, like to play. Nisha on that mid loves to play that Ember Spirit. In fact, I think it's both of a Spirit matchup, both of these teams. Nisha on the Ember mid. Meanwhile, Moonlight loves to play that Storm Spirit. So we might potentially see a Spirit matchup on that mid lane. But as far as the carry heroes goes, you have a lot of I would say stable combinations. Kiseki loves to play that Gyrocopter as well. But looking towards that draft, the bans, the Brewmaster and the Broodmother banned out by the dire side, and we see a Primal Beast being picked up, and this is interesting because we know that it's Vladik's favorite hero to actually play. It's one of his most played heroes, so that initiation and that tankiness early on into the draft could potentially throw the other team off quite a bit. Tiny banned out as well. We see the Hoodwink ban, and these are all standard bans against the other team because these are one of their most played heroes. We will see what the first pick is going to be for Team Hirvania. Dragon Knight and Phoenix banned out. I would say three of these heroes, Hoodwink, Tiny, Phoenix, they're all favorites of Team Monty. That's what they love to play. And meanwhile, Broodmother, Monty banning out the Broodmother, it's one of Hirvania's favorite carry heroes. I do believe that usually you send the Broodmother down mid, but Hirvania love to send the Broodmother down to the carry role. So that's always interesting. Obviously, we will need to see some of the first picks come out. Okay, a standard Jakiro coming out over here, which it doesn't really say much from the draft. Obviously, we do have a new patch that has come out, so a lot of these heroes that they might be picking would have a lot of changes, but I don't think Jakiro has had any change outside of that short change to his attack range. We will see what the second pick for Team Hirvania is going to be. So Team Monty, certainly they have picked towards that initiation, towards their tankiness, so they could potentially double down on it, go suppress Team Hirvania before they're able to get towards outside of that laning phase if they get ahead, particularly if you pick up that Ember Spirit. So maybe Team Hirvania or Storm Spirit rather, maybe Team Monty are looking towards disabling whatever flashy mid hero Team Hirvania is going to pick up for themselves. Primal Beast himself has gotten a facet change as well. So, his ferocity facet has been reworked. It now provides 20% AoE for all items and abilities per hit, so that's definitely something. Oh, but actually a Darkseer in combination with the Jakiro, that's a lot of AoE potential coming out from Team Hirvania. That Vacuum and that Jakiro ultimate as well, that can deal a lot of damage. Not to mention you have a very nice setup for that Ice Spot, or even vice versa if you really think about it. So that's certainly a very deadly combination. You have the Surge ability as well to perhaps save some of your heroes from the Primal Beast when he comes in with that Stampede. So it might be a good counter towards for that primal beast. It might just prove to actually help them quite a bit. You have that vacuum as well, and I do think that the window to stop that stop that incoming charge from the primal beast is pretty small, but a quick enough vacuum could potentially stop that as well. We will have to see how that mechanism plays out in the actual game, but a Swen pickup. So Monty is actually doubling down on their tankiness. Two very strong heroes. The Swen can potentially be played as both the carry role and the support role, providing that additional armor. And even with the God Strength as the support, you have quite a lot of damage to yourself. You make that Drum of Endurance. You transition forward from that Drum of Endurance, and suddenly you have a very potent team fighting ability. But we will see whether or not this Swen is playing the carry, or if whether or not he will be playing the support. I will say that Team Monty, they do love to play that Swen on the support position. So let's see how they choose to go about it. One thing though is you are faced up against a Darkseer, so you might not want to double down on too many melee heroes. That Ion Shell and that Vacuum, and when you consider the fact that you have a Jakiro against you as well, so you wouldn't want to be vacuumed up. And it looks like it is going to be a Swen support, as they do have a Gyrocopter who is, I think it's a good decision to switch from the melee carry towards some sort of ranged carry, because you need some sort of distance. You don't want to be getting vacuumed up. You want to be a bit further away from the Jakiro. You want to be just hitting those charges. And with the additional armor the Swen is able to give, with the movement speed the Swen will be able to give, so that Gyrocopter will have a lot of space in those fights to actually be dishing out all of that damage, and that can potentially prove to be too much for Team Hirvania. So I would think that Team Hirvania needs some sort of blink mechanism to actually get in there, and wow, they're actually just going to go for that. Batrider coming in, so you do have some sort of mechanism now in play to get that blink in, because keep in mind guys, you're going to have a primal beast that's going to be all up inside of your team, so you need some sort of way to get to the Gyrocopter and drag him out, take him out as soon as you can, as fast as you can, particularly in the later stages of the game when you have a Daedalus, so you can't really afford to soak any damage. You have a Satanic up, so you need to drag the Gyrocopter out, take him out as fast as you can, and that's how you transition further into the fight. And it looks like they're going to go for a very heavy DPS oriented hero of their own in the form of Ursa Warrior. And I really like this play, because the Batrider Lasso plus the Ursa Warrior's Fury Swipes, that essentially means that Gyrocopter might not have enough time, provided that they're able to get the jump on him, might not have enough time to actually survive, and Team Monty might not even have the time to counter initiate if those Fury Swipes are do stack on. So it's very heavily reliant, there's a lot of reliance on your initiation ability and how you actually choose to initiate if you're Team Hirvania, because if things go wrong, if you can't get your lasso off, then perhaps you might just be losing that team fight pretty quickly. And Enigma coming out from Team Monte, so they have a sort of vacuum ability of their own. Of course, the Black Hole is going to be a very potent combination. You can choose to use that stun against the Batrider if he blinks in, won't be able to drag anyone out. You can choose to use the Black Hole against it as well. But what's going to be interesting to see is how this Enigma is going to be using his Black Hole, because you are faced up against an Ice Path. It's an incredibly long range ability that can just stop you from that Black Hole. Of course, Enigma has shifted from his utility and is less reliant on his Black Hole, and is just overall now is a really good laning phase hero as well. With those Eidolons, with those stuns, so those units you can rush those towers, you can take a lot of objectives early on with the Enigma. So perhaps that's how they're going to be playing that hero, and less reliant on the Black Hole, I would say. Instant ban out from that Rubik. The Silencer is still up in the game if you want to be going for that, but I don't think that they're going to need the Silencer if you're Team Hirvania, because you have quite a lot to stop the Enigma, and I don't think Enigma will have a lot of opportunities for this Black Hole. 4 heroes up now for both of these teams, and and I think both of their mid laners are currently missing. We might see a spirit combination come out. The Storm Spirit is there. The Ember Spirit has been banned out. It is Hirvania's favorite hero, Nisha, playing that Ember Spirit. It's one of his most played heroes, and in fact, he has more than a 60% or 70% win rate with that hero. So definitely someone that you want to be avoiding on that mid lane. But meanwhile, you do have the Pangolier open as well. You can create a lot of disturbance in the team fights with that Pangolier. It's one of his other most played heroes. So and again, you have the Void Spirit as well. So some sort of disruption, some sort of control mechanism, some hero that can just cause a lot of chaos in the fight would probably be best for Hirvania. And so just some way to protect your Ursa, some way to stop that Primal Beast from initiating and to stop that Enigma from causing mayhem in the fights. And again, doubling down on the damage to actually take out that Gyrocopter when your Batrider provides that opportunity. That's what they really require. If your team Monty, though, you want to be ensuring that your Gyrocopter stays alive. You want to be ensuring that your initiation goes off, and you want to be ensuring that your Enigma has the best shot for his black hole. But in fact, they're actually going to go for a Weaver, which suggests to me that perhaps this Primal Beast is going to be playing on the mid lane. We will have to see where this Weaver goes. Obviously, it's one of the most versatile heroes. Normally, when I see a Weaver come out, it's usually as in the earlier phases of the game, because you throw the opponents off so much. The Weaver can just about go in just about any of those lanes. But we will see a Sand King come out. I do believe this is a mid Sand King. One of the most, I would say, potent heroes right now. That Sting Touch and that Burrow Strike, it can do a hell of a lot of damage. And if you're not careful, it can absolutely decimate your team fights. Obviously, Sand King has been reworked quite a bit in the patch. His Sandstorm, the Aghanim Scepter, no longer upgrading his Sandstorm. It was an absolute menace to be in that Sandstorm, just constantly getting stunned out. But that Poison Sting, that Burrow Strike, it does so much in the laning phase. It's I would say he's one of the strongest laners right now. And if you're a melee hero, if you send your Primal Beast down mid against the Sand King, then that might just be a matchup where Sand King just comes out really heavily on top. So we will have to see how Team Monte respond to this in the laning phase. They have doubled down. I mean, they have picked up that Weaver, so they've sort of shrunk their options shrunk their options somewhat. Will have to be sending that Primal Beast down mid when he will be faced up against the Sand King, and it's really up in the air whether or not how much he's going to struggle. So I would say that Team Hirvania, they're really maximizing on their laning phase, while Team Monte, they're very heavily reliant on Gyrocopter being able to get his farm, the other heroes being able to get his farm, and the mid laner getting that optimal timing. Obviously, for Team Hirvania, they do need that Blink Dagger on that Sand King, which I do think that he should be able to get. Not a lot of ganking potential if you're Team Monte. So ideally, you want to be getting that 10-11 minute Blink Dagger and just keep on rotating towards Team Monte, keep on taking as many of those objectives as you can. And if you're Team Monte, you do have that Enigma, so you want to be getting as many of those objectives earlier on for yourself as well. So we will see how the laning phase goes for both of these teams. I do think that whoever gets the earlier items will have a lot of advantage going into the mid game. Whoever is able to secure some of those early objectives will have quite a lot of advantage. But of course, guys, I do think for both of these teams, it is a very mid-game oriented lineup. I don't think that either team could get so ahead, provided there isn't some sort of major skill disparity between both of these teams. That I think we're looking at around a 30 or 40 minute game, provided that both of these teams go at it evenly. Is the start of the game, guys. Early smoke coming from Team Monte. We look towards it will be a Sand King versus that Primal Beast on the mid lane. Again, guys, I think it's heavily favoring the Sand King. The Stinger obviously it did get adjusted quite a bit now. If you're faced up against the Sand King, you want to be getting a magic stick because the Stinger now pops, or actually now procs the magic stick. The cooldown has been increased, the mana cost has been increased, and the damage as well. It's extra physical damage instead of extra bonus damage. So a bit of nerf to that Stinger ability, but it still does so much. No nerfs to the Burrow Strike. You have the Caustic Finale as well. It's a very potent combination. A bit of a late smoke coming out from Team Hirvania. They're situated up towards the Triangle Ancient area, trying to spot out someone. But I don't think that Team Monte will be falling for this. The Bounty Rune is going to spawn. Swen, he needs to be careful. Fernandes is there. UI, early aggression coming on. Eknard, he's a bit stuck. Will try and run away from this, but he's getting body blocked by the Ursa, and he's going to end up falling. Nisha with the first blood. An early start for this Sand King. An early start for Team Hirvania, and that's very well executed by Team Hirvania, just enclosing them in like that. Oh, and Moonlight, I don't think his trample ability is going to do anything to the Sand King. He can just Burrow Strike himself right out of there. He's going to be getting a very early bottle, perhaps that Bracer. And again, another change, guys, is the fact that Bracer now gives HP instead of the attack damage. So it now gives HP regeneration plus HP, 50 HP in the early game and 100 HP later on. So the strength heroes, or just about any hero that chooses to make it, will have an even bigger advantage with those early game items. Towards the top lane, you do have the Weaver carry with the Swen support, and I do believe that they sent the gyrocopter down towards the bot lane. So it is going to be a Weaver carry. Okay, so this, I really like this because they switched it up. It's a lot more difficult to land that lasso onto the Weaver. So you now have some way to actually keep the team fight momentum going. Towards that bot lane, you have the Ursa and the Jakiro face up against the Enigma, who's in fact on the off lane. So going for that early BKB would definitely be advisable if you're Vladik. You want to be making sure you can get the black hole off, disable that Ursa. Oh, but those items deal so much damage. Jakiro paying for that exchange. I do think that bot lane should be going very heavily in favor of Monte. And meanwhile, on top lane, it's so difficult to get any kill onto the Weaver that Swen will be your only target. With that Ion Shell, with the Batrider Firefly, you can get the kill onto the melee hero, but you can't exactly get the kill onto the other one. But oh, Vladik, he's falling extremely low. Just needs one more hit, but there's a turnaround, and Gyrocopter is going to finish the Enigma off. First are taking a lot of damage. Did not expect that Jakiro to fall down, as I do believe Enigma was only one hit away, but he didn't manage to get the kill. Ursa Warrior also in a bit of trouble, will be entirely zoned out by that Gyrocopter. Not in a lot of danger of dying, but Gyrocopter, he has that flak cannon. Ursa is trying to go turn it around, but he's just gonna die. Cubify extending towards the midway into the tier 2 tower and just finishing that Ursa off. Very heavy, very good start for that offlane. Not the strongest of heroes on the offlane, the Gyrocopter, but keeping in mind that you do have the Primal Beast who you send down the mid lane. So essentially you have two farming heroes. You have the Gyrocopter, you have the Weaver. So your team Hirvania are faced up against potentially two carries instead of just one. Obviously this will come with its own downsides. The troubling thing is for Team Monte is that they don't seem to have a lot of ganking potential, particularly when those level 6 comes out. You have an Enigma that you situated as the position 3, so he's going to require his farm. He really needs those items. That he really needs that blink, that Black King bar to come out, because their later team fights are going to be entirely dependent on that. So you don't have a lot of heroes that can actually rotate get some sort of kills. But Moonlight, he's actually going to try and deal a lot of damage towards Niche. Oh, top lane, that's not what you expected. Bodhi actually falling to Crystallize. That was a lane where the Ion Shell and the Batrider, at least they're supposed to zone the opponents out, but it doesn't seem like they were able to do that. Their bot lane, again, it's a very heavy exchange, but Team Monte should be comfortably coming out ahead here. So, guys, I was talking about the rotating potential, and I think when you get that 6-minute rune, provided Sand King is able to get it, he will be able to rotate towards that top lane or towards the bot lane where Team Monte have so much aggression, will be able to take out that Enigma or Gyrocopter very easily because they don't have a lot of sustain, don't have a lot of health. And if you're Team Monte, who would you rotate in to try and actually save any of these heroes? You don't have a lot of heroes you can rotate. Perhaps the Swen is going to come in, as he's currently situated himself towards that bot lane, Eknar. But Cubify in a lot of trouble. The stun charged up on him as well. He's going to get stunned up just one hit away. He's going to fall to Fernandes as the Jakiro is again in a lot of trouble. There's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, but Moonlight is there as well with that charge in, but he's going to try and get out. Yawai is still alive, but both teams are going to disengage. Having taken two supports being taken out, but Yawai is in a lot of trouble as Moonlight, he's charging in. He has that level 6 at the ready. The teleport coming in from the Jakiro, but it might not come in time as he's going to get stunned up. There's the ultimate. The Ice Path's going to break the fight off. He's going to end up surviving, and there's a turnaround. Nisha's here, but he's taking a lot of damage. He has to actually fall as well as they're falling so low. Nisha has to buy some time, will end up falling. The Flacco's going to die as well, and Ursa, he's alive, but at the cost of your mid laner and at the cost of your support. Everyone rotated all of their heroes inside, and meanwhile, all of that, the Weaver kept on farming. The Sand King did not have his epicenter available for that fight. He wasn't able to do anything, so he did survive. And Jakiro, thanks to that amazing ice spot, your Ursa was able to get away, but they had no way to disengage from Team Monte, who were just doing so much AoE damage. You really needed your Darkseer in there. As Team Monte, they're now 3,000 gold lead ahead of Team Hervania. The tier 1 tower down now on the bot lane. Ursa's lost his space to farm up. He's forced to go back, farm up those jungle creeps. It should slow his farming ability down quite a bit. Oh, but what's this? Crystallize against 3 heroes, but he's going to go at it against Flacco. Should be able to take him out, but oh, he's forced to use his time lapse. Will be forced to move back. That AoE damage was just too much for him. He probably would have gotten that kill off, but it would have been very risky to his life. But thanks to the rotation that he's been forcing out from Team Hervania, Team Monte is just free to utilize the rest of the map. Look at Vladik. He's just entirely uncontested as he's able to farm the jungle. He's able to farm the creeps. But now's the time he needs to be careful. Yawai, he's on him. 2 Fury Strikes, 3 Fury Swipes. There's a charge in, or the Ice Path's going to slow him down, and that's one more hit required. Vladik's going to fall, paying for his over-aggression. But he managed to do quite a lot, created so much space for his team. Eight-minute mark as we are transitioning out of the laning phase, and it's going to be Batrider, who actually that Firefly just at the brink of it, he manages to survive. As Moonlight, he's looking for some blood. Eknard is here as well, but Nisha, he has all of his mana. The Ice Path going to stop the Primal Beast in his tracks. The Gyrocopter as well, but Swen is going to give so much movement speed and armor. They really want Eknard, but Nisha's taking a lot of damage. He gets charged in, he gets stunned up. He's going to end up falling. To the mid laner down now, and Team Hervania really need to get out. They're falling so low. Yawai is going to try and turn it around onto a kill on Cubify. Eknar's falling really low, but the Darkseer's there with the vacuum. Black Hole onto towards the sidelines, onto the Batrider, who is going to end up falling. But now, the Ursa Warrior is so low that he needs to be getting out. 2 supports down for Hervania, but Nisha, that was the second death of Nisha, and the mid laner, he's not able to get anything done. He's so far away from his Blink Dagger, just has phase boots available up for him. Meanwhile, Moonlight should be getting his Blink Dagger at the ideal 10 to 11 minute timing, just 500 gold or rather 700 gold away from that Blink Dagger. And Ursa Warriors doubling down on that Battle Fury. I'm not the most optimistic, guys, regarding this Battle Fury, because it's going to come at a time where you're losing a lot on your objectives. It's going to be a situation where you might just end up having lost all of your tier 1 towers. You won't have a lot of fighting ability, keeping in mind that Nisha doesn't have his Blink Dagger, won't have his Blink Dagger at the ready, so he won't be able, Team Hirvania won't have that much space to actually enable you to farm, your Battle Fury, then you farm up your second item and your third item. So they really need to adjust their action plan. They really need to be the ones who are engaging onto Team Monte rather than the other way around, because as things stand, Nisha tries to come in for the counterplay but just ends up dying without being able to do anything. Jakiro has this Flacco's been doing overtime for his team, getting those amazing ice spots. We saw it for the second time now where he completely shuts down the Team Monte's offensive, but there's no follow-up, there's no solid counter initiation that's able to come out. As Moonlight, he's going to charge in on the Flacco. Again, will get stopped by Flacco. Amazing ice spot coming in for the third time now. Definitely the, if we're going to call an early game MVP, in my books, it would be this guy. It would be Flacco. Just solid ice spots coming from him. Now, the good thing for Team Hirvania is going to be the fact that they have an Enigma, they have the Weaver. They are going to require a lot of farm. It's going to be a while before Enigma's BKB comes out as well. So Ursa will have a lot of time to actually continue to farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, 4-man smoke up now. They don't see the Ursa, but they have some idea that he's farming on this jungle.
Is under attack.
He needs to be careful. Will they be able to find the Ursa Warrior? They will spot him out. Cubify is on him. Moonlight is going to end up charging in, but the TP will get stopped. He's going to end up falling. The ultimate going to buy him some sort of time, but it's not going to help him, as UI is going to end up dying. Carry down now again, and his item is just going to be that much more delayed. He's around 2,000 or 1,800 gold away from that Battle Fury. It's going to come out very late, perhaps at the 16-17 minute mark. Team Monte have so much map control. The entirety of the jungle is in their hands. They have so many objectives as well. Crystallize doing so well for himself, able to farm uncontested and able to get all sorts of these kills, solo killing the supports on Team Hirvania's side. As things are slightly getting out of hand, Nisha really needs his Blink Dagger. Ursa really needs his Blink Dagger. And ideally, it should be right now the Darkseer who should be creating some sort of space for his team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They have that vacuum. They have the potential to stop them. Oh, but that is a disaster. As they manage to find the Ursa third time now towards that bot lane. The tower going to take a lot of damage, and I do think that Team Monte is going to be able to take this tower out. Smoke up now from Niche and Flacco. But initiation's going all around. The Gyrocopter ultimate coming out, but he's going to end up falling. That jungle is a no-go territory for both of these teams. You really want to be sticking together if you want to be playing there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ursa Warrior only going to get delayed again. His timing's going to be delayed further.
Radiant's top tower
Should be getting it around the 17-18 minute mark. as Weaver will be getting his Glepnir around the same time as well. And if you make the Glepnir, you essentially disable that Surge from going out. You essentially disable that Sand King from being able to do much. That Ursa Warrior from dishing out that damage. That Bat Rider from jumping in is such a core item against Team Hirvania. As Nisha, he's going to end up getting pulverized. The Weaver is on him as well, taking him a lot of damage. Burrow Strike out, going to find a TP. He will make it out alive,
Is under attack.
as at least the mid laner manages to keep himself alive.
Tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger up and ready for him as well. Does not have the epicenter currently, but will get it in 90 seconds. And this is their opportunity. This is their time to go. They really need to get a kill onto the Weaver or onto the Primal Beast. Slow down the pace of the game. Buy some time for the Ursa Warrior. Buy some time for Yuvai to farm. Get his items up. Be in a situation where you're able to take the mid game, be on equal footing, or at least be able to contest Roche.
Where's my pension?
Firefly up now as well. The Gyrocopter is going to be the first target. Ice Spot onto him. He's getting stunned up. Will manage to take out his ultimate, but it's not going to help him. Crystallize is there, dishing out a lot of damage. There goes the vacuum. There goes the Chakiro ultimate, as that's going to essentially force them to disengage. A very quick execution, but the problem is you're getting all of these kills onto the supports. You want the cores, you want the Weaver, and you're just not able to catch him. That was such a good last pick coming from Monte. Just switching it entirely. If this were the Gyrocopter carry, he would be just demolished by that Bat Rider, by that Sand King and that Darkseer. But instead, the Tsukushi, he's just a difficult target to catch.
Dire's top tower
It's going to get even more difficult as he's going to be getting his Glepnir soon. Just the recipe away from him, and in 200 gold, he's gonna have that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like there's going to be an engagement towards that bot lane. The Sand King Burrow Strike inside. Cubify in a lot of trouble, taking a lot of damage from those Fury Swipes, will end up falling to the Ursa. As Vladix, that's a signal for him to retreat. They do have the Blink Daggers. And he needs to be careful. Burrow Strike inside of Vladik. He's taking a lot of damage. Does have that black hole, but not in a place where you want to use it. There goes the lasso. Yuvai is going to finish him off as well. Going to go a long way for his Battle Fury as he's going to be finishing it up. The Primal Beast going to end up getting his Black King bar. So Monte is now a force to be reckoned with. You now have the potential. Hirvania now has the potential to get that farm up. You have the Battle Fury, so his farm is going to be very heavily accelerated. But now Team Monte's team fighting ability is so strong because you have that Glepnir and you have that BKB up for the Primal Beast. So if you're Team Hirvania, this is where you need to be very careful. As Monte are going to amp up the aggression fivefold. Currently a static game right now. Team Hirvania have realized that their bot jungle is just not where you can play, as Monty have situated themselves all up in there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So their Hirvania is going to be content playing towards that top side. They do have all of their key items, their Blink Daggers up and they're ready. And the next item for this Ursa, obviously after the Blink Dagger, is going to be the BKB. Once you get that BKB, then you're in a capacity where you can actually take some of these fights, where you can actually jump on. The problem for me, the problem for Hirvania is that the Weaver has been entirely uncontested so far. No death for him, but holding that thought, there's an initiation. BKB activated. Ursa Warrior is going to fall immediately, and the TP is going to be getting cancelled. I see Monte is going to
Is under attack.
place some vision, I would imagine, on the triangle. Monte right now, they're not focusing on the objectives. They're entirely focused on taking some of these skills. You do have the idleness, so you should ideally be going for those tier 2 towers. Or at least, I suppose they're trying to stop the Roche play from happening. It is too late. Oh, Epicenter being charged up. There's an initiation onto the gyrocopter. Again, he's going to end up falling. The macro power is down now, as well as Nisha's taking a lot of damage. The polarize comes out as well, and Flacco's going to end up falling. There's a 3-man burrow strike as Nisha manages to keep himself alive. Is going to end up making it out of there, as Eknard is in a lot of trouble, but he's going to end up surviving as well. The gyrocopter, the only casualty from all of that. But oh, a turnaround onto the Weaver. The black hole comes out. The Weaver's taking so low, but he's going to end up managing to fall. The Sand King falls as well, but they got their main objective as UI is back inside of the fight, taking a lot of damage from the Primal Beast. Is going to end up dying again, as Flacco is going to be the last casualty of this battle. Team Hirvania recognized, oh, but Cubify, he needs to be getting out, does get stunned up. The charge in from Moonlight, there goes the ultimate, as the Darkseer nowhere to go. Body is gonna fall. As I do believe that was a full team wipe, as the Batrider just respawned. Team Hirvania, I mean, they had a solid plan. They recognized the fact that they could go on to the Weaver. They did manage to take him out, even though it became quite close. So at least Team Hirvania have realized that the fact that they are able to take the Weaver out. If that Ursa Warrior gets that BKB, that fight would have been a lot different. So that's going to be the next item up for him. Ideally, if he should get it before that 23-24 minute mark, that should position themselves in a fight, in a place where, you know, they're not dying instantly to Team Monty. The Team Arena have managed to keep their towers alive so far, so that's definitely a very good sign of life from them. Lincoln Sphere going to be ready up by the Weavers. The next item up for him should provide him a lot of sustain, should provide him the ability to dodge out or to block out that lasso. And there aren't a lot of abilities that can actually break that Lincoln Sphere either. I suppose you can use the Force Staff onto the Weaver and break his Lincolns, but outside of that, I don't think you have much. Aegis now going to go towards the Weaver, going completely uncontested. And now with the Aegis up for Crystallize, I think it's time to go. I think it's time to actually take some of these objectives. You have the BKB from Moonlight, you have the Eternal Shroud as well, so he's just nearly impossible to kill. He hasn't fallen 1-8-0-6 now for Moonlight. And with this Eternal Shroud, he's just impossible to kill. The Ursa quite simply does not have the damage required to take him out. As he's going to come onto Nisha. Nisha's planted himself perfectly, will break out that smoke. Batrider, Fernandez is going to end up falling, but not the worst trade-off. I mean, he really just needs a Blink Dagger to actually play. $3K gold lead up for Team Monte, as things have become a bit static. I do think that they really need to be taking some of these objectives. You want the high ground push, right? You want the high ground push before this Ursa Warrior, before this Sand King stacks up on those items where they're able to take some of this team fight regardless of the amount of damage output you're able to provide. Because, you know, once this Abyssal Blade comes out, you're going to be in a very tough position. Bot lane, Bodhi's going to die, but it's not the worst loss. All of these skills, sure, they're very good to keep yourself ahead, but without the objectives, this game is essentially going to continue to stall. As Crystal is going to make him engage onto Nisha. The Glepnir coming out. Nisha's in a lot of trouble. Will use himself to get away, but he's stuck in between of 3 players, taking a lot of damage. Will borrows himself, strike himself up to the high ground, but the Weaver's following him around. Just needs one more hit to end up dying, and looks like he's going to fall to Moonlight. The mid laner down now for Team Hirvania, as they're not done just yet. They want another target. They want the Ursa Warrior. They managed to catch him out. He's stuck on the cliff. UI nowhere to go. As he just... this is... I don't even know how to describe this, guys. This is not good. if that's one way to put it. As all 3 cores falling, the Darkseer from that bot lane, then they went towards that triangle, took out the Sand King, then they went towards that those ancient creeps towards the side lane, and they found the Ursa Warrior. He got flung towards that cliff, so essentially losing all 3 cores in less than a minute. It's not ideal. You want to be farming up, you want to be getting those items, but Team Monte are just not allowing Team Hirvania to have the space for it. As now it seems like they're positioning themselves up to take at least the mid lane tower. A full 2 minutes left on that Aegis. Net worth lead quite ahead. The Primal Beast is actually 15,000 net worth. Going to farm his Shiva's Guard. And this Primal Beast is just going to get more and more unkillable. The more items he gets, will have that Shiva, then will have perhaps the Heart of Tarask or the Assault Quells, and he's an absolute monster. As Team Monte, they've taken the tier 2 tower at mid, and now they're going to go for... This is the time where they go high ground. Team Hirvania, they're not in an ideal position to actually be defending this. BKB not up just yet. He needs 100 gold away. He needs 100 gold for that BKB. He really needs that if you want to be taking this team fight. But it looks like they have spotted that Ursa towards top. And it looks like they're going to disengage from their push completely. So at least now Ursa is going to have his BKB for this team fight, but he needs to be careful. He's farming in that triangle, but there goes the blink and jump in from the Primal Beast. Jakiro being chased inside, will find the Sand King, will unleash his ultimate. There goes a call down from the Gyrocopter. Sand King taking a lot of damage, will use himself, buy himself some time. There goes a 4-man vacuum, but the Black Hole is going to catch 2 of them. The Darkseer and the Bat Rider in a lot of trouble. The Primal Beast goes in. Ice Path again going to slow them out, but it's just going to buy some time as Team Hirvania are trying to retreat from here. Team Monte, inside of the high ground, will find the Swen, will get a kill onto him, as they're going to pay just a little bit for that aggression, utilizing all of their ultimates, and it looked really scary for Team Hirvania. The ultimates coming out, the Black Hole coming out, catching 2, but again, Flacco with that absolutely stunning Ice Path, that vacuum coming out, catching 4. If those things didn't happen, then we might have been looking at a full team wipe.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
As it's now Team Hirvania's time to go. Smoke down 4 heroes. But Team Monte is going to be content just farming this. As the full Lincoln Sphere is ready for the Weaver, he's going to be going for that Nullifier next. The Ursa Warrior, again, standard itemization. He's going to be going for that Abyssal Blade. With that Abyssal, they should have enough lockdown for this Weaver. You know, you can proc the Lincolns and then you can perhaps get a lasso down, or perhaps the vice versa, where you can lock him down with the Abyssal Blade, then the Epicenter combination onto him. And that can be a potential way to take him out. Observer Ward planted on the high ground of Team Hirvania, but again, they're not going for these objectives, just faking on the threat of going high ground. Aegis down now too. It did take out. 5-man smoke up, and Bodhi needs to be careful. He's farming on this top lane, and they have an idea that he's here. But oh, they're actually going to go for that TP. They're going to TP all 4 inside Bodhi. Oh, very lucky there. Will be able to continue farming up. I don't think Ursa was spotted by this observer ward, so he is going to be safe as well. Team Hirvania have planted themselves on that high ground, not revealing anyone. But oh, there goes the lasso onto the gyrocopter. He's going to end up falling. Cubify down now, as Moonlight did reveal himself as well. Eknard is visible to the creeps. They know the Weaver is there as well, so they have the vision advantage. Nisha, is he going to make a play happen? No lasso up. Vladik does have his black hole, so they need to be very careful for the counter initiation if they do choose to go in. 30 minutes now, and this Ursa Warrior has recovered all of his farm. He was down quite a bit, now a full basher up and ready. He just needs a few more items before he's able to make his Abyssal Blade. And once he has that Abyssal Blade, they will have the enough damage to actually take these heroes out. They will have enough damage to perhaps take out this Primal Beast, who's been an absolute menace so far. As the Hirvania have a lot more map control to play with now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of control towards that top side. They do have the vision there as well, and this is where they've been playing for the past 10 minutes. This is where they've been able to get all of that farm. Monte haven't focused on the objectives as much,
Tower is under attack.
perhaps as much as they should have, considering that the advantage that they had. But 30 minutes now, and we're approaching the late game in a situation where both of these teams carries have evened out in farm. The Ursa Warrior has the Abyssal Blade. The Weaver will be getting his Nullifier up soon. As a 3-man smoke, Yawai going to lead the fray, will spot out Moonlight. But there's the stun charge onto him. There's the initiation from Moonlight. BKB activated as well. Will land his ultimate onto the Ursa Warrior. Yawai's in a lot of trouble. Is trying to make himself out. Hasn't activated his BKB just yet. Nisha's inside with the epicenter onto the Swen. The epicenter is not going to do a lot of damage as Cubify's flag cannons are going out. There goes the Macro Pyre trying to save Nisha. The Bloodstone is going to regenerate a lot of HP. As a botched initiation from Team Monte, overestimating rather the damage potential, the damage output that they have. The Primal Beast Moonlight activated his BKB prematurely onto the Ursa Warrior. Obviously, you need to be using your BKB, otherwise Team Hirvania has so much disabled, so much stop to your channeling ability that you just can't continue with the Pulverize. And now this is where Team Hirvania are going to go for that Ursa. They recognize the BKB is down. They recognize there's no Pulverize, but they need to be careful of the fact that Vladik has the black hole, but he's just not in position of this. Moonlight's going to try and buy himself some time. Yawai is going to activate his BKB, trying to finish off the Roshan. He's going to be able to get the Aegis, and now Primal Beast taking a lot of damage. The Enigma is here into the fight. The Pulverize now comes out onto the Batrider. He's taking a lot of damage, will end up falling. The Ice Path comes out as well, stopping the Swen. This fight has been divided entirely. Darkseer just running around, not finding anyone with that vacuum, but now Nisha in a lot of trouble. The black hole is going to stop him from getting away as he's taking a lot of damage. The Ice Path again going to buy some time. The Bloodstone comes out. He's going to regenerate a lot of his HP, and he's still alive. The Ursa Warrior Aegis not popped just yet, as Swen is going to take a lot of damage. It will pop out just now, but Team Monte really need to be getting out of here. They have no more HP to take these 5-2 heroes down now. Their Primal Beast falls for the first time as well. 2,000 gold going the way of the other team's carry. As Team Monte, they were not in a position to take this fight. The black hole was so far away. Enigma just not in the position. They instantly fell short of it. As soon as the Ursa Warrior picked up that Aegis, they had committed so hard that they had to go in for that fight, but they didn't have the abilities, they didn't have the items up. The Primal Beast did not have the BKB, and we saw just how much interruption that Team Hirvania are able to put out with that vacuum, with that ice path. I don't think I've seen, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've seen a single ice path this game which has failed to stop Team Monte.
Dire's middle tower
Every single time, this guy, Flacco, his ice path just provides so much value for his team. Just every single time, he's able to save his heroes, he's able to save his allies, he's able to disable the other team.
Dire are scanning.
As Ursa Warrior, he's actually going to go for that Octarine core rather than completing up his Abyssal Blade. 34 minutes now, and for the first time, the lead is going to go in favor of Team Hirvania. 4k gold lead up for them. Team Monte, they're not in a position anymore where they can take some of these fights so confidently. Ursa Warriors, nearly impossible to kill. As long as he gets that in-rage off, he should buy himself enough time for his team to come in and provide the counter initiation. You have so many Blink Daggers available. You have Batrider with the Blink Dagger, Ursa, Darkseer, Sand King, 4 heroes with the Blink Dagger. Such high mobility that really a counter initiation is 100% going to come out there. And that's what Team Monte really need to be careful of. You have the initiation, but the Weaver doesn't have a lot of damage. Sure, you have the Nullifier, but you don't have the Daedalus that you ideally need. So inside of that Pulverize, you just don't deal as much damage anymore. The Black Holes as well, been on 1 hero, 2 heroes, but now it's at the stage of the game requires, if you want to be getting out ahead, you now require a 2-man or a 3-man Black Hole if you want to be coming out ahead. A full 5-man smoke, as it looks like there might be another head-to-head. Another 5v5 clash. Shiva's guard going to get activated. Don't think it was spotted out. Yawai leading the fray, trying to find anyone as he can. Eknard going to activate his additional armor, but Ursa's Warrior is going to go in. Ice Spot going to stun up this one. Pulverize going to come out on the Ursa, but the Macropyre hasn't found it. The Black Hole comes out as well, not catching anyone, but it looks like the Sand King, the Epicenter now comes out as well. The Macropyre doing a lot of damage. There goes another Ice Spot catching 3. The Gyrocopter falls. Moonlight in a lot of trouble. He needs to go back. Eknard taking a lot of damage as all the heroes are alive except for the Ursa, but the Ursa's done his job. Done enough damage as the Primal Beast is going to end up falling as well. Weaver and the Enigma just the only ones alive.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh man, that Ursa, Yawai, he went in all out against the other team, recognizing that everything is going to be fired, is going to be counter initiated upon him, and that's exactly what happened. The Pulverize, the Enigma, Black Hole, they threw everything they had on the Ursa Warrior, and sure, you ended up getting him down, but the rest of the abilities, these Ice Paws, these Macropyres, the Sand King Epicenter, the Batrider Firefly, the Vacuum coming out, you have so much AoE damage that even the Primal Beast with his Shiva's Guard, with his Eternal Shroud, with all of his HP, I believe he has more than 3,000 HP, even he was not able to survive. The Weaver, the only one able to get out, and that's simply because he has so much movement speed, 600 movement speed with that Sukuchi,
tower is under
and
attack.
it's a situation where, you know, you get that Hex up, you get additional disables, and you're going to be able to take that Weaver out as well. 9k net worth lead for Team Hirvania, as they're only going to keep it increasing. Again, though, the objectives aren't there for Team Hirvania either. They don't have the tier 2 towers, and in fact, the tier 1 tower for Team Monte is still standing on that bot lane. So you want to be getting these objectives too. Octarine Core at the ready for the Ursa, and it looks like he's going to go for that Abyssal Blade now. And with that Abyssal Blade, guys, the initiation, perhaps the Ursa Warrior stays alive a lot longer, or perhaps there's a guaranteed kill when you initiate upon anyone.
Dire's top
And
tower
even the Warcry would not be able to save you at that point. But now tier 2 tower down for Team Monte. The potential for the high ground has been opened up. but it's still very difficult. Team Monte's high ground defense is quite strong. You can just put down the Pit of Malice, or sorry, the Midnight Pulse, and essentially stop the high ground push. You have the Primal Beast that can clear the wave. You have the Weaver that can actually stall the creeps out quite a bit. So the high ground defense, not the best, not the weakest, I would say. But over on Team Hirvania's side, their high ground defense is so incredibly strong that I don't really see a way that, as things stand right now, I don't really see a way how Team Monte can actually get in there. Crimson Guard at the ready for the Dark Seer. Shiva's Guard being prepped for Nisha, and it's a situation where things are slowly getting out of hand for Team Monte. They really need to make something happen, and it looks like that's the thinking, that's the strategy behind it. As a 5-man smoke, they're going to try and make their way. The Gyrocopter leading the fray, but Swen's, I'm not sure how Swen's smoke got popped there. Like there might be another full 5v5 team fight coming out. This time it might just be Team Monte who gets that initiation. I don't think that Team Hirvania have any idea that they're being flanked right now. Crystallize trying to gain some vision. I do believe that his swarm was spotted. Ursa Warrior is going to be the first one to reveal himself to the creeps.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Both teams have planted these observer boards, but they're not really going to find anyone, as both teams are going to disengage. The next Roche will be up in 1 minute, and both of these teams will be able to find a time to get those items up. The Shiva's Guard should be up for the Sand King. The Abyssal Blade should be up for the Ursa Warrior, and I think there's going to be a game deciding fight that happens towards that next Roche pit. Ideally, if you fight Roche, you want to be taking that Aegis out, and if you're able to take that Aegis out, you stall the game even further, right? But if that Aegis, should that Aegis just the other team get ahead with that Aegis, should get away with that Aegis, then it's going to be a potential disaster. Observer ward plays down towards that cliff. They know that there's some sneaky business here.
Dire's middle tower.
As Team Monte is just going to hang out near their own observer ward. Roche isn't up just yet. 20 seconds to Roche. They will spot it out, but now they're making a move on towards Monte. As a war cry, they're just going to get out. And now the Aegis will spawn in 10 seconds. Team Hirvania know this. They're going to stick around towards that Roche pit. And Team Monte should be aware of this as well, as they're literally running circles around these guys. But now, guys, Yowai will get spotted out, will blink himself out. The Glimmer Cape going to be activated by the Gyrocopter. Aegis spotted, Roche spotted out now as well, as both of these teams have now know this is happening. Crystallize
Radiant
in
are
front.
scanning.
Both teams very careful of the fact that they don't want to be initiated on. As it looks like Team Monte are going to be retreating back. I think this is the third time or the fourth time that Team Monte have circled around like this. And now it looks like it's time to go. The Roche Scream does come out, as Team Monte should be aware that there's a Roche play happening, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be contesting this. But now, now they're moving behind, but it's just too late for them. This Roche is going to fall down. Fury Swipe is going to take it down very quickly. Just one more hit, and the Roche is going to fall. The Aegis is going their way, and now Team Monte, they should be getting out. I do not think that fighting against an Ursa with an Aegis is the ideal play, as a full Abyssal Blade is ready for him. A Swift Blink going to be up in the works. as he's going to be 6 slotted soon. The pipe is ready from the Darkseer. Batrider has so much farm. This team Irvania, they're really just 1 or 2 items away from being 6 slotted for I think all of their heroes, obviously except for the position 5. But it's a very scary situation for Team Monte. How do you defend against this Aegis? Or rather, how do you take a team fight against this Aegis? Sure, you can clear the waves out, but now it's going to be Irvania who are going to go towards that top lane, going towards that high ground. As no one has buyback. The Primal Beast does have it, but apart from him, should the rest of his team fall,
Tower is under attack.
Team Monte won't be able to come back into the fight. If you lose the high ground fight without any buybacks, it might be just be a potential GG situation.
Tower has fallen.
So Team Hirvania are going to take as much map control before they eventually go high ground. Going to push out all of these lanes. Might just end up taking a tier 2 tower at bot. There's a refresher shard up for the Sand King as well, so that's a potential those are 2 potential epicenters that might come out in the same fight. He has a lot of surviving ability of his own. With that Bloodstone, he can keep himself alive, activate that refresher, and come back for a second epicenter, and that's a lot of damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams trying to find some sort of opportunity to go inside. Both the Ursa and the Sand King are level 24. They might think about getting their level 25 before they decide to go high ground. Cubify, he will get spotted out by the Sand King, but no initiation just yet. No one's committing to starting this fight. A full scepter can now be bought by the Primal Beast, but the problem is Moonlight won't have the buyback should he go for it. Weaver now has that Daedalus, so it was the missing link for that damage. He should be able to dish out a lot of damage. He should be able to take at least the supports out of Team Hirvania. Should be able to take out the Sand King as well, provided you disable him long enough that he's unable to activate his Bloodstone. But high ground defense, guys, that's
Is under attack.
the only way that Team Monte come back from this. Against a 16k net worth lead, against a level 25 Ursa. Oh, Batrider tried to initiate in, but he got used up. Will now be getting out as Team Hirvania are going to disengage. Tower's going to take quite a bit of damage, but the Ursa goes in onto the Swen. There goes the 2-man power strike onto the Primal Beast as well. Moonlight will get the pulverize onto the Ursa Warrior. Swen able to come out as well as UI is going to end up falling. He's activating his BKB, will get the turn around, but the Glepnir is going to stop him in his tracks. The Aegis still intact
Is under attack.
as both teams managing to disengage from there. The downs, oh, the lasso, but a 2-man black hole is going to stop Nisha. 3-man black hole. The entirely falling Nisha is going to fall so low, forced to pop his U's. BKB activated as well, and Bloodstone activated. He's going to regenerate his HP. The Epicenter now comes out as well. The Abyssal onto the Primal Beast. Moonlight taking a lot of damage. He's going to end up falling. Flacco down as well as the buybacks come out from the Gyrocopter from Moonlight, as that's going to force Team Hirvania to disengage.
Dire's middle tower.
As both teams now, they're so hesitant to commit fully to these team fights. They want to be playing this in very carefully. No Aegis up for Ursa. They will get the tower. And Primal Beast has no buyback. He needs to be very careful of this. No black hole for them either. If they fall here, it could end up being the game, guys. Why is going to go back? Range Rex now down 2. Oh, but there goes the lasso as well on towards the Enigma, the ice path as well, the vacuum wall, the wall is down now as well. Moonlight going to charge in, but he's lost 2 of his heroes, the Enigma. Buyback comes out, Moonlight taking a lot of damage. He really needs to get out. Will seal totem himself away. As again they disengage, but Nisha's going to go back in with that Burrow Strike. Enigma, he just bought back. Vladik is going to fend up, falling down now for 100 seconds. The Gyrocopter, no buyback available either. 3v5 guys, full lane of Rax down now for Team Monte. As the mid lane of Rax is now being threatened. What do you do against this, guys? You don't have a lot of ways to get these kills off. You don't have the black hole. You don't have the Gyrocopter call down as well. Not a lot of ways to clear some of these creeps remaining either. You don't have the Midnight Pulse.
Dire's middle
Weaver, with all of his damage, he needs someone to be the one initiating. He needs time to actually take some of these heroes out. 3,500 HP up for the Ursa. No way to kill him, as that's going to be a free second lane of Rags. But again, the Firefly, again the lasso, down onto 2 heroes. The Primal Beast Moonlight taking a lot of damage. This time he won't be able to get out. Down now for 120 seconds. There goes 2 heroes.
Dire's middle
As the Weaver's the only one alive. Can't do anything else, as a GG call is going to be coming out now, guys. What an exhilarating game, lasting for 50 minutes. And Team Monte were so ahead in that early game, were able to get so much done, got so many good rotations, were able to take the Ursa out on they were able to take the Ursa out on that bot lane, just killing him every single time. They got so many of the cores. They were able to kill the Darkseer. Their timings were so ahead either. I believe Moonlight got his Blink Dagger quite early on, 10 and 11 minutes, and the Sand King got his Blink Dagger at the 14-15 minute mark. Ursa got such a late Battle Fury, but in the end, guys, they managed to turn the game around, and it looked so convincing. Just they steadily took the game. They played it at their own pace. Team Monte were a bit too, I would say, late on those objectives. They didn't really commit towards that tier 2 tower on the mid lane, on the top lane, and they allowed Team Hirvania to get so much farm up. They gave so much time away. They gave so many of those ages away as well, that Team Hirvania were able to come back. That was an outstanding comeback, I would say. And I have to hand it to Flacco. Those ice spots, I mean, I honestly did not see a single ice spot that wasn't, that didn't have a very high amount of impact. I didn't see a single vacuum from the Darkseer that didn't have a high amount of impact. And we saw quite a few black holes as well. Nothing really too game-changing. But again, we discussed this problem early on as well. But how do you continue on with the black hole? You have so much disruption in the form of the vacuum, in the form of that ice spot. Then really, in some of those fights, it really was the supports that won those fights for Team Hirvania, allowed the Ursa Warrior to actually survive, allowed the Sand King to get his Bloodstone off and survive as well. And in the end, it really was them making all sorts of plays. And not to mention the Batrider, who towards that high ground play where they towards that bot lane, he managed to get the lasso once, he managed to get the lasso twice, and then he got the third lasso onto the Primal Beast without the buyback, and they ended up finishing the game. So kudos to the entire team. They stuck together, they played through their strengths, they realized that their timings, they're not there just yet. And even in a situation where they were behind quite a bit, I believe they were 9k at a 9k net worth loss at one point, they were able to come back from it, and in such a very convincing way. They didn't lose their cool, they stuck to their items, stuck to their strengths, and eventually were able to take the game away. Reminiscent of the past, guys, remember, these are two teams that have gone against each other, and previously Team Hirvania did 2-0 Team Monte. It looked like things might have been changing for Team Monte. It looked like for a while their Team Monte might just be bagging this one, but they did end up losing. It is a best of 3, guys, so the second game is up. Perhaps Team Monte can come back for some revenge, can take it to a game number 3, but we're going to come right back for game number 3 right after a short break.
tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant is Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
Hi guys, and welcome back after what appeared to be quite an exhilarating game. It, seemed like things were going in the way in favor of Team Monte, but Team Urbania were able to bring everything back at the brink of it towards the mid game, late game, and it didn't really seem like Team Urbania were supposed to be able to do that. Their timings were entirely off. The Ursa Warriors getting such a late Battle Fury, the Sand King getting such a late Blink Dagger, the Team Monty just having so much momentum going in their favor, just had so much map control, were able to dictate so many of those team fights, were able to take those objectives uncontested, take those pickoffs uncontested, that it really seemed like Team Monty should have gone high ground when they had the chance, should have gone high ground with that first Aegis that they took, but they chose not to. And that simply allowed Team Hirvania to have the time to get that farm. Ursa got that got that Battle Fury, then he got that Blink Dagger, and let's not forget the first death of the Primal Beast. It gave away 1800 gold to the Ursa Warrior, essentially allowing him to get that third item up the Black King bar so quickly that he evened out with the Weaver so early on, despite of the lead that the Weaver had. I do think that the Weaver did not die up until the mid game, back when they chose to go for that counter initiation, recognizing the fact that they could take out the Weaver. And sure, they lost 4 heroes in place of it, but I think it really came down to the fact that Team Monty were taking out the supports, getting all of these pickoffs, but Team Hirvania were able to get some really crucial kills. But jumping right straight into the next game, guys, we're going to see the Snapfire come out from Team Hirvania this time around. Again, really good hero, particularly that long range hero. Those goblets of fire, as I like to call them, certainly do quite a lot of damage. They have banned out the Primal Beast, and I suppose for good reason. Moonlight was an absolute beast last game. Despite of the fact that they didn't win, he proved to be a menace for Team Hirvania. Not really dying, had so much utility to offer his team, was able to provide his team with perfect amounts of initiation. Will ban out the Swen as well. As Team Monty, they're going to go for that Tiny. I do think that, guys, this is the support Tiny, as Team Monty likes to play it, not really going for that core Tiny, and they're going to ban out similar. They're going to ban out favorites of Team Hirvania, the Pangolier, the Hoodwink, and the Broodmother, the Panda as well. So all heroes that Team Hirvania love to play. And we're really going to need to see what the second pick will be before we're able to sort of come out with a draft, or how the draft is going to look like. But Tiny, he's been a staple for so many of these patches. The stun toss combination, I believe since the advent of Dota, that stun toss combination has perhaps been one of the most classical combinations out there. I don't think the stun toss has ever really been changed from that combination, in fact. But we'll see whether that hero is going towards the mid lane or the support role. Obviously, as I said, they do like to play it as a support, but can be good overall. Not very good against the Sand King. Will get absolutely demolished if Team Hirvania go for that Sand King again. Lina ban, and this is again a staple ban against Team Monte. Moonlight loves to play that Lina, but the spirits are entirely open, as both of these teams, Moonlight loves to play the Storm Spirit, and meanwhile on Nisha's side, he loves to go for that Ember Spirit and that Void Spirit. So definitely a combination that you can choose to go for. Particularly, you want some hero that can actually disable or has some sort of pull mechanism, buy enough time for the Snapfire, for those kisses to come in and actually deal a lot of damage in those team fights. I suppose the Storm Spirit Vortex can do that, the Ember Spirit Searing Chains can do that, or perhaps some more heroes that have some form of disable. So I do think, at least, with just that one pick, I can predict that Team Hirvania are going to be going for those lockdown heroes, perhaps even a Faceless Void later on into the draft phase. As Team Monty are going to be going for that second pick, they will ban out that Ember. So again, recognizing the fact that they're faced up against a mid laner that loves to play that Ember, that is a veteran of the spirits. But who are they going to go for? They do have, a lot of combinations they can play with the Tiny, but they're going to go for an Elder Titan. Similar to last game, they're going to defer their first two picks are going to be melee heroes. But, guys, that Elder Titan, I've been seeing that hero as of late, and he just does so much in the laning phase. His spirit gives him so much damage. He's able to zone any hero out. He's able to just absolutely pulverize and smash down anyone that stands in his way. An absolute menace in the laning phase, an absolute menace in that towards that mid game where he has that split earth, he has that stun disable against anyone that stops them. And again, guys, something that we need to consider is the fact that Elder Titan can actually stop the Mortimer kisses very easily. Just will take a stomp, Snapfire, won't have any choice but to disengage or get stunned, and really I suppose that's a counter pick for that Snapfire. But we will see a Dragon Knight and an Enchantress, two heroes that's actually synergize very well together, two heroes that can mow down those objectives, mow down those towers very early on. Enchantress, again, guys, did get a buff in the new patch. We have he has a new innate ability, the Rabble Rouser, where all the neutral cramps deal more damage to heroes, and the more the levels that Enchantress has, the more damage her neutral creeps will actually deal. So it's quite good, particularly if you want to be taking down some of those objectives, particularly in the mid game. I suppose Enchantress is kind of like the new Chen in that regard, where her creeps will be able to deal a lot of damage. And again, you have those creeps. So two heroes that can take down a lot of those objectives. And I do think that Team Hirvania should perhaps double down on some of that. They are missing their carry, and it seems like Team Monte are going to be going for that Shadow Fiend and that Vengeful Spirit. So Shadow Fiend could be played on that mid lane, could be played on the carry role as well. We will see where he chooses to go. I do think that the Vengeful Spirit is going to be the off lane for Team Monte. And it's a good hero to actually secure Shadow Fiend. You can swap him out in case he's in a lot of trouble, essentially allowing him to survive. But again, guys, they're sort of lacking on a bit of tankiness, provided this Tiny and Elder Titan are both supports. Should any of them be offlane, then they will obviously have that tanky ability. But the troublesome thing is that early game, this Enchantress who's going to be rotating everywhere, this Snapfire who might be choosing to rotate, it can prove to be too much for the Shadow Fiend, provided if you're not able to protect him. The Dragon Knight does so much against the Shadow Fiend as well. Obviously, in the laning phase, if you're talking about a Dragon Knight versus a Shadow Fiend matchup, then Shadow Fiend comes out on top. Those raises just do too much damage to any mid laner. But once that Dragon Knight hits level 6 and once those rotations come in, Shadow Fiend just does not have anything in his arsenal to actually stop those initiations, stop those ganks. So very heavily reliant on this Vengeful Spirit to actually keep the Shadow Fiend alive. Both of these sides, they have revealed quite a lot of their matchups. I think for Team Hirvania, they're either their carry is actually missing right now, so we will see who they're going to choose to go for. And for Team Monte, I think that they require some sort of initiator, provided this Tiny is not going to be the one who's making that Blink Dagger. It's fair if he does go for it, but I would commit to some other initiator, or perhaps some hero that can actually provide some sort of heal or defensive ability, because you're expecting that your towers are going to start going down very quickly as soon as you're out of the laning phase. So you want someone that can hold those towers down. You want someone that can actually provide a lot of defense to your towers, stop those rotations from coming in as well, and perhaps grant yourself some sort of initiation. Well, who that hero is going to be, I mean, they do have some options. The Pangolier is open as well. You can just choose to go in for it. Though that Rolling Thunder does a lot, particularly against heroes which have creeps. Your creeps cannot be using their abilities or be hitting anyone, even if you have increased attack damage of your neutral creeps, of those enchantress creeps. They're just going to get continuously stunned up. Does very well against the Dragon Knight. You can go towards the back lines as well with that Pango, take out that Snapfire as well. So certainly a hero that does very well. And you have the Dawnbringer up for Team Hirvania. I have not seen this hero in some time now, but it's certainly making a resurgence in this patch, I suppose. But overall, I think so. Their lineup is now fully set. He'll be going towards that bot lane. The Dragon Knight will be going middle. Rather, actually, I'm not exactly sure who their carry is right now. This is very interesting. So Yavai is going to be their carry, and Flacco and Nisha is going to be the Rubik mid against the Shadow Fiend. So that's very interesting, guys. It really depends on which race the Rubik steals, right? And there's not a lot of spells to steal, not a lot of spell amplification early on into the game. You really need that long range race to steal if you want to be dishing out those spells against the Shadow Fiend. Obviously, in the laning phase, there's not a lot of kill potential you have. The Shadow Fiend has towards the Rubik. You can essentially throw the Shadow Fiend back, disengaging his ability to just raise you down. You have the fade bows that you will be able to spam out, but a lot of the problems that I see with Rubik games is that your laning phase is very strong, your mid game is quite strong as well, but past that, when you have a Shadow Fiend that's going to be doing 300-400 damage per hit, when you can essentially one shot or two shot the Rubik, the mid Rubik the position 2 Rubik doesn't provide a lot of value at that point. So ideally, you have the Rubik with the Dragon Knight and the Enchantress. So in an ideal situation, Team Hirvania should be mowing down those towers as quickly as they can, not allowing the game to go towards that late game phase, not allowing the Shadow Fiend to actually farm up. Did pick up the Tidehunter in that last pick, so they do have that initiation mechanism that we were talking about. I do think that this Tidehunter should be rushing that Blink Dagger instead of that mechanism early on. At least that's the item I would go for. With that Blink Dagger, that's a lot of initiation, and again, Blink Ravage has has quite a lot of distance with its stun, so you can potentially stop the Snapfire as well. The Dawnbreaker, again, will be able to provide his team with a lot of heal. You have two healing heroes on your team, the Enchantress and the Dawn. So a lot of sustain coming out from them, and a kind of a 4 protect 1 strategy if you're Team Monty.
30 seconds to battle.
So mid lane, even if the Rubik does a lot of damage against the Shadow Fiend, able to throw out those fade bolts, throw out those raises once he gets his level 6, I don't think you can stop Moonlight's farm. You really do need to get those rotations coming in. And if we talk about rotations, you can rotate the Enchantress, you can rotate the Snapfire, so you do have a lot of you do have some ways to get the Shadow Fiend down. But keep in mind, guys, that their Team Monty are going to be prepared for this. Vengeful Spirit is going to be at the ready with that teleport in, so it can be quite a risky play, as you can get turned around on if you choose to go for that Shadow Fiend. Looks like it is going to be a Vengeful Spirit carry with Eknard as his support, and this is a lane that can do a lot of damage. Sure, you have a lot of kill potential in the form of Dawnbreaker with that Snapfire as well, but an equal amount of kill potential going towards Team Monty. So whoever is this lane, it can go either way, and I don't expect it to go any one way. I do think that the person who's going to be slipping up first will be the one losing his life. And essentially, it might just be the safe lane that determines the pace of the game later on. Later on, you have the Tide Hunter and the Tiny, a two melee combination against the Enchantress and the Dragon Knight. Not, I don't think there's any kill potential for Team Monty on towards that top lane, and even vice versa. I don't expect anyone to end up falling on that top lane. So it's really going to be the bottom lane that we have talked about that's going to be determining the pace of the game to later on. It's really going to be depend. It really depends on how this Rubik, once he hits that level 6, how he chooses to rotate, and if he's able to make those rotations work. That's going to determine whether how far Team Hirvania are going to end up going. But Flacco slow onto Cubify, does not have the surge. The Dragon Tail onto Cubify. He's going to end up falling. First blood going towards the way of Flacco. I did not expect that to happen, but the fact that he was level 1 and Yawai and Flacco were both level 2 meant that he was going to die. He did not have that toss to save himself. Ended up falling from that Dragon Tail. Tidehunter is going to, at least the good thing for Team Monty is that Tidehunter should have a very comfortable time farming up. Even though I said there was no kill potential on that top lane, and Tiny ended up falling, I'm gonna double down and say that Tidehunter, there's no kill potential on the Tidehunter, and I hope I'm not proven wrong by Team Hirvania on this, as Tidehunter is very difficult to kill. You don't you have that dispel by that Kraken shell. You don't have a lot of damage from the Dragon Knight and the Enchantress early on, so Tidehunter should be getting a lot of farm up. And this is the problem of the mid lane that I have been wondering about. Sure, Rubik is getting all of those all of those last hits off. He has 13 last hits. It's pretty even to the Shadow Fiend's 16, but you can't disable the Shadow Fiend in any sort of way. You can throw out those phase boots, but with the bottle regen that Shadow Fiend has, he should be having a pretty okay time. Just already on 20 souls, will hit level 5 and just continue to farm. And if Moonlight's able to play his Shadow Fiend like how he played his Primal Beast, in terms of just getting that farm up, not dying at all in that mid game, this Shadow Fiend could prove to be a menace, could be unstoppable this game. So as soon as the laning phase is over, guys, as soon as those runes come out, that Rubik hitting level 6, he should be able to get it. But Flacco, this is what we were talking about, a rotation onto Moonlight. You need to be careful with it. As they're looking for these rotations, Team Monty are at the ready. As soon as you go in for that Shadow Fiend, there are going to be heroes at his back supporting him to make sure and to try and turn things around and make sure that he stays alive. As a pretty solid lead has gone towards Shadow Fiend getting that kill. But on the bot lane, Eknard doing a lot of damage with those hits, gets that double kill. Guys, this Elder Titan has so much damage in the laning phase. He just does 100 to 150 damage per hit that it's absolutely impossible to run away from there. As Vladik, he's going to end up falling pretty low. The blood grenades are going to come out, but he has 300 HP, has the anchor smash at the ready. UI is still going to go for it. The Enchantress slow going to come out as well. The acorn shot from the neutral creep, he's falling very low, guys. The fire breath is going to come out, as well as Flacco is going to finish it off. And as unlike how I predicted, the Tidehunter is going to end up falling. I think Team Monty should be a bit more wary of their position. I think they are overestimating how tanky their heroes are, because provided that they're able to maintain proper positions, they should not be falling over here. And Dragon Knight should not be getting this good of a start, because you know what Team Hirvania are planning for. You know that as soon as he hits level 6, as soon as you exit the laning phase, he's going to be with 3 other teammates. He's going to be with 4 other teammates, and he's going to be going for your towers. So you want to be playing in a position where you don't give too much away in this laning phase so that you're able to defend on some of these towers. But Flacco in a lot of trouble. Nature's Attendants will come out, but the stun storm going to come out from Eknard. He's taking a lot of damage, will heal himself to a lot of HP, has a TP at the ready, so Crystallize can't use his magic missile as Flacco is just going to run out, buying a lot of time for his team. That's like 30 seconds that the Vengeful Spirit is not hitting creeps or gaining any sort of experience. Meanwhile, Yovai is just going to continue farming up. 27 creeps up for him. As both of these lanes going pretty even outside of the few kills. Oh, Moonlight rotation down bot, but he's going to end up falling. Fernand's going to end up being the trade-off. Going to get taken down by Crystallize, and now Ferrari, and sorry, for Eknard, he's in a lot of trouble, will get taken out by Nisha with that Fate Bolt. I don't know why I said Ferrari there, guys. The name got confusing for me for a second. But rotations from both the mid laners down towards bot, and even and Moonlight, I'm not sure he should have been rotating there. Sure, you have the bottle, you have it is past minute 6, you are exiting the laning phase, but you want to be continuing to farm. The entirety of Team Monty's game is dependent on the Shadow Fiend, whether or not he's able to get his farm up. So even if everyone else is dying on your team, you want to be making sure that you keep farming up, you keep getting those items. As this Eknard, who's going to be in a lot of trouble. The board, excellent blocks coming out from Flacco. He's going to be stopping Eknard, but Eknard is going to be managing to get away. TP in by Cubify. 2-man stun from, there goes a toss up onto the body. He's going to end up falling. Tower's going to hit him down, as well as Moonlight's going to be there with a raise to finish it off.
Radiant's middle
As
tower
Moonlight's made his way twice down now, but, and I suppose this time was worth it as he was able to catch Dawnbreaker, the offlaner, down for Team Hirvania. But guys, again, Shadow Fiend should be farming. Should just farm. That's what he needs to do. But a perfect telekinesis coming out from Nisha, going to stun up Moonlight and Cubify. But Cubify is going to end up falling. Flacco down now, very low. Nature's Attendant will heal him up quite a bit. And Moonlight's taking a lot of damage. Eknard's there to pulverize the Enchantress to death, but at the cost of the Shadow Fiend, he's down now as well. The stun going to stop Nisha, but the Rubik's going to be safe as no magic missile, no mana for it, as he's just going to run himself back. Has a raise at the ready, has the Fate Bolt. He has around 600 magic damage that he can deal instantly onto anyone. As this is now Team Hirvania's time to go. They have the level 6 of the Dragon Knight. They have a level 8 Rubik at the ready. So this is when they should be looking for objectives. They have done a good job at disabling the Shadow Fiend so far. And I think a part of it is Moonlight's own decision making, where he's chosen to go in for those rotations, keeping in mind, guys, that Team Hirvania have not chosen to venture into the jungle at all. So Moonlight can very well farm that jungle. His team should be stacking up those ancient camps or those neutral creeps at the triangle. Stack as many camps as you can, get Shadow Fiend's gold up as you can, and allow him to get those items. But Brody is in a lot of trouble in between 3 heroes, as he's going to end up falling by Crystallize. 3rd kill going his way, as this Vengeful Spirit's off to a very good start. 4,000 net worth up for him. Not as much as the opposing team's carry, the Dragon Knight having 5,000 net worth, but it's still a pretty good start if you're the Vengeful Spirit, keeping in mind how much action's actually been happening towards that bot lane.
Radiant are scanning.
And now both supports, the Enchantress and the Snapfire, position themselves bot lane. Moonlight is going to be picking up that Arcane Rune, which would have been, it would have been trouble if it went towards the Rubik. But Tiny is in a lot of trouble. Cubify is going to end up falling. I'm not sure what he was doing there, but with the Tiny down now for 15 seconds, the Dire team can actually choose to focus in on this tier 1 tower down mid. Dragon Knight has the dragon form available, as it looks like there is going to be the first attempt of the game on towards that tier 1 tower. Eknar is going to start it off with a going to try and stall it with a stun. As Team Hirvania are just rotating here and there, Fernandes really needs his level 6. As they're going to be the ones who are going to stack up those creeps towards their ancient area, towards their own triangle. As now Flacco and Fernandes both rotating towards that bot lane. There is a smoker from Moonlight. He has the arcane rune. Cubify is going to reveal himself, but the avalanche comes out onto 2. Toss up on the Snapfire towards the Shadow Fiend, and the Requiem finishes them off. Flacco taking a lot of damage, will get finished off by Eknar, but the Dawnbreaker is there. The Vengeful Spirit swap is going to try and buy some time, but it's not going to help the Ender Titan. He's going to fall Crystallize in a lot of trouble, as he's going to end up dying as well. A 2-for-2 trade, but it looks like they're not finished. As Team Hirvania do see Cubify, 3 heroes on him. Cubify will try and run himself out, but the Breath of Fire is going to deal a bit of damage. The Fade Bolt coming out as well, as he's trying to juke his way into the trees. Will he be able to make his way down towards the bot trees? The Dawnbreaker is very close. One more hit and he's going to fall as well. As it was a 3-for-2 trade,
Dire's middle tower
this time around, Crystallize is going to fall. The Vengeful Spirit down. He was the only one who was getting a lot of farm. He was the only one who was getting those kills and not dying. But the good thing is that the Shadow Fiend ended up getting that kill, and it was a pretty neat combination that we saw, guys. The toss into the Requiem. Although I do believe that they would have died anyway. The Snapfire would have been, the Enchantress would have been dead anyway. But it was still pleasing to see. As a 3k net worth lead is up for Hirvania. They haven't gone for as many objectives as they should have by now. 13 minutes in. And I have yet to see this Dragon Knight pop his ultimate for a tower. The bot lane of the bot tier 1 is down.
Radiant's middle tower
And looks
is under
like
attack.
it's going to be the mid tier 1 that's up next.
Radiant's middle tower
Armed it up for Dragon Knight. He's going to be going towards that BKB. Is only 1300 gold away from that BKB. And guys, once he gets that BKB, there's not a lot that can stop him. Shadow Fiend simply does not have the damage to stop him as of yet. He needs it's going to be quite a while before Shadow Fiend gets himself that damage. The entirety of Team Monty are reliant on their magic damage ability, the Vengeful Spirit, the Ravage, the tiny stun toss, to be able to take some of these heroes out. As though that's another stun toss combination into Requiem on towards Flacco. It's a pretty neat thing, but it's a lot of resources expended. Oh, but Crystallize, he's in a lot of trouble. The Mortimer Kiss is going to deal a lot of damage onto him. The swap out, but it's not going to help him as he's stuck in between 3, as he's going to end up falling to Nisha.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Crystallize down now for a second time, and these are not the deaths that you want to be giving away. This lineup of Team Monty is so heavily reliant on its ability to farm. You need the Shadow Fiend to farm, you need the Vengeful Spirit to farm, and if they don't get their farm, you won't have anything to stop Team Hirvania from just coming down, taking your towers, taking everything you have, and just getting away with it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shadow Fiend actually going for that Gaia. That's interesting. I did not peg this Shadow Fiend to be maximizing on his magic damage, but apparently that's what he's going for. Tiny still 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger, and this is the limiting factor for Team Monty. It's the 15-minute mark, and if we talk about items and what they actually need in terms of specifics, it's a Blink Dagger so that they can initiate onto Team Hirvania, and specifically the backlines of Team Hirvania. Sure, they've gotten a couple of avalanche toss combinations onto the Enchantress, onto Snapfire, but their main objective is the Rubik, is the Dragon Knight, is the Dawnbreaker, for example. And without the Blink Dagger, there's just no real way to actually get there. The Tide Hunter, it doesn't have it either. And I don't think we have seen a single Ravage that has come out in this game just yet. We will have to see how Team Monty do play around it. I do think that it can be used as a very potent counter initiation mechanism this game. But oh, Nisha, Rod of Atos on to Cubify. The Dragon form has been activated as well, as he's going to end up taking a lot of damage. I don't think he's going to get out. He will manage to deny the Team Hirvania the Illusion Rune. It could have been pretty helpful to dodge out that magic missile, to dodge out that Elder Titan. Actually, to dodge out just about every stun that Team Monty has. Team Hirvania with that dragon form now activated. Oh, but they're going to go in on to Vladik here. He has a lot of damage, but has a pipe to himself as well. As I don't think he's going to end up falling. They're committing the Mortimer kisses to this as well. As Cubify has TP'd himself out, and Fernandes has to get back. Stun toss now coming out as well. Oh, Flacco's going to be tossed in towards Vladik. He does have the Ravage, just choosing not to activate it just yet. The Glepnir goes out, will catch him out, but the Elder Titan stun is going to slow down Flacco as he has nowhere to go. This is, oh man, I mean, that was interesting. That was interesting. They cornered the deer and they took the deer out. As it looks like it's going to be Team Monty who are going to try and siege this tier 1 tower. Glyph at the ready. Will Team Hirvania choose to defend this? Rubik does have the Glepnir, should be a very good spell, should be a very good item to keep in handy. Dragon Knight, he's content farming up top, and I don't think there's going to be any defense to this as the tower is going to go their way. Team Hirvania have taken all 3 towers, all 3 outer tier 1 towers. The Dragon Knight is getting quite a lot of farm. The Aghanim Scepter is up for the Vengeful Spirit as well. So really he's probably going to be going for his Manta next or the BKB. And sooner or later, this Vengeful Spirit is going to be doing a lot of damage. And Team Hirvania need to be careful about the potential of a late game comeback, sort of the type that, you know, they made happen in the previous game, where Team Monty have that exact mechanism in the form of that Shadow Fiend and in the form of that Vengeful Spirit to be able to come back. But oh, Rubik, Nisha in a lot of trouble. He's stuck in between the Trine Hunter and Vladik as well. The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes out as well, but the Ravage is available. There goes the Ravage. There goes the Split Earth on Nisha. He's fallen very low, but he's managing to get himself out of the Avalanche toss combination comes out as well. And the Requiem of Souls is going to finish out Fernandes and Nisha as they're both dead. The other Titan will be the trade-off, but the Dragon Knight is there trying to finish off the Moonlight here, but he's still alive. Will find a falling at the cost of Yuwai, who manages to survive himself. The Elidolo with the 3-man Avalanche toss combination. Brody himself has fallen, and Flacco's the only one alive. Cubify, that amazing stun toss twice in a row. First, it came on to the Rubik, the Avalanche toss combination, and the Split Earth. It does so much damage to the Rubik, and then when it came off of cooldown, he managed to stun up 3 heroes. The Dragon Knight as well, and sure, Moonlight fell, sure, the Crystallized fell, but it was a full team wipe, and it was exactly what Monty needed. As a game, it's still very much up in the air, guys. Tiny with his Blink Dagger, that was the debut of that Blink Dagger, that was the debut of that Ravage, and as we just saw, right now, as things stand, they do have quite a lot in their arsenal to be relying entirely on their team fights, and that's great. But we need to talk about the potential, what happens when you have that BKB. But oh, holding that thought, your Y is going to get swapped in, taking a lot of damage, going to get hit down and mowed down by Moonlight. He's down now. The offlaner, the Dawnbreaker, is in a lot of trouble. Body, he's going to end up falling as well. 2 heroes down now. They were not expecting this on that top lane, and that tower is now entirely exposed. Will Snapfire be able to make it out? He will TP himself into safety, but it's going to be at the cost of that tier 1 tower. As Team Monty, they have managed to come back into this game. That was very good play towards that top side. Not having had to use the Ravage, just a simple Vengeful Spirit swap, and they were able to utilize the damage from that Shadow Fiend, the armor reduction from that Gush, and just take out that Dragon Knight. And this is one of Dragon Knight's weaknesses right now. He, even with that armor, he does not have a lot of sustain. He really does need that Black King bar to survive. This Moonlight, oh, they need to finish this Roche quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Will be getting it. So Moonlight has an Aegis, and this is amazing if you're Team Monty. If I were Team Monty, I would utilize this Aegis completely and entirely just to keep farming. Use those 5 minutes of free farm and try to come out ahead. The more farm that you and your Venchi get, the better situated to win this game. The better position you'll be in to win this game. If you talk about objectives, guys, Team Hirvania have not gotten as much as I hope they would in this mid game, as Team Monty are just able to mow anyone down. Oh, that's so many creeps going their way. Moonlight's gonna have feast upon those ancient creeps. As Tiny has a full use as well. Tier 2 tower now being threatened, the opposite of what I expected to happen.
Dire's bottom tower.
So coming back to the objectives, guys, it seems like Monty are ahead of the game right now, and I'm not sure how Team Hirvania are allowing this. I don't think the BKB is up for the Dragon Knight, and without the BKB, just you have no way to fight.
Dire's bottom tower.
You need a BKB and you need a Blink Dagger. That Shadow Fiend needs to be the first one to go, or suppose that Vengeful Spirit, because you can't get the Shadow Fiend if there's the impending swap that can come out. But Team Hirvania, similarly to last game where Team Monty were not able to take, or well, I suppose in the last game Team Monty chose not to take those tier 2 objectives, and this time around Team Hirvania in that 15 to 20 minute mark where they had the initiative with that level 2 dragon farm, they chose not to go for those tier 2 towers, and that has really cost them. Sure, it's just a 2k net worth lead that Team Monty has, but it's the implications of it. It's the fact that Shadow Fiend has the Aegis up. It's the fact that he can continue to free farm. It's the fact that Team Monty have so much map control that there's no way to disable the Shadow Fiend from continuing to farm, and that's troublesome. How many heroes from Team Hirvania have the potential for to be a late game carry? Sure, you have the Dragon Knight, and in some cases you have the Dawnbreaker as well. We were talking about the weakness of the Rubik, right? And the Rubik, we were discussing this potential problem where the Rubik does very well in the laning phase, does very well in the early mid game, but then tends to fall off, and once the opponent's carries get enough farm, and that's kind of where we're at now. What utility is this Rubik exactly providing that he wouldn't have as a support? It's a tough question to answer. Should this have been a different mid lane hero, perhaps this game would be going a bit differently. But those are all what ifs. Hindsight is, as they say, hindsight is 20/20 vision.
Dire's top tower is under
But
attack.
looking ahead, though, Team Monty have a lot to look forward to, as they're going to be threatening the second tier 2 tower, and they're going to be getting it entirely uncontested. The Aegis still up for him. Tidehunter is going to be getting his Blink Dagger, so once he gets that Blink Dagger, those initiations become super strong. But Rubik needs to be careful.
Top tower is under attack.
He saw Team Monty coming in, but will Team Monty actually pursue this past the glyph running out?
Bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
I'm curious to see if they choose to go for it, and it looks like they're committing on towards this lane of frags. 25 minutes in, and this tier 3 tower is going to end up falling pretty quick. The Mortimer Kisses has zoned them out, the Glepnir as well, but the Vladik's just so damn tanky that you can't really do anything to him. Mech and Pipe both used, as now they've entirely reset. The Mortimer Kisses are down, so how do you stop them the second time around now? You do have the Fate Bolt, you do have Brody who can take out some of these creeps, but past using those spells, what do you do?
is under attack.
as Moonlight can continue just hitting those racks, the range racks being threatened right now, as I do not think that Team Monty are going to go back. No kisses available. The Dragon Knight has now come in. A stun onto the Tidehunter. He's going to get swapped out. The Vengeful Spirit is inside Crystallize, but the Tidehunter does have the swap in. UI is so far in, will activate his BKB. The Enchantress will fall. Flacco down now, but it's going to be a bit of a stall as they haven't really made anything happen. The BKB has been expended now as well, and with that, you can't go back in. Vladik has his Ravage. Oh, Vengeful Spirit is going to go for that swap, but will end up paying for it. Shadow Fiend, there goes the Requiem on to Dawnbreaker, taking a lot of damage. The Ravage still not used, as they're not even going to need it. Take this lane of racks. Oh, but it's tossed onto the right. There goes the Ravage onto him. There's no BKB available, and he's just going to end up falling. Requiem being used by the Rubik, but just to no avail, as he's going to get used up with the magic missile tossed onto the Rubik. He's going to take a lot of damage, no way to survive. Does have that Glimmer Gush down now. He's trying to auto-attack his way out, but it's not going to help you, buddy, as you're just going to end up falling. Buyback now from Nisha, as the Vengeful Spirit is going to end up falling, but he has that Aghanim Scepter. He's just going to come back after his respawn timer ticks down. As Team Monty came what they got for. Guys, second two matchups now. Team Monty versus Team Hirvania. Team Hirvania have to vote Team Monty twice in a row now. And it looks like Team Monty might have caught their break. This might be the time where Team Monty have to take the game, but they need to be careful, right? Because they were in a similar position last game, or at least it's somewhat similar position last game, where they were quite ahead, but they were not able to close it out. This time around now, they're looking very comfortable. They have, I would say, a draft advantage in the form of that Shadow Fiend and that Vengeful Spirit, and the fact that Team Hirvania are their position 2 is kind of a position 2.5, right? The Rubik, I would not say, is a very potent mid laner in that late game phase. So Team Hirvania, if they come back from this, is going to be at a disadvantage. But oh, they've got out Moonlight. The Dawnbreaker comes in. The Dragon Tail is there, as well as Moonlight's going to end up falling. Cubify there now for the counter initiation. Vladik is there, but the break onto the Tidehunter. He has no shell to help him. The Mortimer Kisses are going to go out. He's taking a lot of damage. The Tidehunter, he's trying to run out, but the Mortimer Kisses, he's taking down now. Going to fall to the Breath of Fire, as Cubify is going to blink himself out. Crystallize going to get force-staffed out, as he's going to end up safe now. 2 heroes down now, 40 seconds. Okay, they have a lot of time. The wave is too far out though. By the time they get the wave going towards that high ground, their heroes are going to come back up. Team Monty, sure, they were caught off guard. Sure, it was a very good kill onto the Shadow Fiend and the Tidehunter. But you need a lot more of that if you want to be turning this game around. There's so much pressure on this Dragon Knight. He's essentially having to farm for 2 cores rather than 1. And this Dawnbreaker simply does not have that much to be transitioning into the late game. It's really, you know, the Enchantress is really an objective based hero where you use those creeps to get those pickoffs and you use those creeps to get those kills. Not a lot of value in the late game, as he's just going to get bursted down. Roche is going to be end up spawning in 50 seconds. And with the Ravage up, the Requiem of Souls up, it seems like Team Monty might just be able to get it for the second time now. Use up on Yawao. The team's coming back in. Vladik is there, but he has the Silver Edge. Will make his way out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He is farming up the Daedalus though. That should be a lot of damage. They should be able to take out that Crystallize and that Shadow Fiend, but I mean, it's just so... There's just so much expectation on this Dragon Knight to make those things happen. It's kind of unrealistic, but that is the only way if they want to stay in this game. They Rubik needs to be getting a Hex. Needs to be getting an use. Needs to be having those amazing playoffs. And I think Rubik needs to be getting a shard as well, because you want to be saving your hero. If suppose you have an impending Requiem on you, you're able to save your hero. But oh, top side, there's going to be some TPs. Dawnbreaker, he needs to be careful. Cubify, going to blink in, going to get that avalanche, going to get that toss back into the Requiem, as that's going to be a very dead body. This stun toss into Requiem combination, I mean, they make it work so well. Is there going to TP back again? But oh, Yawai is there. There goes the Ravage as well. The Snapfire going to instantly fall as Yawai. He's in a lot of trouble. He's just going to get stunned out. BKB is going to BKB is going to be used as well. As 3 heroes are now down. He's trying to make his way out, but it's not going to help him as he's going to end up falling. They were trying to prepare themselves towards that boss side, but it did not seem like they had a concrete plan. It did not seem that... Oh man, that's a disaster for the Dire team. And I don't think with the second Aegis, with Moonlight, I don't think this Shadow Fiend can die. Not when you have a Guardian Greaves, not when you have a Pipe, and you have a Vengeful Spirit who has that swap out. You have a plan B, you have a plan C, and it seems like Team Monty have a plan D. I don't even think I've ever heard of a plan D, guys. But they have it. Somehow. And now, top laner frags down. The mid tier 2 tower remaining for Team Hirvania. Their Tormentor is going to go the other way as well. As Team Monty have now prepped themselves for this high ground. 32 minutes in, guys, and this might be a quicker game than game number 1. Sure, the Ravage is down, but they might not even need it. It would be good insurance to wait for it. As oh no, they're gonna chase down Bodhi. The Tiny has spotted him out, trying to actually. I can't tell if they've seen it. My screen isn't on there. As okay, he's going to TP himself out. It's Team Monty's supports who are doing overtime in this game. Oh, Yawai. Silver Edge Drop. Probably just going to cut the wave. At this point, it's the least you can do if you're Team Hirvania. Stop that high ground push. Does not have that Daedalus up. Does do a lot of damage, guys. It's 400 damage per hit, but it's not enough. They have so many E's. They have like 3 E's. Team Monty. Crystallize has that Hurricane Pike. They have so many saving items, guys. Like each hero on Team Monty has 1 or 2 items, has 1 or 2 abilities that can save either each other or themselves. That it's insane. What Team Hirvania really need is a solid high ground defense. If they're able to hold their high ground, if they're able to take the Shadow Fiend out, take the Vengeful Spirit out, then that's a potential comeback. If this Dragon Knight is able to make his Daedalus, then he might just have enough damage that he can take some of these heroes out. If this Rubik steals the Ravage, for example, I know these are big asks, but you need those things if you want to turn this game around. Otherwise, you're going to suffer the same fate as the Snapfire. And without the Mortimer Kisses, I'm not sure how you defend this high ground. You really do need to try, because 30 seconds is just too much. You will lose your third lane of Rax as well. As the second mid lane of Rax is just going to end up falling uncontested. the dragon form pop now as well, but the Requiem Souls, it was showing Charvin not going to come out, but the Ravage now comes on to all of them. The Requiem Souls now going to come out. Dragon Knight falls instantly as the Splitter is going to miss by a millisecond as Bodhi's going to use himself up. There's not going to help him as he's going to end up falling to Crystallize. The GG call is going to come out with that, as game number 2 is going to go in favor of Team Monty. Guys, they've done it for the first time. They've taken a series to a game number 3 against Team Hirvania. Is their redemption arc, is their revenge story, as they're going to go for game number 3. They're going to go take it against them for game number 3, and I think they did very well this game. They took the lead and they kept the lead going, and they were able to close it out. They recognized their strength. They recognized when they had to go for it, when they had to get back. They recognized when it's time to take those objectives, recognize the timings for Roshan, the timings that they needed. And I have to say that Tidehunter played very well in the sense that he wasn't too quick on the trigger. He knew exactly when to use his Ravage. He knew when to hold it. So was Shadow Fiend. He knew when to hold the Requiem. He knew when to use it. And they used it perfectly. Those Cubify did amazing with those stun toss combinations into the Requiem. He recognized that they had a very potent combination. They were able to utilize that. And I do believe that a lot of weakness of Team Hirvania came from the fact that, sure, you have a Rubik mid, and it's Rubik in the hands of an amazing player, but at the end of it, you have an extremely strong laning phase, you have an extremely strong mid-game transition, but after that, particularly when you're faced up against the Shadow Fiend, there's not a whole lot of utility you provide, not a whole lot of damage that you're dealing, and you really do needed that damage, right? So when the Dragon Knight was struggling to dish out all of that damage, what do you do if you're Dragon Knight? Do you go for tanky items or do you go for damage? Because your team kind of needs both of those things coming in. The Dawnbreaker didn't exactly pan out as well, so I do think it was a bit of a weaker draft compared to Team Monty, but game number 3, certainly a way to come back into it, certainly a way to take the overall series, as I do believe both of these teams are aligned with their strengths, are aligned with their weaknesses, and it will be a pleasure to see which team takes this series finally, guys. So we will come back to see whether they're able to get their mind straight, whether they're able to get their head straight, and what sort of strategy both of these teams come up with for game number 3. So we'll be back right after a short break. Hey guys, welcome back from what was an exhilarating game number 2. For the first time, I believe, Team Monty managed to take it to a game number 3. For the first time, they took a game away from Team Hirvania, and there was a bit of shortcoming in the draft of Team Hirvania. What I personally believe to be a shortcoming. I'm not a big fan of the late game core Rubik or the late game mid game Rubik, but it was all in all a very well executed game by Team Monty. They recognized their strengths, recognized their weaknesses, and were able to take game number 2 rather, their way. Who takes game number 3 though is really up in the air, because both of these teams seems pretty 50-50 to me. Team Hirvania have shown just a tad bit more promise, but Team Monty, we can't count them out just because of that. They have certainly their execution in the right place as well. But diving straight into the third game, again we see similar bans coming out: the Pangolier, the Broodmaster, and the Broodmother banned out by Team Monty. And meanwhile, Team Hirvania, they've gone for their strongest pick, the Ember Spirit, which is probably going to be played up mid by Nisha. I believe he has more than a 70% win rate in the pro circuit with this one hero, and they're going to be extremely confident. It is their trump card, it is their strongest hero, so it might just be troublesome for Team Monty. And what I certainly think a Team Monty need to be disabling this Ember Spirit any way that they can. Should be picking out a lot of lockdown heroes to be taking out that Ember Spirit. And their first pick was a Phoenix, and instantly we saw Snapfire coming out. That Snapfire, very good hero to take out that egg. Essentially, it's very difficult for the Phoenix to get out that egg. You need a good positioning, and if you want to be playing around that egg, if you're Team Monty, you need to be picking heroes or that can actually initiate inside before the Phoenix dives in, right? So you buy a lot of time, make sure that Team Hirvania expend too many resources getting inside of that egg if they want to be taking it out. Team Hirvania do again banning out that Shadow Fiend. They saw what Team Monty were able to do with it last game. They're banning out the Swen and Primal Beast, which Team Hirvania played very well with in game number 1. But Team Monty played very well with in game number 1. And we see the Ursa Darkseer banned out in game against Team Hirvania. So both teams, all in all, going for the bans that the other team picked in the first 2 games. But now, Monty, when we talk about picking up their own strengths, they've gone for the Willow, which is one of Team Monty's strongest heroes. I believe one of their support players. It's his most played hero by far, actually. And they're going to go for the Dragon Knight themselves. In fact, they want to show Team Hirvania how it's done with that Dragon Knight. But we will see how it comes out. One thing is for sure, the Team Monty, I do think that they should be picking up a very strong I would say late game carry for themselves. Perhaps the anti-mage. Keep in mind, guys, there is a new patch and the buffs to the anti-mage are very strong. I would say I don't think I've seen the anti-mage come out. I mean, of course, it's just been a day, guys, since the patch has come out, but I really want to see what that anti-mage does. I really want to see what some of these guys, the best of the best, or rather the best, have what they can do with that hero. But we will see what carry hero they go with. Certainly, Team Monty have their heads in the right places. Their Phoenix will be supported by one of the tankiest heroes in the game, the Dragon Knight. It is going to be a Dragon Knight versus the Ember Spirit on the mid lane, and now it's going to be the Chaos Knight, which again, guys, recent patch, a bit of a rework. So Chaos Knight's Reality Rift now has a 33% chance. Instead of doing nothing, it has a chance of actually silencing. So it can stun and it can silence. So very good addition. It is, I would say, a pretty good buff to the Chaos Knight, particularly because a lot of Chaos Knights, they go for that Orchid, they go for that Bloodthorn, and now you have an innate ability to silence heroes as well. So it's a very useful mechanism. The Underlord picked up by Team Monty, additional amounts of damage, additional amounts of tankiness, I would say. And again, the Pit Lord also has quite a few buffs. So teams, anytime someone teleports in, they get they get a bit of damage reduction. I believe it's 10% damage reduction. I will have to go through the notes to confirm that for you guys. But so anytime any hero TPs in, and keep in mind the Fiend's Gate applies for that, and the Teleport Scroll applies for that as well. It's a global ability, so anytime anyone TPs anywhere, they get that buff courtesy of the Pit Lord, or the Underlord rather. You do have the Will-O-Wisp as well, and both of those heroes, the Brambling Maze alongside of the Pit of Malice from the Underlord, it can do, it's a lot of AoE disable. You have the stun as well, and you can follow that Pit up, follow those roots and those disables up with that Phoenix Egg, and suddenly it's a situation where so many of your heroes are taking a lot of damage. And keep in mind, guys, that the Phoenix was the first pick, and we're seeing the Chaos Knight come out right now, so that Phoenix attack damage slow, it works on illusions as well. So Chaos Knight's Phantasm is a bit weakened this game around, so it's not going to be doing as much damage. But obviously those mechanics play out a bit differently while you're in the game, when there's so much happening, so much action happening. Both teams have picked up 4 heroes. The carry still missing for Team Monty. Meanwhile, I believe offlaner missing for Team Hirvania. I do think that Team Hirvania need an initiator, and I do think that Team Monty should be picking up that late game carry hero. And of course, you're faced up against the Chaos Knight, so you should have an idea of what hero you want to be picking. You need some sort of hero that has a lot of tankiness ability. You have some sort of hero that has, I would say, an escape mechanism, has some way to survive that initial onslaught by that Phantasm Reality Rift, and some hero that can deal a lot of physical damage. Now, you have those lockdowns. If you're Team Monty, you have those roots, you have the Dragon Tail to keep that Ember Spirit pinned down, to keep that Chaos Knight pinned down, and you need someone to be finishing them off. Now, they could go perhaps for a Phantom Lancer, had the ability to dislodge a lot of those spells, the ability to dodge a lot of those spells is going to be useful for you. So that's the hero you can go perhaps for, that Lifestealer as well, and perhaps even the Faceless Void. The Chronosphere and that egg is a very useful combination. You have a lot of other AoEs as well. You have the Pit, you have the Firestorm that you can use as well. So I would think that the Faceless Void is good as well. But actually, they're going to go for a Leshrac. So they're actually going to send this Dragon Knight again back towards that safe lane. They're going to be sending the Leshrac down mid, which I suppose, yeah, it can work. You now have an added disable. You have the Split Earth. You have the damage, constant magic damage coming out from the Leshrac, and you have a very potent carry in the form of the Dragon Knight, and it fulfills a lot of the requirements of playing against the Chaos Knight. You have a lot of tankiness. You can survive the Phantasm Reality Rift. You have a lot of damage yourself. You have ranged ability in the form of the Dragon form, and you have a lot of sustain, a lot of damage. Overall, a very complete looking lineup with that Leshrac pick. And meanwhile, on the other side, Team Hirvania have picked out for themselves that Timbersaw. So instead of an initiator, Timbersaw does act like an initiator, but it's not. When we say initiators, we usually talk about someone who can jump in and usually disable the other team, right? And Timbersaw doesn't exactly do that. He has no stuns of his own, but he can choose to go in, and he can cause a lot of disruption in those fights, a lot of burst damage as well, and a lot of slow from that from those chains as well. So you have a lot of tankiness for both of those teams. You have a lot of disables for both of those teams. More so if you're Team Monty, you have I believe each and every single one of those heroes has a disabling mechanism, right? And you have a lot of damage output coming from both of those teams. So contrary to last game where we saw I would say a weakened matchup in the form of Shadow Fiend versus Rubik, you now have a lot more of an even matchup. And as far as both teams go, you have the Ember Spirit versus the Leshrac. I don't think that the Leshrac can be landing those Split Earths and vice versa. I don't think that the Ember Spirit if the Leshrac is careful, I don't think the Ember Spirit should be getting those kills. But if the Leshrac isn't careful, then Ember Spirit can actually just come out ahead. But we will see exactly how those mechanisms play out. There is a lot of rotating potential as well. The Jakiro and the Snapfire can choose to rotate as well, so you can get a lot of kills onto the Leshrac early game once you go past level 4, or sorry, minute 4, where you're able to get those levels. You're supposed to be level 3, your Ember Spirit will be level 4, or once you hit level 5, you can go and disable that Leshrac, because there's not a lot of ways you can stop the Dragon Knight from farming. If you're Team Hirvania, you're going to be sending your Timbersaw down bot, who is going to constantly be farming as well. So you can choose to rotate your position 4 onto the mid lane, try and get kills onto the Leshrac, and let your Timbersaw continue to farm. And that's sort of a mechanism where you're kind of coming out ahead in 2 lanes instead of 1. We will see if they choose to play it like that or not. Crystallize is going to go for that. Oh, actually, both heroes going to go for that Bracer. Again, guys, Bracer buff. I would call it a buff personally. Instead of the damage that the Bracer used to give, it now gives HP. I think I mentioned this in game number 1. And that's so useful, guys. 50 HP. If you're a strength hero, if you already have like 800 HP, in this case, you have like, I think 870 or 850 HP. So your Underlord is going to be like at around like 1000 HP in the early game, at this very start, minute 1 of the game. And that's insane. Safe lane, it is going to be Uwai and Flacco. And guys, I'm looking forward to this Jakiro play again. I am a fan of this Jakiro, this player Flacco. He just does so much, and if he plays anything like he did last time around, then Team Monty, they need to be careful. Those ice spots, I would not doubt Flacco's ability to stop Eknart from diving in. That's how convincing his ice spots were in game number 1. If you talk about the laning matchups though, so top side, it is going to be favoring, I would say, Team Hirvania just a tad bit, courtesy of that Underlord. Nisha needs to be a bit careful though. He has 4 heroes on him. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and dodge some of those fire spirits, but it's not going to help him, as he's going to end up dying to Moonlight. First blood going his way, and an early start for the Leshrac. But as I was cut out earlier because of that first blood, it's going to be the Wisp, the Dark Willow rather, with that Pit Lord. And top side for Team Hirvania should have a lot more kill potential with that Jakiro and that Chaos Knight. And Team Monty should be a bit careful of this matchup. Sure, you have a lot of ways to get away with that Brambling Maze and with that Pit of Malice that can come out from Vladik, but at the end of it, you have no kill potential. I mean, I said that last game and I was completely wrong. So you have limited kill potential. I'm gonna be a bit politically correct this time around, right? But I expect Team Hirvania to be getting a few kills on this top lane against Team Monty. That should be their win condition for that lane. And towards the boss side, you have the Dragon Knight and the Phoenix. So again, it's not a lot of kill potential compared to the Snapfire and the Timbersaw of Team Hirvania. So again, Team Hirvania have so much kill potential all around the map, even in the laning phase. And once you go past the laning phase, if you talk about when you start getting those power runes, and Team Hirvania's strengths only increase from there. So we will see how these lanes pan out. Team Monty really need to be careful. They can't give away too many kills because mid-game is entirely going to be Team Hirvania dictating the pace. But Team Vladik, yeah, well, standard. I'm glad I wasn't wrong about the top lane this game. So Vladik's going to end up falling to the Jakiro. That should be an early start. They did bring themselves back, keeping in mind, guys, that Leshrac did end up falling in that mid lane. So you do have a bit of a comeback, and what I think Team Hirvania needed. And something that they really need to be careful of is they can't give too much away to the Chaos Knight. That Phantasm, the Dragon Knight, and the Pit Lord are the only two heroes that can actually survive that Phantasm Reality Rift. And once the Chaos Knight is provided, he still goes for that Orchid, keeping in mind that he now has an innate ability to silence because of the new patch. So he might choose to actually skip that this time around. We will see what they have in store for that. Reality Rift stun onto the Pit Lord. The dual breath coming out from him as well. There's no kill potential, but they're just going to damage him up just a bit. Cubify is here to help his teammate. Oh, three-way contest for the Lotus. Azure is going to take a lot of damage. Has a bracer up and chosen to go for that Glove of Haste. I would personally have liked to see Boots speed come in. Simply because you're faced up against, the Pit Lord. You want to be getting out of that Firestorm as quickly as possible, and you want to be dodging both the Pit and the Maze from Cubify as quickly as possible. And the Boots of Speed helps you to do just that, but he went for the Gloves of Haste, perhaps because he got that early, or top side got that early kill. Bottom lane, sure, the Timbersaw has a lot of ways to survive, even outpaced Phoenix with the dive, but there's a lot of overtime damage that Timbersaw is going to face. He does very well against physical DPS heroes, but not too well against magic damage. But Yowai is going to need to be careful here. They're trying to find Vladik, but they're just not able to find him. And Yowai is fallen too low. He's going to take one more hit. He's going to fairy fire himself up, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to end up falling. Flacco will trade him out, but now Flacco's in a bit of trouble himself. Will try and TP himself away and should be able to get it. As a 1-for-1 trade, not ideal for Team Hirvania. You don't need to be taking those risky plays if you're playing against the Pit Lord. Sure, the Pit Lord can prove to be a menace, but the Chaos Knight has even more, I would say, mid-game potential or late-game potential, or more value added should he get ahead. But obviously, it came down towards the edge because you have that Fairy Fire, and I suppose he expected that he would have been able to survive, but that Pit of Malice placed by the Pit Lord was incredible, as it procced not only once but twice. Oh, Nisha's taking a lot of damage. Oh, the Split Earth hitting him. As I believe how that managed to happen was Nisha dodged the thunder from Moonlight, but because the Slide of Fist was on cooldown, Leshrac was able to land the Split Earth onto him. UI, again, in a lot of trouble. Flacco not there to help him. He is going to get caught up by the Maze. Just one more hit required, and Vlad is going to finish him off. As he's going to die for a second time now. Flacco not there to help his carry, as he can't be affording to do this. Flacco really needs to stick close. Sure, you want to be pulling creeps, but you want to be making sure your carry gets creeps. That's a bit more important, I suppose, as Yowao's going to get a lot of creeps. I believe that's 2 waves of creeps that he's going to just farm up. And because Vladik and the Dark Widow used all of their mana, they're not going to be able to do anything. Oh, but look at this. They know, Team Hirvania know that they're going to push in Vlado. There is Fernandes at the ready. They're going to go in. The Leshrac is there as well. Moonlight with the rotation. But it looks like they're not able to make anything happen just yet, as Moonlight's fallen pretty low. He has a double damage. Fernandes is going to get chased down. The Snapfire in a lot of trouble, and it looks like he's not going to have anywhere to go.
Dire's top tower is
As
under
Fernandes
attack.
should be falling here. He's going to buy as much time for his team as he can, going to utilize as much mana, make the enemy team utilize as much mana as he can. But at the end of it, he's going to die, and all 5 of Team Monty are now, all 4 rather, on Team Monty are now on the top lane, except for the Dragon Knight. But an initiation on the side of it, as Vlad is going to end up falling to Brody. The Timbersaw is now here. Moonlight's taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful, but he's going to end up falling to it, it's going to be a double kill for Bodhi. As everyone's so low, they're all
Scared.
at the brink of death, but they're still continuing to fight. Moonlight did TP himself up top, and this is a traditional way that Monty likes to play, right? For all three of these games, even last game when they were playing a Shadow Fiend, they rotate their mid laner in as soon as they can. And Team Hirvania are very good at recognizing this, so they rotate their own heroes in for that counter initiation as soon as Team Monty is seen. So sure, they lost their Snapfire, but they came out so ahead because they got the kills onto that Leshrac. If we talk about guys, the laning phase, this should have been going very heavily in favor of Team Hirvania, but Team Monty have done a pretty good job at keeping things stable for their own side. They've recognized the fact that since their laning phase is a bit weaker than Team Hirvania, they're going to choose to rotate very early on as soon as you hit your level 6, and they're going to try and take some of these towers. Dragon Knight now has his dragon form. You have the Leshrac, so these tall towers should be falling pretty quickly, and the safe lane of Team Hirvania has not gone how it should have. With Chaos Knight, they got that early kill Flacco on towards that pit lord, but after that they just did not get much done. But if we do talk about the offlane, Bodhi did come in with that double kill and certainly did manage to farm up on that bot lane as well. So he's very comfortable, has 4.6k of net worth to his name. As Team Monty need to be wary of the fact that the Timbersaw, not only can he dish out overwhelming amounts of magical damage and pure damage, but need to be careful of the fact that this Timbersaw is a very snowball oriented hero where he can get out of control, and you have so many high value targets on Team Hirvania. You have the Ember Spirit, you have the Timbersaw, you have the Chaos Knight, that you can't let any of these heroes get ahead. So if you're sticking as 5, you want to be making sure that you're winning the majority of those fights rather than the simple minority, or rather than just getting out 1 or 2 kills ahead. As Team Hirvania are going to
Is under attack.
back themselves up as well. 4 heroes down towards that bot lane in response to the incursion of Team Monty towards that top side. They're going to be looking towards taking that bot side tower. So both teams going to have 2 tier 1 towers to their name. Crystallize still quite a few ways away from that Manta style. The Ember Spirit is farming up, but he's quite a ways away from anything. And I do believe that he's going to be going for... I think he's going to go for that Orchid first.
Bottom tower has fallen.
No, he's actually going to going for that Mage Slayer, actually, yeah. So you want to be disabling the magic output that Leshrac is dishing out, or in fact, all of these heroes are dishing out. And Ember Spirit does that so well because you can, land your orb effects, whatever orb effects you have, towards the enemy's team using that Sleight of Fist. So one Sleight of Fist can potentially reduce the magic output from the entirety of Team Monty. And for the initial phases of the game, before this Dragon Knight comes fully online, before he gets that Daedalus up, before he gets those, third or the 4th item up, Team Monty are going to be kind of very heavily disabled by that Mage Slayer. 5-5 now. Dragon Knight should have his ultimate at the ready. Oh, but he's actually using... I think he's using it to farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And because of this, Team Hirvania can actually go towards those towers. Eknart is going to buy
Tower is under
some time, will utilize those fire spirits, but he needs to be careful. He does have his egg, but Bodhi's situated himself over here. He might just actually choose to go in on towards that Leshrac. Moonlight needs to be careful. The Pit Lord is TP'd himself inside as well, as Ember's going to go out, but the kisses come out as well. The Ice Part going to stun up too. Vlad is going to end up falling, and Cubify falls as well. And now Leshrac is in a lot of trouble. Ember's Spirit is going to remnant inside. Moonlight's trying to activating all of his spells, trying to survive, but he's taking so much damage. Will he be able to survive? He's at the brink of it, and just one more hit going to end up dying from Nisha, as that's going to be the 4th kill. As just a team wipe coming out. I would call that a team wipe. Dragon Knight wasn't there, so it's the team that was there was wiped, and they simply did not expect it. I do not think that they realized that Brody was waiting there Flacco was waiting there, and
Radiant's middle
I have to say, guys, if it's consistency, then Flacco's perhaps the most consistent player in this current series, right? iSpot onto 2, just pinning them all down. The Timbersaw was able to follow it up with his own AoE abilities with that chain, and I mean, this guy just he does so well. He's like, he only needs his iSpots. He doesn't need any other ability. As a 5k net worth lead has built up for Team Hirvania, the Ember Spirit has completed his Mage Slayer as well. The opponents can't deal much magical damage, and now this is Team Hirvania's time to go. Dragon Knight should have been there for that fight, I think, but you know, his ultimate was expended. It was on cooldown, so I'm not sure what he would have achieved had he come in. As Team Monty gave up too much in that fight. Sure, they're going to go in towards Flacco, trying to take him out, but Flacco's actually going to be staying alive thanks to that Fire Snap cookie from the Snapfire. As the rotation entirely wasted, the Dragon form utilized as well because they really wanted that kill. But without that, you can't. I don't think you could be. You should be using 2 Dragon Knight ultimates and not be getting any objectives at the end of it. But initiation down top, your Y is going to end up falling thanks to the Pit Lord's TP. As the Chaos Knight's fallen for the 3rd time now. They've done a great job at disabling. Team Monty have done a great job at disabling the Chaos Knight. 3 kills on him now, but they really need to be considering what they want to be doing to stop this Ember Spirit, to stop this Timbersaw from snowballing out of control. Timbersaw is at 9k net worth, guys. He's massive. He's around 3,000 net worth ahead of the opposing team's highest net worth hero, which is the Dragon Knight at 6,700 net worth. And that doesn't fare very well. You need to keep in mind that Team Monty, they don't have a lot of heroes that have a lot of sustain, particularly because before the Leshrac gets his Bloodstone, he does not have a lot of survivability. But Eknard is going to break away all of their smokes. The Side of Fist is going to reveal him out, but he's just going to dive right out as he's going to be A-okay. Team Hirvania have so much map control. They essentially have the entirety of the Radiant jungle to play with. Or to play in, rather. And they can leave the Chaos Knight. Sure, he's died 3 times, but Chaos Knight has a lot of space, right? And that's something that's really working in favor of Team Hirvania. He can continue to farm up. Even if he dies once or twice, again, it's not a huge loss for Team Hirvania. As long as you have 2 other high-value cores that are farming up, you have the Timbersaw, you have the Ember Spirit that are farming, you should be A-okay. And Team Monty, they should do less farming, quite honestly, because you want to be rotating in. You have the Underlord Pit, you have the Leshrac as well, so you want to be utilizing those abilities to actually take down this Timbersaw. Sure, the Ember Spirit's such a difficult target to get without the Blink Dagger from Dragon Knight. You need that initial Blink stun, but it seems like he's not even going to be going for that. It seems like he's going to be going for that second item BKB. But Yawai is going to initiate on to the Dark Willow. The Willow is going to try and keep himself out, but that Fire Snap Cookie is going to stop it. As a 4-man incursion onto Cubify is going to take him out. Not the best of kills, but it did boost up the Dragon Knight. It did boost up the Chaos Knight a lot. And look at this, guys. Chaos Knight, despite of the fact that he's died twice now, he's still higher in net worth than any of the cores on Team Monty, and that does not bode well. A full Kaya and Whale up for the Timbersaw. He just does so much damage that I'm not sure this Leshrac is going to be able to survive. Leshrac has a Kaya of his own. Oh, and he has a Shiva's Guard. I did not see this, guys. He has a Shiva's at the ready, and this is just... It might just be too much for Team Monty. That's slow. That increased magic damage that you're going to take. And keep in mind, you have the Mortimer Kisses that are going to rain down upon you. You won't be able to move. You're gonna have the kisses rain down. You have the Jakiro with those ice spots, with that macro pyre. You have the Ember Spirit. Oh man, that's a lot of damage. That Bloodstone, it is still a bit way. It's still further away, and without those items, I'm not sure what they can do. Dragon Knight, sure, he's going to get his BKB up anytime now, but without the follow up, I'm not sure what he's going to do. They can essentially work around the Dragon Knight's BKB, right? You have the Timber Saw that can just focus on everyone else. You have the Ember Spirit that can focus on everyone else. You have even the Chaos Knight, right? Sure, Reality Rift is not a very high range ability, but it's an ability where inside of a team fight you can target the rest of their heroes to actually take them down. So they can essentially ignore the one with the magic immunity and take everyone else out.
Is under attack.
As Vladik, he's going to TP himself away. Will the steering chain stop him? No, not in time. Making use of the creeps there to take himself out. The steering chains might not have hit him even if the Ember Spirit launched them with the Sleight of Fist. As Team Monty, they're in a lot of trouble. They need 2 or 3 items to be able to contest Team Hirvania. The Bloodstone is going to be at the ready in around 2,000 gold, and with that Bloodstone, they should be in a better position, at least as far as survivability goes, but they simply don't have the lockdown, and that's surprising because they have so many heroes that can lock them down. I don't think we've seen a Phoenix Egg come out so far as either, so we haven't seen full use of all of their abilities put together. Sure, they've been playing as a 5-man or a 4-man squad, but just not stacking up their abilities in a very meaningful way. Oh, Eknard, that was a very brave play, I would say. Nisha, I don't think he was in the mood for some prey because he could have chosen to go at Eknard in a multitude of ways. Could have gone for that Sleight of Fist, could have gone for that Remnant dive in, but he let Eknard go. Perhaps because the Shield Rune would provide him with so much HP. But now bot side, Chaos Knight in a lot of trouble. There goes the stun. There goes the Dragon form as well. And Chaos Knight's taking a lot of damage. Why is going to end up falling? The Jakiro stuck inside the pit as well, as he's going to be the second one to fall. And now Tier 1 tower threatened at the bot side. Very swift initiation by Team Monty, as they really do not want UI to be farming. 4th debt up for him, as he's now 0 and 4. He has that Orchid up. So it's not like he does not have that farm, right? And this is a troublesome thing. If you're expending so many resources onto taking care of that opposing team's carry, but you're still not able to shut that carry down, then that's a bit of a danger sign. And it seems like Team Hirvania are fulfilling most of their objectives as far as the late game goes. They don't seem too worried about some of these kills that are happening. They recognize the fact that because of the Underlord, he has so much rotational ability that it's very difficult to mount some sort of counter offensive or some sort of counter initiation onto him. And it seems like Team Monty, they're missing out on one very key, or rather 2 very key objectives, which is the fact that they haven't done anything to disable this Ember or this Timber Saw. Ember Spirit is going to be going for his own BKB. He has the Maelstrom up, so needs to be. This is something that might just come back and haunt Team Monty. They don't have a lot of ways to take a lot of objectives either. Sure, they have done a pretty good job as far as objectives go. They have taken the tier 1 towers down on mid and top and bot. But oh, initiation onto Bodhi. He's stunned up. He's feared up. The Mortimer Kisses are going to come there to help him out, but it's not going to be enough as he's going to end up falling. That was what Team Monty needed, an initiation onto Bodhi, onto the person who was doing so well, as he ended up falling. 1,000 gold going in the way of Eknard. Who has a full vessel up. And again, as soon as they did that, there's another smoke up. They're right behind Fernandes, who is going to glimmer himself up will buy himself some time. The Brambling Maze not going to hit him either.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As a tip out comes out for Vladik. Not sure what that was for, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
tips are nice. I Team Hirvania recognized the fact that their Underlord, that their Timbersaw rather, was down, and they chose to make their way out. And I suppose it's okay. Any deaths that Team Hirvania faces right now is not the worst of it. But initiation onto the Ember Spirit, the bit going to stun him up as well. But Leshrac just a bit too slow on the move there, as Ember Spirit is going to make himself out. And they're so good. The Ember Spirits, it's so difficult to actually hold him down. It's not Moonlight's fault. He's just a very difficult hero to pin down. You don't have any sort of increased lockdown ability, but again initiation onto the Ember Spirit. It might be enough as the egg comes out as well onto the Ember, but he's taking a bit of damage. He's taking a lot of damage actually. He might just end up falling, but Remnant out at the brink of it as Cubify is going to end up dying. Wisp down for Team Monty, but now the counter initiation is there by Team Hirvania. The Chaos Knight is going to go in. UI, he did manage to take out Moonlight, but he's going to end up falling by Eknard, and now the Timbersaw is there. Brody, as with Brody there, Crystallize has to run back. Team Monty, they can't face up against the Timbersaw, having expended everything. The Mortimer Kisses come out. The Dragon Knight has nowhere to go as Crystallize is going to fall. As 3 heroes down, both the Dragon Knight and the Leshrac falling for Team Monty. They managed to take the Chaos Knight out, and Nisha, guys, I think we know why this guy has like a 70% win rate in the pro circuit. This guy waited until he was like 100 HP to actually remnant himself out against 4 disables, against AoE abilities, against a Leshrac. This guy has, oh man, this guy, I don't have the words to describe that play. This app very impressive by him, and now he's picked himself a full BKB. So that window where you're disabling him out, that Ember Spirit is objectively unkillable right now. He can't. You need to catch him outside of his BKB, or at least you need to be proccing his BKB up as much as you can if you want to be taking him out, because I don't see a way where it's possible. And now, guys, Monty, the Leshrac Moonlight has made himself that Bloodstone, so it's something that will help him out to survive. Will be able to amp up on that lifesteal. The lifesteal obviously did get buffed in the recent patch as well, so Bloodstone is a lot stronger of an item than it previously was. I would think the Bloodstone was quite strong of an item before as well, but Valve thought that they wanted to buff it up even further.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Team Hirvania going to go for a Roche play, and Team Monty know this. The Underlord is at the ready, but Team Hirvania, they're taking Roche down pretty quickly. The Aegis is going to go their way, but there goes the blink in from the Dragon Knight. Crystallize onto Jakiro, will stun him up. Jakiro is going to end up falling as Nisha is going in a lot of trouble. The Aegis is going to get procced up as well. He does have his BKB. There comes the Mortimer Kisses as well. Brody is there, but he's taking a lot of damage. BKB activated for him as well, as Vlad is taking a lot of damage. He's going to end up falling. The Leshrac in a lot of trouble right now. So is the Dragon Knight. Crystallize BKB now up for him as well. Bloodstone activated, but it's not doing anything. He needs to be getting out. He's going to end up disengaging as the Remnant is not hit forward. Nisha's not done just yet. The Syrian chains on to 2. Dragon Knight Crystallize is going to end up falling as 3 heroes are now down. The Leshrac TP'd himself out, but the Phoenix, Eknard, he's chasing down Fernandes, but that's not where you want to be, buddy. Your teammate, your Crystallize, everyone, in fact, either ran away or they ended up dying. As a 10k net worth lead for them. All the BKBs came out, and it seemed like the Dire team, they were just so ahead with those BKBs. It didn't seem like Leshrac was actually doing quite a lot of damage there. Once those BKBs came out, it didn't seem like once you killed that Jakiro, that Dragon Knight who initiated on the Jakiro, it didn't seem like there was there was much else you could do. You ran out of juice in that fight, and I suppose that was one key thing that went wrong for them. I would not be initiating onto the Jakiro. Sure, Flacco is perhaps one of the best Jakiros that I've seen. If I'm being honest, he's won me over by this point with his Jakiro. But the ice spot itself is not. If you have your BKBs, the ice spot itself is not an ability that you want to be prioritizing everything on, right? If you want to be using your Dragon Tail and your pits and your mazes onto someone, then it needs to be on the Chaos Knight. It needs to be on Nisha, the Ember Spirit. Otherwise, your team fight is going to end up failing, because you have a lot of your team essentially. Team Monty's essentially works on nitros, I would say. They have a lot of juice to get things started. They have a lot of initial damage that can come out, but as the fight progresses forward, thanks to the mobility of Team Hirvania, they have a lot, not only counter initiation, but they have a way to stall the fight. And if you stall the fight, if your BKBs run out, the Timbersaw is going to run all over you. The Jakiro is going to run all over you. You have the Snapfire who's going to run all over you. So you want to be closing these fights as quickly as you can. You want your whoever you engage upon, it needs to be a core. A full BKB up for the Timbersaw. He's even more tanky as he was previously. Has a Shiva's Guard. Will be going for that Sanj in Kaya,
Tower is under attack.
who will give himself that slow resistance. Team Hirvania 12k net worth lead up for them. The good thing for Team Monty is that their high ground defense is
Tower is under attack.
nearly impenetrable.
Radiant's bottom
I say nearly because, I mean, obviously you have you're faced up against a lot of mobility, but if you look at it, the Leshrac extremely good at clearing waves. Dragon Knight, Breath of Fire, you can clear the wave. Phoenix, Fire Spirits, essentially even against an high ground siege, you can't exactly hit the towers, right? If you have Fire Spirits on you, you have the maze by both the Willow, and you have the Pit of Malice by the Underlord. So you have infinite ways to clear up the high ground push. But Moonlight needs to be careful. Stun up onto the Ember Spirit. Crystallize going to go in with that stun. They're trying to take out the Ember Spirit right, but the Fire Snap Cookie is going to take him out, keep him alive just for a bit. The Dragon Knight is going to end up falling. Brody with that kill onto the Dragon Knight, and now the Snapfire is in a lot of trouble. He's going to fall. The egg gets popped as well. As the team fight slowed down quite a bit, but they're not done. They're not done just yet. Engagement onto the Leshrac. He's falling very low. No time for the Bloodstone. It has run out of duration, and that's going to be the time for him to get taken out, as the Willow is going to try and exit, but it's not going to help him. Cubify going to end up falling. Team Monty, I'm not sure why they chose to take the fight there. That tier 2 tower was already so low. They could have waited until Team Hirvania came on the high ground, but again, 2 cores down now. As Team Monty really should have waited for their high ground to be besieged, as that is their strength. They have a lot of they can play against a 15k net worth lead if you're on the high ground, right? Because there's not a lot of ways to initiate inside. There's not a lot of ways to drag someone out from the high ground of Team Monty. So you want to be making sure
is under attack.
that you stay high ground, you play to your strength. Particularly if you're this, the disparity is this big in terms of net worth. But Team Monty chose to take that fight. It didn't go their way, and again they ran out of juice. They had that initiation, and this time around I would say it was a pretty good initiation onto the Ember Spirit. They had the right idea, take out a core and then take the fight from there. And if the Ember Spirit was taken out, that fight probably would have gone a lot different. But the Fire Snap Hookie came in. Essentially, it moved him away from the pits. It moved him away from the Pit of Malice, from the Brambling Maze. And without those lockdowns, Ember Spirit is going to get away every time. But they don't have any other way to approach it, guys. You need to be engaging on a core, right? You want to be taking out that Ember Spirit or the Chaos Knight as soon as you can. Obviously, the Chaos Knight is a lot tankier, so you want to be going for that Ember. And the Chaos Knight, in fact, he's going to go for that Heart of Tarask, as he's going to be absolutely massive. As a last tower, outer tower for Team Monty is going to be besieged, will get taken out uncontested.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
19k net worth lead, and the shard going to go their way as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
20k net worth lead up for them, guys. As Team Monty, they are struggling, but they do have a way back into this game. And I do believe the answer to getting back into this game is their high ground defense. Take a few fights on that high ground, win a few fights on that high ground, and essentially you come back from it. With that Leshrac who has the potential to make that hex, you can essentially disable the Ember Spirit with that Dragon Knight who's going to be getting a lot of damage up as well, perhaps going for that Daedalus, but which is quite far away for now. He's going to make for that Sanjin Yasha, going to double down on that tankiness ability. I don't think that's what they need. Last time around, the Ember Spirit, he fell so low, but if you have additional damage, you can essentially take him out. But the fact that you're going for sustain rather than damage output means that Ember Spirit can continue to make some sustain items up for himself. He's going to be going for that Octarine core, and essentially he's going to get further out of reach from your damage output. Essentially, that means that those initiations onto Nisha are not going to be as successful as the one that we saw before, which, I mean, it wasn't successful, but it was nearly successful, right? Moonlight expended his BKB, but he's so far away from his high ground, he's just going to get chased down. The BKB is going to be running out anytime now. The Bloodstone is activated. He's going to try and heal himself, but the Phantasm Retrieve does so much damage, going to regen back up, but he's now silenced up. He has nowhere to go. Just one more hit, and the Reality Rift is going to pull him to his grave, as he's going to end up falling. Eknart, oh, he's actually not safe on that high ground either, as he's going to end up falling. 3 heroes down now. The Dark Willow fell near the tier 1 tower down bot, dire side, and now the high ground, it was impenetrable before, but you don't need to penetrate anything if it's right there for you to destroy. As no buybacks coming out just yet. Leshrac does have it. Moonlight, he's letting this Rax go, but I'm not sure why, because Team Hirvania are not going to back down. They are going to go for your bot lane of Rax. You will essentially be forced to expend your buyback if you're Moonlight. But they're just going to wait. Perhaps they can save their Rax. Perhaps Team Hirvania might just back out after taking this tower. But I don't think they do. They're going to go for it. And Moonlight, because he didn't buy back, he's going to let them get away. Team Monties are going to let them get away with 2 lanes of Rax. Perhaps they thought that they couldn't defend even if they bought back, but 2 lanes of Rax, that's a massive advantage going in favor of Team Hirvania. 26k net worth up now, and their high ground, which was previously I thought to be impenetrable, and I still think, it is a bit very difficult to take, right? But if you don't take your fights on the high ground, if you don't choose your battles, and then you are gambling on your battles essentially. As Team Monty, they are making their way towards top, but they need to be careful lest 5 people are smoked over on Team Hirvania's side. Or 5 people will be smoked up eventually on Team Hirvania's side. Ember Spirit was spotted out by that creep wave, but I don't see, apart from the Ember Spirit and the Chaos Knight, I don't think anyone else was spotted out just yet. As this might be the fight that closes it off. Fernand's revealed, pop from the smoke. Eknard, the Dragon Knight Crystal is going to go right inside, not finding a target for that smoke up just yet, but oh, the BKB gets activated by UI before he gets stunned. The Leshrac in a lot of trouble. He's going to get taken out immediately into the fight, and without the magic damage, they don't have any way to fight this, contest this. Crystal is trying to do as much as he can, but he's taking a lot of damage. BKB's run out. He's going to end up falling. 3 heroes down now. The Phoenix down as well, as the GG call. No way out of it, as they're done. The series between the redemption arc, the revenge story, comes to an end, as Team Monty are going to be taken out by Team Hirvania. Sure, they have a lot of matches as well. It is a round robin, so they can come back, but they had so much going for them. They were so promising into this game, but it didn't seem like they were able to get those kills onto the Ember Spirit or onto the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw essentially ran unchecked, had so much net worth, and it didn't seem like they managed to shut down the Chaos Knight in any meaningful way. Sure, 3 kills onto him, 4 kills onto him, but he was still higher up than any of your net worth heroes, and it seemed like a lot of their grouping up was done in a sort of not an ideal combination, because while your 4 heroes are grouped up, your Dragon Knight is farming in the jungle. So that's not a position where you want to be taking those fights, not a position where you want to be taking those initiations or those 4v5 fights. Early game, you do definitely need your Dragon Knight to be coming in with his Dragon form. It's a very potent level 6 ability, especially in the early game. And a lot of it came down, in my opinion, to the way that Team Monty chose to defend, particularly when they were faced at a disadvantage. I mean, you have the option of waiting on your high ground. Sure, you get choked out. Sure, you are losing out on a lot of farm, but against a team where you are 20k net worth behind, and when you have such a composition that can defend the high ground so easily, perhaps at least try and take one fight there. Right, we saw towards the mid lane where they eventually lost the racks. We saw that they chose to defend the tier 2 tower on the mid lane, which essentially had, like, I believe 300-400 HP, was less than half HP, but you know, they lost that fight, and then their high ground was split wide open. So I'm not sure that those fights were particularly worth it. Perhaps they were trying to catch Team Hirvania off guard, but certainly it didn't work out for them. But I would think that this series was incredibly action-packed. It was exhilarating. It went back and forth, particularly game number 1 went quite back and forth. Game number 2 was pretty decisive, but now game number 3, Team Hirvania showed just how strong they are with that Ember Spirit, showed why Nisha has that win rate with that hero. And now, taking a look, guys, while Team Monty will have their opportunity to win some of their later games in this round robin, Team Hirvania have now won their first match as well, and they are now tied with Dandelions, having both 2 points each. Team Monty then next up, having lost their games, they are now down 1 point. But Vidar has not played any game, so we will see how that works. But guys, next up is a matchup that I am looking really forward to. It is going to be Night Pulse versus Team T. And guys, this team Night Pulse is a solid, I would say, tier 2 team, and some of their players, they've made it up to tier 1 stage as well. But meanwhile, Team T, despite of the fact that Night Pulse is so promising, I mean, they took a series against Nigma Galaxy, and in the close qualifiers of the Riyadh majors, right, they've in the earlier stages they won 2-1 against Team Nigma Galaxy, and then they lost in the lower brackets against the same team, Nigma Galaxy, in a 2-1 fashion. So if this team can go against Nigma Galaxy, this is a team that's definitely worth looking out for. But regarding Team T though, Night Pulse have actually lost 2-0 from Team T, so it's interesting to see how Team T, who I don't know all that much about, right, it's interesting to see how Team T is able to take these games away from Night Pulse. So definitely these two teams are worth looking out for. I do think that both of these teams will be going towards those playoffs because they're kind of very heavy favorites in this group. But that, guys, that's going to be the next game that I will be hosting for you guys, and we will be coming towards it right after a short break.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hey guys, it's been quite an exciting day for the debut of the Champion of Champions series number 2 for Dota. We had quite an action-packed day with, I think, the first 2 games went 2-0, but the third game between Team Hirvania and Team Monty was a very back and forth series, and while Team Monty managed to mount a comeback in game number 2 and taking that series for themselves. And essentially, they had their opportunity to get revenge onto Team Hirvania and get their first series win against them. They weren't quite able to close it out. But for this 4th and final game for today, it is a matchup that I've been looking forward to, and essentially I really do want to see this Team T play at it, because I do know that they're quite successful in their run. But you know, we're going to be playing, this Team T's roster is going to be Smiling Knight, Mikey, Zibi, Eki, and Soniko playing up for them. Obviously they're all very veteran players. They have been playing together, and this is a team that's actually been able to beat Team Night Pulse 2-0 for, I think, twice in a row now, or 3 times now. They have been winning quite a few tournaments, and they're really an up-and-coming team. And I do think that perhaps they'll be able to, you know, break in a very solid fashion, break into the tier 2 stage. But we will have to see exactly how they produce their magic when we are in the game. But coming on towards the next roster, it is going to be Team Night Pulse, and this is a team where a lot of the players are known, particularly VTune. He is a former Navi player, and I think before this he was playing for Navi. And I think this entire roster is pretty new. I think they came I think they came in. I formed in May, I believe, where VTune came from Navi, Warwick, and Kami, who are teammates, came from Team Hydra and Janter until the end. Did also join as well. VTune is obviously their position 1, Warwick and Kami their position 2 and 3, and Janter and till the end are their position 4 and 5. So this is a very star-studded team as far as this tournament goes. Perhaps the most star-studded team apart from Team Dandelions that we are going to be seeing. And again, similar to the last series where it was a bit of a redemption arc, which didn't exactly pan out for Team Monty, this is again Team Nightpulse's opportunity to take this series against Team T. It would be the first time that they've been able to do that since they've banded together, and it will be their I would say their revenge on to Team T. But whether or not they're able to do that is obviously a different story. Things don't exactly pan out the way that we expect them to. But one thing is for sure, guys, we saw an action-packed third game in the form of Team Monty versus Team Hervania, and I have no doubt that we are going to see a very action-packed game coming out from these guys, from Night Pulse versus Team T. We will have to see who comes out ahead, though. But we're going to refresh our memory and take a look at the team standings. This is group number A, where DMS have won their first match. They are ahead by 2 points. Dragon Esports, they did not manage to win, and they are down by 1 point. And Team T and Team Night Pulse, obviously, they will duke it out. And I do believe that both of these teams will be going ahead into the playoffs. Obviously, it's very premature for me to call that. I'm just simply basing it off of statistically how these teams have performed. Just Better was there in the series number 1 as well, and like the previous series, they were not able to qualify back then, but I'm hoping that Just Better have gotten even better than the last series. And you know, all of these teams, they have their shot. I think the level of Dota that they play, they have their opportunity to make it actually happen for themselves. But that's group number A. Over towards group number B. If we look at it, we're going to see, I believe Dandelions leading the fray. They have 1 point. Team Hervania has 1 point to their name as well. So they've both played one match. They have 2 points to their name. Team Vidar has yet to play. Meanwhile, Team Monty and Team Next Up have lost both of their games. But again, 3 teams progress, I believe, towards the playoffs. And all of these teams have what it makes. Particularly Team Rivnia, I think that last series, both of these teams were in series number 1 of the Champion of Champions Tour. Both of these teams did not managed to qualify, but both of these teams, if I remember correctly, they had a sort of forfeit. I think Team Herivnia forfeited one of their matches, they lost one, and they won 2 of their matches. So had that forfeit not happened, then perhaps they might have had a solid chance at qualifying. But you know, all in all, this is their shot. It's everyone's shot to actually make it to the playoffs. But we will be going forward. And okay, guys, so we are going to take a bit of a break before we come back to the game. So just to give it a bit rest. I know we saw I think it was 50-minute games for the first 2 games, and then a 40-minute game at the end of it. So I do believe that some of you guys may want to, grab a bit of water and, some snacks. And before you know it, we will be back in to perhaps the most exciting match of the day right after a short break. Hello everyone, welcome back. I am sorry for that the break was, just a minute longer than it had to be. I do think there was an update, inclined update, so we obviously need to go for that update. But now we are going to be heading straight into the game. I don't want you guys to wait any longer. And going straight at it, guys, Night Pulse against Team T. I know I've hyped this up quite a lot, but I don't think I can hype this up enough, guys. These two teams, they're so good. They're going to be going at it for, I believe, the third time now, where Team Night Pulse have, actually, despite how good they have lost 2-0 to Team T each and every time. So will they manage to get their revenge, or will they continue on with the trend? We will have to see. Beastmaster, Enigma, and Batrider banned out by Night Pulse. Obviously, the Batrider, Team T actually love to play that Batrider mid, so it's a very potent hero. They know exactly what to do with it, so it's definitely a respect ban coming out from Night Pulse. Meanwhile, Team T have banned out the Shadow Fiend, Phoenix, and the Swen, and have picked themselves up that Jakiro. We have seen what that Jakiro can do, particularly in that last series with in the hands of Flacco. That Jakiro just did overtime. We will have to see whether or not this Jakiro will be doing more of that, but definitely provides us so much value to your team and just an overall amazing support hero. We will see though what Night Pulse has in store. Before the cores can actually come out, we don't exactly know what they're going to be going for, but a Rubik coming out from Team Night Pulse. I personally hope it's not a Rubik mid. I'm just not a fan of that. Particularly in that mid game, but definitely a hero that once you see the Rubik, you need to be careful. Now they did ban out the Enigma and they picked up the Rubik themselves. That's an interesting way to go about things. Even if the Rubik doesn't get any more spells to see the Jakiro, stealing the Ice Spot, stealing the Micropire, or even the Dual Breath, he has so many spells just from that one hero that I do believe that it's quite worth it. But perhaps they have some plan of their own. Perhaps they want to be picking up a Magnus or a hero like that, a Tidehunter, some hero that that has a very high value ultimate that you don't want the other team to be stealing by picking up a Rubik of their own. We will see what exactly Night Pulse have in mind for when they're picking this Rubik. Team T though, it's their time to pick a hero. So they definitely do like to play the Troll Warlord, the Medusa, the Terrorblade, the Faceless Void up on their carry lane. So perhaps Team Night Pulse recognize this, and perhaps this Rubik is a ban for those. The Medusa has that Stone Gaze, the Faceless Void has that Chronosphere, so you want to be stealing some of those ultimates. But Team Night Pulse, they're actually going for that Pangolier, which is, I think, it's one of VTune's most played heroes, that Pangolier up on the mid lane. It's a hero that he knows very well. It's definitely a pleasure to see him play on that Pango, and against weak supports like the Jakiro, the Pangolier can prove to be an absolute menace. You do have the double hop up though, the double jump from that Pangolier, so it's initially where the Pangolier didn't have that facet or that innate ability. The Jakiro was able to stop him from that ice spot, but now the Pango has quite a bit of utility to evade that ice spot, so it's not that easy to stop his Rolling Thunder as it was previously. So Rubik and Pango now out for Night Pulse. You will see what additional heroes they will go, considering that they have this. But it's going to be a Monkey King and a Doom. And guys, even like since the patch came out, I know I've been giving updates on what exactly has changed. I feel like you guys deserve it because it's literally been 24 hours since the patch, right? So Doombringer, the more time that the more time has elapsed in the game, the longer his Doom actually becomes. So it's quite a buff to his ability, and I don't off the top of my head, I don't exactly remember the exact specifics of it, so don't quote me on this, right? But I think for every 6 minutes the Doom duration gets increased by 0.66 seconds. I don't know if that's the exact version, but keeping in mind that's really potent. And what's interesting is that they've picked this despite of the Rubik, right? So Rubik has so much spell amplification, debuff amplification that you really do not want to be giving the Doom to the Rubik. If he's able to steal this Doom, then with that added duration, that Rubik is going to be doing a hell of a lot. You can essentially shut down any hero on Team T. So that's what they need to be careful of. And Team Nightpulse, I really like this because they've chosen to go for that Wraith King, not a very high value target for that Doom. Of course, you do have targets such as Pangolier who you want to be using that Doom on, but Wraith King, very good hero. And again, Wraith King, it's one of Team Nightpulse's favorite heroes to play on that carry role. And even on that offline role, actually, they just actually love to play the Wraith King. But Grimstroke now again picked up that Inkswell plus Pango combination, certainly very potent, certainly proved to be very disastrous for Team T, and it's just an overall very good combination. So Team Nightpulse's lane compositions is fairly straightforward, right? We will see if this Wraith King is on the offlane or the carry lane, because you can just choose to send the Wraith King down bot or on the offlane. And since he is a very strong hero there as well, particularly ever since the fastest were introduced, his blade, or if you go for the skeleton build as well. So very strong hero. But Team T, they're actually going for the Huskar. So Huskar was changed as well, and I suppose it's a kind of a double-edged sword, the change to Huskar, because you have the Burning Spears, which now do an additional 1% max HP damage per second, but it also costs 4% of your HP to cast. So your HP is going to burn very quickly, but you're also going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage on towards the other heroes. So how this exactly works out in game, you definitely need some sort of magic protection yourself, just reduce the amount of damage that you are getting, that you are soaking up. I do believe that the Dagon, even though it's not really an item that's made in Pro Series, its magic lifesteal has now been increased. It goes up to 19 or I think 20%, right? So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they do go for that. But definitely a Huskar versus a Pango matchup, or a Huskar versus any matchup, really, the Huskar comes out on top, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how they exactly disable this Huskar, because there's not a lot that you have to deal with it, particularly once that Armlet comes online, and particularly once that BKB comes online. You have the Doom to support that Huskar, and once the Doom goes off onto the Pango has just nowhere to go, nothing to do, and that's going to be interesting to see how Team Nightpulse respond to this. Both teams have picked up for their heroes. The carry's still missing for Team T. I wonder who they're going to go for. They do have that Doom, and again, guys, there's a anti-mage up for grabs. Got buffed recently as well, and you are playing against a Wraith King, so I would like to see an anti-mage come out, right? But anti-mage got actually quite a few buffs, not just instead of just one buff. His abilities have been reworked as well. His after he blinks in, his mana burn on any target gets amplified. He does additional mana burn now as well. He does additional slow now as well, based on how much mana is being burnt and how much mana the target has. And keep in mind that you cannot utilize your the previous strategies where you would keep a mango or a lotus in your pool, or previously where you would make a soul ring before the lotuses came into play to make sure that you're able to pop your reincarnation off. You can't do that against the anti-mage. But they're not going to go for it either, as they are going to be picking themselves up a Darkseer. So one of these actually it's the Monkey King who's going to be going carry, the Doom on the offlane, and the Huskar on the mid lane, and Jakiro and Darkseer going to be played. Or this might even be a Doom support rather, which okay. So they have a Team T's lineup is pretty versatile. They can choose to play it in a multitude of ways. Meanwhile, Team Nightpulse, they have quite an uphill battle. Sure, their picks are very good on their own, particularly the Grimstroke Pango combination, and even the Grimstroke's ultimate paired up with the Wraithfire Blast or the Rubik's Fate Bolt and Telekinesis. You essentially have like 2 disables with that Grimstroke, right? Or it becomes 4 disables. You have 2 disables from the Rubik, or rather one telekinesis and 1 fate bolt from the Rubik, and you have Wraith King. And not to mention any spell that you steal, right? It can be used with Grimstroke's ultimate. So that can be an additional thing, right? For example, if in a worst case scenario you're able to get the Doom, you're able to steal the Doom, and your Grimstroke can use his ultimate, then potentially you can be using 2 Dooms onto any target. And oh, look at this. Team Night Pulse, they've gone for the Sniper, which I would like this. I think this is a core Sniper. I believe the Sniper should be sent down mid against the Huskar to make sure that those Burning Spears don't land. So if provided this is a Sniper versus a Huskar combination on the mid lane, this should be a very comfortable lane for the Sniper. And even in terms of harassment potential, I think that the Huskar can get harassed quite a bit by that Sniper as long as you max your attack range. We will see what facet the Sniper chooses to take, which will be interesting in my opinion, because the 1 second shrapnel could also be quite useful in this game. It just provides so much slow and quite a lot of damage that I would say. Overall, I don't think I particularly favor either draft. That Sniper pick I definitely threw me off quite a bit, and it's a very good answer to the Huskar, very good answer to in fact the Doom as well, because it's now a way, because how do you exactly get inside, right? You have the Rubik who can essentially, once he gets that shard up, he can telekinesis Sniper back. You have so many heroes that can protect that Sniper, so many heroes that can be in front. You have the Wraith King as well. So it's going to be interesting. And the key thing for the dire side, the key thing for Team T will be to get inside of that Sniper. You simply can't let the Sniper out attack you. You need a way to get inside. That's where the Doom is going to come into play. Will Doom be able to get inside and be able to land his ultimate? Will the Huskar be able to get inside? Will the Darkseer be able to get inside? So it's all of these questions that really will determine whether or not Team T are successful in this draft, because they've kind of gone all in with that Huskar. We're going to head right into the game, guys. It is going to be Sniper versus that Huskar. Sniper obviously not going to be in any sort of trouble outside of rotations coming in. And as far as rotations go, you have that Jakiro that can come in to get that kill onto Sniper. Once that Huskar list is level 6, Sniper Warwick is going to be a very easy target. Top side though, it is going to be Rubik Janter with the Wraith King, I believe. Oh, actually, no, it's going to be Janter with the Pango. Kami is going to go on the off lane with the Rubik. Definitely. Against the Monkey King, I suppose it can work. The Monkey King and the Jakiro should be able to put up quite a fight on that top lane. Do you need to be careful, though? I think because you do have the potential to get disarmed, so your Monkey King might not be able to actually get the Jingu Mastery off if you do get disarmed. But definitely a mechanism that's not very skill dependent. It's very random. No Ixwell ready from Grimstroke. So VTune, oh, why is he? He's in a bit of trouble here, and I think he's going to end up falling. I'm not sure why he chose to go inside, and now the Grimstroke is in a lot of trouble as well. He's going to end up dying too. That was confusing for me, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that was an intentional play to move there. Something might have gone wrong, but I don't know. But all I know is that 2 kills now for Team T. Very early start for them. As the bot lane, it is going to be composed of Eki playing on the Doom as a support, and he's going to be supporting Zibe on who's going to be playing the offlane Darkseer against the Grimstroke and the Wraith King. So Grimstroke and Wraith King, quite a lot of kill potential, but you do have the Surge, and essentially you can run out of the Inkswell AoE. So that might not work out as well as you would think. Top lane though, I do think that it should be an even lane despite of the disarm that Pangolier can bring out. You have a lot of life steals that Monkey King can provide. I don't think that I don't know, for the past entire series I've been saying that the top lane does not have kill potential, and I turn out entirely wrong. So I'm not I'm not going to say anything anymore about the kill potential of the top lane. All I'm going to say is that I hope there's some blood happening on the top lane and everywhere else on the map. On the bot side, though, is definitely where there's going to be kill potential. Of course, the exact idea, it's going to require a bit of thought on how to be executing it. The Grimstroke Inkswell versus the Surge, who gets it off and who's able to outrun the other one, is going to be quite a contest. But oh, Bangalore, he's chosen to jump right back in. One hit away from Kami. He's playing quite aggressive. As his Eki is going to be actually the one who ends up falling. Wraithfire Blast on the Zibe, and it doesn't look like he's in any sort of trouble. 2-1 now. So Nico, he's dual breath on to the Rubik. And I really like how Team Nightpulse have chosen to go for this. They, Team T were probably feeling pretty cheeky with that Huskar pick, and then Team Nightpulse just came out with that sniper, and we're like, we're not even going to entertain this, and we're just going to play our own game. Guys, this Monkey King really needs to be getting his farm if they want to be transitioning into the late game. Sure, you have the Huskar, but I really do think that the sniper is a good counter towards that Huskar. So in the mid to late game, you need a Monkey King that's all farmed up, right? If you want to be contesting it, because you have so much, you have a lot of sustain plus a lot of damage coming out in the form of the Wraith King and the sniper. You have so much disruption in those team fights by Kami, who will have the Grimstroke Inkswell on him. You have the Rubik as well, who's going to be lifting you up, who's going to be stealing all sorts of spells. So Nightpulse have a lot of composition, have a lot of answer to the composition of Team T. And it's very it will be very difficult for Team T without their items to be getting on some of these kills. But meanwhile, engagement up on top. Kami, he's falling really low. He's actually going to fall to Suniko. Kills happening all across the board. His Doom's going to end up falling. And ZB is in a lot of trouble. Will vacuum, but it might not be enough. Just one more hit required. And Stroke of Fate is going to finish him off. The cores on both sides have ended up falling. Both of these off lane and safe lanes respectively not quite working out for either side, and it's a pretty even exchange, save for the mid lane. Overall, I think in a static game where both of these lanes come out even, I personally think that Nightpulse wins with that exchange. As Soniko is going to end up falling again. So very back and forth top side. I'm glad I didn't call out the kill potential of on that top lane, as is going very back and forth, and I do think that Nightpulse are going to be more than happy with this. Oh, but Surge on to till the end, and Zibe, he's getting stunned up. The tower hit's going to take him down, as well as he's going to fall to V-Tune, overextending himself quite a bit as the Doom was not there to support him. It's minute 5 now, guys, and for the 6-minute rune, Huskar should be looking to secure this, and with that level 6, should be looking to make his way for a gank. I would absolutely utilize the life break as soon as I get it, which he has up now, to go for a gank on any of these heroes, really. He can go for Kami, he can go for the Wraith King, or he can ask for a rotation down towards mid and take out that sniper. We will see if he's able to get that rune though. And it looks like the sniper will be the play as Team T. They are rotating. Oh, actually, no, it's till the end who's rotating. As well as Zeki. And Rune, will go in favor of Huskar. And looks like that's exactly what he needs, as he's going to chase down till the end. Till the end, he doesn't have that silence though. So Huskar needs to be careful. Mickey going to just proc that. I think that might just be the first burning spear onto the sniper, really. But also Nico, Rubik in a lot of trouble. Will salve himself right up. So he will be able to go back into the lane, but it's interesting how Suniko managed to zone him out all the way and chased him down to that triangle. But Mickey's in a lot of trouble. Link while up, he's going to get silenced. He might just end up getting stunned up, but he will take down to the damage of the sniper. As the mid laner will fall for Team T, and the sniper is off to a very good start. 30 last hits against the 38, but it might not
Structures are fortified.
matter as the sniper has gotten that kill onto him. And Pango, he's in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have his level 6, but oh, they're actually going for that wisdom rune. Jakiro has been abandoned by his teammate, and he might actually get that rune. But no, Janter was able to get it with, I'm assuming, the screen wasn't there, guys, but I'm assuming that he used the telekinesis to throw the Monkey King off. Oh, to top side though, Pango in a lot of trouble. Kami taking down now. He's going to end up falling. Eki is there, but the Inkswell comes out, but is not managing to find anything. Will stun up Soniko though, but the Doom, they want the Doom as well. They want as many heroes as they can get. The Jakiro now down very low, will end up falling. The Sniper Assassinate going to finish Eki off as the Monkey King forced to hide in the trees. As a 2-for-1 exchange does come out, I think this favors Team T though, because Team Nightpulse had to rotate so much inside. They ended up losing their core. Then they had to rotate both their Wraith King and their Sniper alongside the two supports that were already there. So a 5-man engagement just to take out two supports. Meanwhile, the opposing team's Darkseer is farming. Meanwhile, the Huskar is farming. So not exactly the ideal exchange for Team Nightpulse. And I think Team T are going to be more than happy with that. We are coming to short pause, which will be resumed instantly, I believe, as the go call comes out. But guys, 8-5 now already. You know, I promised you guys an action-packed game, and it doesn't get any more action-packed than this, honestly.
Is under attack.
Smiling Knight, he is down on the farm though. The lowest net worth core, or rather, he was the lowest net worth core. But oh, Team Nightpulse, they might just choose to rotate onto the Monkey King again. Should he choose to show his face? There are 3 heroes here. Kami does have his level 6, does have the Rolling Thunder. Janter until the end, or Janter and HGU are still not level 6 yet. As a smoke up from Mickey comes with a fresh armlet, will they manage to find the Wraith King? That's going to be their ideal target. Towards bot though. Wraith King. V-Tune. He knows that something. Oh, but he just got... I think he got spotted, but no.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Monkey King rotating here as well, trying to provide some sort of vision. But V-Tune, excellent escape. But oh no, he's actually going to go back in. Stun on the Smiling Knight, he's been disabled. He will try and make himself out of there. The vacuum coming in onto as well. Warwick getting vacuumed up. The assassinate onto the Monkey King, but it's not going to help as Warwick is taking down really low. The Doom will get assassinated, but Warwick's going to end up falling to Zibe as the sniper falls in exchange for a support.
Radiant's middle tower.
He kept on trying to assassinate Smiling Knight, but he had so much damage on him that he really needed to check his own health. Even with all of his allies on Zibe, I think he just stick down to the Ion Shell. And that rotation definitely was... that was not worth it if you were Nightpulse at all. Losing your mid laner who was doing so well, and this is one of the key but holding that thought, sorry guys, but this, oh, what an armlet toggle by the Huskar. He might just actually end up getting the Grimstroke. No, but that was an interesting armlet toggle. The Darkseer was there. I'm not sure why he didn't surge and try and come to the aid of Huskar. As Warwick is going to fall for a second time across the map. Second death now for the sniper, and this is absolutely key if you're Team T. You want to be taking that sniper out. He is their gateway to victory. If this sniper farms, he's going to prove to be a menace. And as we are transitioning out of the laning phase, if we talk a bit about who comes out ahead, then
Bottom tower is
it's interesting to see how both of these teams are even in terms of kills in terms of, I don't think we actually got to see a proper laning phase because these teams rotated so early on, even rotating their carry towards the off lane and even rotating their mid laner on towards the other lanes. So I think both teams are very fairly geared towards the mid game or to transition out towards the laning phase, right? You have the armlet which is ready by both the Huskar and the Wraith King. You have the sniper who, despite having died twice, did manage to get that experience and that farm. And you can't really stop the sniper from farming, right? You don't have a lot of vision gaining heroes on your side outside of the Monkey King, but he needs his own farm. So sniper, even if he gets behind, he can still continue to farm up, and meanwhile his team will continue to make some sort of space for him. But oh, Smiling Knight, he needs to be careful. Inkswell onto Kami, silenced up, and he has nowhere to go. Will get popped out by the Inkswell as an engagement comes on to the carry. And it's these sort of kills that are going to keep Team T on their toes. Oh, sorry, it's these sort of deaths that are going to keep Team T on their toes, because against a constantly farming sniper, if your cores are going down, then you're kind of faced with a double loss here, because the only way you stop that sniper is by sheer brute force into through the enemy team. There's no way to get to the backlines of Team Nightpulse unless you go through the Wraith King, unless you go through the Grimstroke and the Rubik who's going to be there to protect him, unless you somehow juke the Pango out. So it's a lot of firepower that you're going to need before you're able to get to the sniper. It's a lot of utility and a lot of blinks that you're going to need. But I think engagement towards mid. Warwick is the target. Will the life break going to be used on him? The micropire as well. It threw everything on him. And the Huskar is now in a lot of trouble. Will get taken out by the Inkswell. And now the Pangolier just jumping around, going to take down Eki. Doomed up for him. A very premature doom. I don't think that was the play, as your team was disengaged by that point. But they got the objective. They got the sniper out. And it does not matter if Huskar dies. His goal is to be taking that sniper out, and we saw Team T's I wouldn't call it desperation, I would call it insurance, right, where they threw everything they had, even the macropire, on towards the sniper, and just to take him out, because they recognize the fact that in the mid to late game the sniper is going to be the biggest threat that they have. Pango has chosen to go for that vessel, so he won't have that blink role for his team. I wonder, perhaps this Wraith King is going to be going for that blink dagger. The Doom obviously is going to be, because the Doom is a support, he's going to be quite far away from his own blink. The Darkseer probably going for that mechanism. So their Team T's initiation ability won't come fully online up until their mid game, up until I would say the 17 to 18 minute mark. Meanwhile, Team Nightpulse will continue to keep farming up, continuing to keep that momentum going for themselves. Sure, you do lose that sniper, but he has a lot of ways to come back. And if your Team T, you want to be continuing to kill that sniper as many times as you can, just keep taking him out and then proceed from objectives through there. Roche play coming out from Team T. I don't think that Team Nightpulse realize this, and perhaps even if they do, would they choose to contest? I mean, they do have the Pango ultimate, they do have the Wraith King ultimate, the Doom ultimate is down, so it would be an ideal defensive Roche if you do go for it. But I don't think they're going to choose to do anything about it, as Roche is going to take down Mickey, going to get the Aegis. And now with the Aegis in their hands, it's go time. It's the green light. You want to be going towards Team Nightpulse. You want to be taking all of these objectives. The tier 1 tower is still up for mid lane and the top lane. Your Doom is up now as well. So you want to be going for all of these objectives. You want to be going for all of these kills. Remember, guys, Huskar falls off so hard after the mid game. It's a situation where you want to be you want to be maximizing on your output, right? Sooner or later, this Huskar is going to be transitioning out, and your other heroes are going to be transitioning in place of the Huskar. You want your Monkey King active, you want your Doom active, your Darkseer active, right? But your team needs to utilize the Huskar for maximum efficiency while the Huskar is still viable. Wraith King, I believe that he has a full Desolator up. He should be melting heroes with that critical strike. I think Suniko just dies immediately. That Deso strike. 1500 HP. So, okay, so he does have a Pavis, I think. I believe he did go for that Pavis. Oh, but Doom Assassinate on him. It's going to try and shrapnel out, but one more hit required will end up falling. Eki down now. As a Maelstrom has come out from the sniper. Top side. Going to be a bit of engagement, I believe, happening on towards the Monkey King. The Rolling Thunder coming out as well. The Monkey King will get stunned out as well, but Pango's in a lot of trouble. Kami is going to end up falling. The Grimstroke ultimate does come out. The Inkswell, they're trying to take him out, but Kami's eventually going to end up falling. So Nico is in a lot of trouble, but the sniper is there with those hits. It's dealing, they're doing so much damage. Warrings is going ham on the other team. Going to get a double kill. V2 is going to get a kill of his own, and Huskar nowhere to be seen. As I believe he TP'd towards that mid lane, and that was not the place where you want to be. And what a brilliant initiative from Team Nightpulse. And I believe it was the coincidence and luck worked in their favor, as Mickey was not there for his team, as that fight would have probably gone a lot different. That sniper would have been in a lot of trouble, and you would probably not be fighting against an Aegis if you were there. But because the Huskar wasn't there, the Monkey King was taken out for the third time. And again, guys, Team T are heavily reliant on that Monkey King to get that farm, because otherwise your team just won't have the firepower into the mid game. It's a situation where, and this is one of the I suppose metrics by how you define a sniper game is going, right? Whether or not you're able to confine the sniper to his own high ground, or whether or not the sniper has all the map control in the world to farm. And that's the worrying thing. Even with the Aegis on Huskar, this sniper, he's just farming, and he has everywhere to farm. The vision placed by Team Nightpulse in control of the entire team's jungle, the enemy team's jungle. Sniper has the triangle. He has his own bot side jungle. No vision by Team T on the bot side jungle, so you don't know if sniper is farming there. And Warwick, he has a double damage rune now, so Kami is just going to go all in. Assassinate onto Nico. The vessel placed on him, as well as Kami is going to transition himself towards that triangle. So Nico, he is getting surged up. He's getting chased down. It's like a sort of an F1 race, but Sniper is there. Warwick, the Monkey King ring comes out, as well as a Doom comes out on towards someone. But the team, they're falling really low. Team Nightpulse need to get out. 2 heroes down now. It was their initiative, but they've fallen really low. The Sniper, Warwick, the Doom did get taken out, but he did end up falling to the neutral creep. And 3 heroes down for Team T. That was for Team Nightpulse, and that was not how I expected that initiation to end up going. And it looks like it might be a 4th hero. The Pango is going to fall as well. Guys, that was really not how I expected the fight to go, considering Warwick had a double damage rune. But Monkey King was situated right up on the tree, up on that cliff, and he was able to use his ultimate. The Doom got the Doombringer got the Doom off onto the Sniper, and that essentially means Sniper was taken out of the fight. Wraith King, sure, you have the Desolator up, but there's a lot of gap, right? And we saw that gap when Pango was trying to chase down the Jakiro. Just not able to find him, as the Darkseer initiated the surge onto the Jakiro, enabling him to get out. And this is one of the weaknesses that Team Nightpulse had, which should be covered by the Blink Dagger of VTune. It needs to be a Blink initiation onto Team T. You need to catch someone by surprise. You can't allow Team T to position. You can't allow Team T to have time to think about what they want to do. Because keep in mind, guys, they have the Monkey King who can be hopping around trees. You have the Darkseer who has the Surge and the Vacuum available. You have the Doombringer who can be utilizing the Doom as well. So you have a lot of room to maneuver. So what Team Nightpulse need to do is not allow them the room to maneuver.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Team T, despite the fact that there's only a 1k net worth advantage in their favor, the way the game is being played, it doesn't seem like there's a lot going their way. Guys, like, tier 1 tower for Team Nightpulse still up. Nightpulse has so much map control. And now, holding that thought, Nick Eki going to go for an initiation, a Doom onto Warwick, but he's going to get ultimate stroke of fate up. The Monkey King ring comes out as well as Team Nightpulse. They're stuck all inside of it, but they're taking so much damage. The two heroes have now fallen. The Monkey King trying to deal as much damage as he can, but he's silenced up, taking down from the sniper. He's going to end up falling. The Huskar is still up, but Mickey, what do? You have nowhere to go. You will get stunned up by that Inkswell, will get taken down. 4 heroes down by Team T, and that was an absolute disaster. Despite the fact that they managed to get the initiation off, there's just so much survivability. And their racks, it's a 20-minute game, guys. Their racks are now being threatened. No buybacks available. It does not seem like Team T have a plan to come back into it. You had an ideal fight, an ideal situation where you were able to get the Monkey King ultimate off. You were able to get the Doom off, but in fact, they didn't get the Doom off. So that perhaps that's why their fight didn't go their way. But it's a troubling sign. Your racks are now gone. Warwick have gotten an instant 7k gold lead or 6k gold lead going their way. The sniper has essentially been free farming. Sure, you got him down like 3 or 4 times, but it's not been enough. It's reminiscent of what we saw in the previous series where you got the Chaos Knight down. Team Monty were able to take the Chaos Knight down, but it didn't matter because they weren't able to shut down his farm. They weren't able to transition any of it towards any sort of map control, towards any sort of objectives, and this is what Team T have struggled with. You have a full halberd up. The BKB for Mickey is so far away. The Monkey King doesn't have a lot of farm. He will be trying to make his BKB, but they're so far away from their items that, suppose Team T spends the next few minutes farming up. The 23 minutes, suppose they keep farming for till 26, 27 minutes, get their BKBs up. But that essentially means that Sniper will have his next round of items. That means that Wraith King will have his next round of items. So if you're Huskar, if you're the Doom, if you're the Monkey King, you want to be fighting against a Wraith King with BKB? I don't think so. You want to be fighting against a sniper that eventually makes a Daedalus. It's tricky, guys. It's difficult. As Team T, they're going to go for that Roshan, but they have been scanned out. 5-man smoke from Nightpulse. They're entirely exposed. They will stand towards that gate, towards that high ground tower. Zibe and Eki, Ion shelled up. But Wraith King is going to lead the fray. The Pangolier ultimate, they're going to find Jakiro, going to take him out instantly. The Darkseer trying to make his way inside, but they're not able to do anything. The Doom is now been silenced up. He won't be able to use it. And their team fight is going to crumble now. The Jakiro will buy back, but it's not going to help. The Huskar is trying to initiate onto the Pangolier, but it's not going to do anything, as he's just going to end up falling for nothing. The Rupik is down as well, but there goes the dieback from Jakiro, as the Monkey King and Darkseer, the only ones who are still alive, as the GG call comes out. Just Team T just not able to do anything. As soon as we transitioned from the laning phase, guys, as soon as it seemed like Huskar did manage to make his armlet. It was a good timed armlet, but they didn't transition that into any sort of objectives, and it seemed like without transitioning into any sort of objectives, without going for those early blink daggers, without having a solid plan about how to take down that sniper. And I do believe that Team Nightpulse did catch Team T off guard with that sniper pick. I do not think that Team T were expecting that. And because of the sniper pick, because he was allowed to farm, he just simply got so much off. There was no way for you to get inside of the fight. Doom, it was so difficult for Doom to get Doom off onto sniper. I mean, it's a very tough ask. It's very simple to execute. It's very simple to say that you want to execute a Doom onto sniper, but it's the longest range hero in the game. And when he has so much support, when you have a Pangolier who's going to be using his Rolling Thunder, when you have a Wraith King with the reincarnation, how do you get inside that sniper? It's nearly impossible. A very quick 25-minute game, I would say. Not at all how I expected. Obviously, we did expect an action-packed game, which did come true, but it seems like Team T, they did do quite a lot of things correctly, but they weren't able to transition that into any objectives. And Team Nightpulse simply steamrolled them through their items, simply chose to play a very simple game of Dota where they were like, okay, hey, we'll just farm, and once we're done farming, we'll just take all of your map, and then we'll just come to your high ground. And it didn't seem like Team T had any response to that. So that was game number 1, guys. I really do hope that game number 2 will be different. I really do hope that there isn't some sort of, I would say, niche pick coming out. Perhaps that Huskar buff wasn't as good as we thought. I know that teams are still experimenting on them, but perhaps it's time to switch back to some classical Dota if you're Team T, if you want to be staying in this series. So guys, we will be back for a game number 2 in right after a short break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello guys, welcome back after what was a very decisive win by Team Nightball. So 25 minutes in, they absolutely smashed through Team T and took the win for themselves. I do believe that, again, I don't think that Team T predicted that sniper pick coming out. I believe they wanted to go for some sort of cheese strat by picking that Huskar, but it quite simply did not work out, even though the timings were there. But, you know, I think Team T should resort to some classical Dota, just play to their strengths and not go for some of those strats. Obviously, new patch, so you can choose to go for heroes that seem relatively strong, in theory, but perhaps go with what works for you. Perhaps go for your mid laner who's so strong on some of those his own heroes. Perhaps go for those. But meanwhile, we're heading straight into this game. We will see an Enigma Beastmaster ban from Nightballs. The Batrider ban coming out as well. They know what that hero is capable of, particularly in the hands of Team T. And we see the Troll Warlord ban. A lot of these bans very predictable. Shadow Fiend, Phoenix ban as well. Shadow Fiend, I think, one of the most, I would say, potent damage-dealing heroes in the meta right now. But again, Team T, they're going to go for that first pick, Jakiro. We saw again very standard. We saw what Jakiro did in the previous series. Not as much impact last game as we would have hoped, but it wasn't the Jakiro's fault. And again, we see the Rubik being picked out. I feel like this is reminiscent of last game, guys. I hope that there's not a Pango coming out for Team T for the second time, but we will see what they have in store. Again, Team T, I don't think they should be going for a Huskar or a niche pick, but if they did want to go that way, there's a Viper there as well. But Pango banned out from them. I think this is more of a respect ban from them. Just make sure that Team Knight does not have that Pango. Ideally, they should, pick a hero that their mid hero's timing, their Huskar's timing with that armor was really good, but they failed to transition, right? So ideally pick a hero that can transition into objectives through those items, can transition into those pickoffs, because that was certainly Team T's style of play. They were very heavily fight oriented, and where they failed was to transition some of those fights into map control, into any sort of objective. So perhaps they should be looking towards doing that. Templar Assassin now banned out, which would have been a pretty good hero that did receive a buff. I believe that Templar does reveal the Roche timer for both of for yourself and for the allies. It's big time for Team Nightfall, and let's see what they choose to go for. Doom ban from Team Nightfall, but even though I don't think Doom was particularly useful, I do think that when I saw the Doom last game, I thought that Doom was going to go towards that offlane. Instead, Doom turned out to be a support pick, and I was kind of taken aback by it. They chose to go for that Darkseer offlane rather than sending the Doom down offlane. But again, you do have the Rubik, right? And the Rubik, you don't want any very extremely high value ultimate heroes on your side against your Rubik, because the Rubik can just steal those. Enigma banned by Team Nightpaws themselves. And perhaps with that Rubik pick, they want to be going for some other... Oh, in fact, it's going to be a Hoodwink. So it's going to be a Hoodwink-Rubik combination. And Hoodwink, I think, for the past few patches, has been one of the most picked and one of the most potent supports in the game. Just that pick-off potential is just so strong. And despite of the Hoodwink pick, Team T did double down on that Monkey King. I suppose it's kind of a double-edged thing. Hoodwink's good against the Monkey King, and the Monkey King's good against the Hoodwink. It works, kind of works both ways. But that Hoodwink can actually catch out that Monkey King with that disable if the Monkey King's in those trees. But now we see a Slark come out, and guys, I think some of the neutral items have been cycled out and cycled in, and I do think that there is the Iron Talon that has made its way back into the game. Just so much utility for a tier 2 item. You know, you can take out a jungle creep for I think 80% of its HP, and additionally it provides you 20 attack speed so early on into the game. But you have a Dragon Knight, so a very balanced team fight a very balanced composition coming out from Team Nightpulse. You have the Dragon Knight, who you're probably going to be sending down mid. You have the Slark carry. You have the Rubik and the Hoodwink to support your Slark. So definitely very good, and Slark is pretty good against a lot of the heroes of Team T. Good against the Monkey King, good against the Chen and the Jakiro. Can just choose to ward off all of those negative effects of the Jakiro, you know, those slows and everything else. So definitely would come in handy. And not to mention, the Monkey King can't stack your hits, and the Monkey King's arena won't be hitting you. Wukong's command won't, those statues won't be hitting you if you are inside of your Shadow Dance. But Team T will pick, there's a sort of laning phase counter towards that Slark in the form of the Centaur. The Double Edge does so much damage early on. The Slark is going to struggle to keep up, particularly if you send the Jakiro down towards the bot lane. So what Team Nightpulse are missing out on is their offlane. We will see who their offlane pick is going to be. Perhaps it really needs to be some sort of initiator, although you do have the Dragon Knight who might just be making that Blink Dagger to start the fight off, but some sort of hero that perhaps gains some sort of a lot of vision. I think Night Stalker is a very good hero for Team Nightpulse. You know, in that ultimate, you would be able to see the Monkey King, and that would be just so much vision that through your other heroes, you have so many disables. You have the Telekinesis Lift, you have the Hoodwink, you have the Dragon Knight who can blink in and stun. So it would be absolutely impossible for a Team T to fight against the Night Stalker, particularly when he activates his ultimate. I think it's a very strong pick for Team Nightpulse right now. Meanwhile, for Team T, their mid laner is still missing, so we will see who they actually choose to go for. They wanted to ban out the Ember Spirit, and meanwhile, Team Nightpulse have banned the Lina. So we will see what offlane Team Nightpulse pick and what mid hero Team T will pick up for themselves. Obviously, they don't. Team Nightpulse recognize the fact that they don't want some sort of high nuke burst hero against Slark. And it's going to be Death Prophet. It's going to be Krubellis who's going to be making her way into this game. And Krubellis did receive, I think, a lot of buffs. Her spirits provide her damage delay now, so similar to how the Ghost Ship used to work for Kunkka. So the Death Prophet with that Bloodstone is an absolute menace, and it's a very difficult hero to kill. You have a lot of sustain. You have the Centaur Warrunner whose ultimate is just going to enable the Death Prophet to just run down Team Nightpulse, and that can prove to be really dangerous for them. So I'm glad the Team T went for a sort of conventional lineup rather than some sort of niche cheese strat. But Team Nightpulse will have to go for their offlane, keeping in mind that they are faced up against the Death Prophet. I still think that the Night Stalker would be a very valuable pick. You have the Crippling Fear, but they're actually going to go for the Sniper again. This Dragon Knight's going to be going towards that offlane. Actually, Dragon Knight's going towards the safe lane. It's VTune playing the Dragon Knight. So they're sending this Slark. They're sending Kami down towards that offlane. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So we're going to see how that works. But again, Sniper pick against the Death Prophet Sniper should have no problem getting that farm up. Should have no problem with those last hits. And I actually, again, really like this Sniper. For some reason, Sniper just seems to work in all lineups now. Your spirits, the spirits won't be attacking the Sniper. They will be focused on each and every other hero, because Sniper is going to be the furthest away. But you do have a mechanism to reach to the Sniper. You do have the Centaur Warrunner this time around, so you have the max movement speed for all of your heroes. You will have that Blink Dagger, so you have an additional mechanism that you did not have last game to be able to get that Sniper down. So we will see whether this time around Team T are more successful at it, or whether or not Team Nightpulse will just run them down again like they did last time. I do believe that team Nightpulse, the Slark offlane is a bit of an unconventional strat. It's something that I really don't see even in the pub games, even in tournaments. So we will see how exactly that works. I think that Shard would provide really good value early on into the game should he go for it, particularly against those against the Monkey King's ultimate, against the Death Prophet's ultimate as well. So it's a very good mechanism if you want to be saving your heroes. As far as initiation goes, perhaps that slot goes for that scepter, but it's an item that requires a lot of farm, and if you're playing on that offlane, you might not get the ability to farm that much. So it might just be the Dragon Knight who goes for that blink dagger early on. But the thing is, the Dragon Knight needs that Orchid as well to silence up that Death Prophet. So really, there's a lot of questions that Team Nightpulse are going to have to answer. We won't have an answer to those questions up until the mid to late game. But as far as the laning goes, Sniper against any matchup on the mid lane is very simple. Sniper is just going to get his farm, just going to continue to get his farm, and probably going to get free farm for the first 15 minutes or so before the Centaur runner is able to get his dagger and is able to go towards that jungle. It is going to be the Dragon Knight and the Rubik down bot. Not a lot of kill potential, but if you look over on the other side, it's going to be Eki and Zibe on the Centaur War Runner and Jakiro, which in fact has a lot of kill potential, particularly because you're facing up against a melee hero, and Rubik does not have a lot of sustain, does not have a lot of HP, does have decent 700 amount of HP, but not a lot in the early game. Top side though, you're going to be faced is going to be Kami and the Hoodwink against the Monkey King and the Chen. And that's it. I haven't really seen the Slark come out as part of the offlane, so I'm not sure how it's going to go. But if I'm theory crafting, then the lane should go not that well if you're Nightpulse, right? Because you are faced up against a Monkey King. Sure, you can get Essence shift stacks on, but the Monkey King will get stacks of his Jingu Mastery as well. So, and that's not an even trade-off, right? Because once that Jingu Mastery comes online, that Boundless Strike is going to be dealing so much damage that I'm not sure that Slarkin would be able to survive in the lane. We will see how it exactly goes, though. But I'm not feeling too optimistic if I'm Nightpulse for that offlane. It's going to be on Team T to disable the opposing team's offlane, though. The Zibe and Eki should be getting a few kills on this lane. Essentially be in a position where once your Death Prophet has enough farm, has enough rotational ability, that you're able to take some of these towers. And for that, Zibe needs to have a lot of farm. Oh, till the end, he's in a lot of trouble. Blood Grenade on him. He's going to get blocked off. He's not going to be able to make his way towards the tower. Just needs a few more hits. But the Dragon Knight Breath of Fire is going to reduce the damage to the point where till the end is going to be safe. Top side, Kami is going to be getting those last hits courtesy of the lane being pushed so far out. But once Chen starts pulling some of these creeps, once Chen gets some creeps of his own though, I'm not sure. Again, I'm very uncertain, honestly, about this offlane Slark. Hoofstomp onto Dragon Knight. I think they should be focusing most of their effort on to till the end or HDU, but VTU is a fine enough target. The point I think of Team T should be to maximize on their farm on this offlane. Sure, they can maximize on their aggression. They need to keep some of these heroes low, VTune and till the end. They want some of them low so that they're able to get some kills happen. But I don't think we'll see any real action before. Oh, but in fact, the Pounce latching onto the Chen, and that might just be first blood going the way of Kami. So Nico overextending himself there as he got caught by a very long range bushwhack. not an ideal position. I think he expected the Slark to be too weak for any sort of kill potential, but he was already so low on HP that he just gave First Blood away. And that's not where you want to be. You want to be maximizing on the fact that your safe lane is so strong if you're Team T that you don't want to be giving away these kills. Oh, and Jakiro on the bot lane, he's in a lot of trouble. Blood Grenade slowing him down. The Dragonfire, V-Tune is there hitting him, but the Dragonfire won't be enough damage to take him out. And it's now Rubik in a bit of trouble, but they're both going to be safe. And it looks like Team T have finally got their rhythm correct, where they've managed to take out the Hoodwink topside. And there's really no way to deal any sort of damage onto Smite Ignite. So this should be a game where the Monkey King should be getting all the farm that he wants. Hoof Stomp missing. Just at the edge of it. As both teams are content just dishing out as much damage as they can. Oh, Eki, will he get a Dragon Tail? He does get a Dragon Tail. Fade Bolt not ready, but he won't even need it as Eki's going to fall. Paying for his aggression. V-Tune going to continue farming. Oh, but Janter is in a lot of trouble. Is going to die for the second time now. That tip not really working out for them. As Kami, he's doing a pretty decent job getting these last hits. I believe he has like 15 or so last hits to his name. But he can't exactly face up to the Monkey King in any sort of way. So he's really relying on the breadcrumbs here. Warwick falling really low, but 2 Wraith Bands up, he should be getting free farm. And I think the key objective is that Death Prophet, once you get that level 6, you want to be rotating as quickly out as you can, because there's no way you get the sniper, right? Unless Eki chooses to rotate, unless Chen gets some of his creeps and chooses to rotate, because you can essentially leave the Monkey King topside against the Slark. There's not a lot of kill potential, even if the Hoodwink is there. As long as you get your Jingu Mastery on, you can essentially Boundless Strike and regain a lot of HP and then make it your way out of there. But it's all on this Death Prophet to utilize his ultimate in the best way. It's all on them to get as many objectives as they can. Oh, there's going to be a rotation by Janter to a bot side. Wait, dude. Oh, okay. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Perhaps he wanted to come for a rotation on his own, but I don't think that they see Janter will spot him out now, as they know that he's there. That Mickey has activated his ultimate to farm the creeps. I would have liked Mickey to utilize his ultimate to get the tower down. You know, you have the Chen creeps as well. It's very potent, and this is what Team T need to recognize. Their strength lies in their ability to take down these objectives, close the map down for Sniper as much as you can, and essentially take the game from there. But the Exorcism being utilized in this way is, in my opinion, not ideal. You're not going to slow down the Sniper no matter what you do. Outside of the one thing that I mentioned, outside of those rotations. As now Exorcism is down for 100 seconds. Sniper has an ultimate of his own. As Eki, he's choosing to go forward, so Nico is there as well with those creeps. Eki is going to slow the Rubik down with that dual breath. Mickey's there to get tossed up by that telekinesis. Will buy himself some time, but the root is there as well, and he's just going to get chased down by Mickey. Will end up falling. Very neat and clean kill there. But they need objectives. Keeping in mind, guys, that as soon as Death Prophet leaves the lane, it's going to be Warwick who's going to be inching towards that tower. Already down for half HP now, and I don't think the mid tower of the Radiant side has taken a lot of damage. It's only taken around 300 damage, 300-400 damage. But oh, Kami, he's down now. He bounced onto Mickey. Janter is there as well. There goes the Bushwalk. There goes the Assassinate. Going to take him out with a headshot. Kami comes in for a beautiful rotation. This is quite the unconventional way to play Slark, but it definitely working out for them so far. Getting the kill onto the mid laner, it's that's an ideal situation if you're sniper. That's an ideal situation if you're Night Pulse. You know, just your sniper can continue to free farm, can continue to snowball. As we're transitioning out of this laning phase, team T haven't gotten too many objectives, but oh, bot side, it's VTune in a lot of trouble, and he's going to end up falling. 4 heroes there. The Stampede goes out, as well as Warwick is in a lot of trouble. He's TPing himself in the wrong place, buddy. He will take out the Jakiro, but at what cost? He's going to end up getting taken down. The Slark has his level 6. He's ready, but he's not able to finish anyone off. He's doing a lot of damage, but he needs to take someone out. The Slark, he's going to end up falling as well. 3 cores down now. A Smiling Knight will end up getting taken down by that Acorn shot. But that was not where you want to be TPing in. I think the sniper should continue to be free farming, and meanwhile the rest of your team can be the ones who are fighting. But it was a good rotation by Team T. The problem is, I would say that was quite an even trade by both sides. No one really came out ahead, even if you consider the fact that Team Night Pulse lost 3 cores, because Team T did not transition that into any objectives. That was the second exorcism that was used, and that was essentially wasted. Your tier 1 tower is so low that it's going to fall any minute now. And if you're playing a Chen, if you're playing a Death Prophet, and you're not able to take these objectives, then you're not setting up the game to transition into the mid game. And that's really that's a win condition that you're not fulfilling right now. We will see how Team T utilizes their next exorcism, which will come in around a minute or so. But 10 minutes in now, guys, and things are not faring very well for this transition. Dragon Knight will have his armlet up soon. The Slark is going for that Diffusal Blade, will have a lot of slow ability, and keeping in mind that this Slark is actually playing like a carry, making those carry items. It's either the Team Night Pulse will actually have 2 carries against Team T, so this Monkey King will have to commit to overtime, you know, to actually get that farm up. But oh, stun on Zebi, stun on to the Dragon Knight. VTune, he's too busy with a high 5, just going to soak up a bit of damage. But as soon as they saw that shrapnel, they knew they had to go back. Exorcism should be coming online any second now. Oh, it's online, and this really needs to be an objective for Team T. They need a tier 1 tower. We're almost out of the laning phase, and all towers standing up for Team T, and they're in a lot of HP. You're playing against a Slark who is continuing to farm. You're playing against a Sniper who is continuing to farm, and a Dragon Knight. So this is Team Night Pulse's comfort zone. They know that as long as their objectives stand there, as long as their towers stand, they're in no hurry. The further this game goes, the more in control they'll be. You have a Chen, which will eventually start falling down. You have a Death Prophet who is heavily reliant on objectives gaming, and you have a Monkey King who simply can't match 2 carries in place of 1. But there goes the Stampede. Mickey, he's running forward. They want Warwick really badly. This Warwick is getting silenced. The Spirit Siphon on him will get taken down, but there's the turnaround. There's a counter initiation. Kami's here onto a pounce onto the Death Prophet. He's going to get taken out as well. Team T, they've managed to take the Sniper out, but they're getting punished very heavily for this. The Jakiro will end up falling. ZB is trying to run away, but he has no way to make it out. Just slowed down by Kami, as they will end up paying 4 heroes down now for them. As that was the botched initiation. They did manage to get the Sniper out, but at what cost? Kami's ahead of everyone. This offlane Slark is at 7,000 net worth. 2,000 net worth ahead of the cores of Team T, and it doesn't seem like he's going to stop. The tier 1 towers down for Team T, up towards top. Slark can essentially free farm. The Sniper can essentially free farm. Sure, you took him out once, but it's not going to matter. As Team T have found themselves in a similar position. There goes the Macropyre right till the end. It's Corbelis. He's going to get assassinated. A headshot going to finish him off. As Eki is in a lot of trouble as well. Kami is going to take him out. as Team Nightpulse, they're just mowing down Team T in a similar fashion to what we saw last game. Team T just simply do not have a response to this. As soon as their first round of items came out, it's been Team Nightpulse. They've placed Vision, and Team T, they've placed Vision around towards the bot lane, bot jungle, but there's no action there happening. Team Nightpulse aren't farming in their jungle, they're farming in yours. They're in your territory. You know, before you mark the opponent's territory, you want to be securing your own, but it seems like Team Nightpulse, they're just ahead of the game. Slark will be going towards that scepter, and once that scepter comes online, it's going to be very difficult. This is essentially a carry Slark that we're seeing, guys. Okay, like, this is not an offlane Slark. This is a carry Slark that they sent down towards the offlane. The question is, now you have the Blink Dagger by the Centaur. So this is your time now. What do you do with this? This is going to be the crucial moment for Team T, which will decide whether or not they'll be able to stay in this. Just using that dagger to make something happen. But it's so difficult. As Eki, he's in a lot of trouble. Kami does see him. He will go for that bounce, will attack him, but Eki's probably not even going to be able to do anything. The Stampede not going to help him at all. But the Slark, he is stunned. He is silenced though. And this is the time where they want to be able to take down the Slark. The Jingle Master is going to come out online as well. And he's going to end up falling. As the Slark goes down, Kami, he was punished there. Perfect use of the silence. I meant to say Boundless Strike, guys. But again, perfect use of the silence. They stacked those stuns on him. And Eki, even though he fell, I don't think that was a full-on bait by Team T, but it worked, right? Because you were able to TP in and you were able to take the Slark out. The Blink Dagger did get revealed by the Centaur.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the lead that Team Nightpulse were enjoying, it has slowed down quite a bit. The problem is, you still have no way to transition into those objectives. Exorcism down, you did manage to take the tier 1 tower down bot, but it hasn't really opened up a lot of space because the tier 1 tower down the mid lane and down the top lane are still standing. Oh, Ice Path. Going to slow down Kami just a bit, but Eki is just going to fall. As he's stacking up on his Essence Shift stacks, he has 10 perma agility, guys. He's been in 10 kills of the 15 of Team Nightpulse, and I am shocked by the way that this Slark has played this game. Shocked in a good way, obviously, but 10 Essence Shift stacks up already. Slark is going to be in a position where he's going to be ahead of the ahead of the Monkey King, ahead of the Death Prophet, and I don't think that the Death Prophet will be able to stand up to him. Mickey obviously will be going for that BKB, should be able to help him, but the problem is with that BKB, you are essentially slowing down your timing of the Bloodstone. You're not going to have a lot of sustain in those fights. You're not going to have a way to actually survive quite a lot. It's sure you have magic damage immunity, you have debuff immunity, you're alive, you stay alive against magic damage, but there's so much physical damage against you. You have the Slark, you have the Dragon Knight, you have the Sniper. So outside of acquiring the Bloodstone, outside of acquiring a large amount of lifesteal, it's very difficult for you to stay alive. As the Slark has a full scepter up, oh, this is going to be disastrous. It's Kami, he's looking for some prey. Eki bounce down and going to end up dying instantly. It's confusing for me because they had the Chen and they had the Death Prophet. Now, the thing that they need to come back into this game, the problem is they're all so far away. They're going to lose out on so much map control. Their Monkey King is just not ready to fight yet. He has a Gleipnir, but just does not have much else. The Death Prophet doesn't have the BKB up, which is going to be the first item. He will be making that BKB, but it's just very difficult. Oh, Kami will be able to get that bounce against the Stampede. Oh, Zibe. He did get started out by that acorn shot, will get taken out now by Janter. As Kami can essentially run down anyone against Team T. The good thing for Team T is that they do have good tower defense, I suppose. But oh, Rubik stole the Stampede. Rubik stole the Stampede, guys. Azeki, he's really been struggling this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He has as many deaths as they have kills. As VTune is just going to go at it against this tower. Full Sanjin Yasha up for him. And with Dragon Knight being so tanky, I don't think Dragon Knight really needs to be in these fights. And I think that's the way that Nightpulse have been playing this. Just sending their Slark down with all of these rotations, just taking all of these heroes out. And Team T, they're now in a position where they can't even defend any of these towers.
Bottom tower is under
They will try to make something happen. 5-man smoke up. They know that the entirety of Nightpulse are situated towards top.
Dire's top tower is under
Mickey has himself that amplified damage. Those spirits are going to be doing a lot of damage now. The tower will fall, but now Team T needs to make something happen.
has fallen. Radiant's middle tower
They have encircled towards the back line. But oh, Nightpulse have a smoke of their own.
has fallen.
And with this, Team T won't be able to spot them out. Monkey King is trying to make their way. They have an idea where Team T is. Monkey King's trying to go there, but Warwick, his smoke is going to be popped out, and there goes the Stampede. There goes the Glepnir onto Warwick. He's been caught out. The Monkey King ultimate comes out as well as Warwick is trying to get away. He will manage to make it out. Kami, activating his ultimate onto the Centaur, will take the Centaur out, and now Kami's in a bit of trouble as he needs to make his way out of there. Will he have a pounce? Will he be able to pounce away as he's going to make it towards the high ground? But now a reverse Stampede coming out from the Rubik, stolen for the second time in a row, and now Team T have nowhere to go. Assassinate going to finish Jakiro off. As 3 heroes down now for Team T, they were not able to take a single hero out despite of the fact that they had the jump on the sniper. And this is a worrisome tale, guys. This does not seem like it's going anywhere. If you're able to get off an initiation onto the sniper, and that sniper is simply able to walk away without a forced off, without any sort of escape mechanism, the Rubik had no shard to lift him up with. You had everything that you needed and were still not able to take him out. The Slark was in the middle of that fight, and he was just in a man fight against the Centaur, and he just mowed him down. You had the Slark in your sights. After that, you had the silence up, but he just made it back to the high ground. Kami simply outplayed his opponents. As he now has 12 agility to his name, going to be going for that BKB, and once these BKB come online for Nightpulse, it looks like the game might just be over. As Team T, they failed in just about every sort of initiative that they've taken. First it was, previously they were able to take out that sniper and it came at the cost of 4 of their heroes. Now it's a situation, guys, where they try their best to take out the sniper, but they don't get the sniper, and they still lose 4 of their heroes. So things have gone quite downhill for them. And with this Aegis on the sniper, he's no longer a viable target.
Radiant's top tower is under
12k net worth up for Team Nightpulse. They're just going to go for that bot tower. Oh, but Eki distracted them from that bot tower.
Radiant are scanning.
Still the end, HDU. Not going to do anything. And I think one thing that we haven't mentioned so far, guys, is the fact that this Rubik has actually stolen Stampede twice in a row now. And obviously Stampede is a particularly easy ability to steal, right? Because you use the Stampede and your only other 2 spells that you want to be using are the Hoof Stomp and the Double Edge, and you need to be up close to be using that. Normally the Stampede comes out with a lot of distance between you and the person that you want to stun. So that's an ideal opportunity for the Rubik to be stealing those abilities. And it's a situation where you might want to hold off on that stampede. Perhaps instead of using it aggressively, you should be using it defensively so that the Rubik has a bit of difficulty stealing it. But now Kami bounce on to Eki, and now Eki has nowhere to go. Will get stunned up, just absolutely obliterated. As Team T just don't have a response to this. They're scrambling just to get out in the crossfire rather than actually mount up some sort of counter initiative. As again, guys, I believe it was 23 minutes last game where Team Nightpulse went high ground, and it's 23 minutes again, and it's high ground time. Mickey, no exorcism available. Monkey King is there, but without BKB, without any sort of survivability, just the Gleipnir to his name, he cannot defend this against the Aegis, against the BKBs that are up for Team Nightpulse, as the drag mid lane of Rax is going to get taken down.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Mickey with a nice deny, I would say. Second lane of Rax now. Exorcism still not up. It's not going to be up for this fight either. The Stampede is available for Centaur. Team Nightpulse are looking in particularly good form for this tournament. Remember, guys, previously Team T managed to 2-0 Team Nightpulse not once but twice, and it looks like a completely different scenario this game. It seems like Team Nightpulse are ahead, but oh no, that's not where you want to be. Monkey King caught out from the tree. He's going to get instantly taken out. There goes the Stampede onto Kami, but he's now in his Shadow Dance. He's going to make it out to safety as Rubik falls as well. Crobel is trying to do as much damage as he can, but he's just forced to run back with those spirits. The BKB activated as well. He's going to soak up a lot of damage before eventually falling, as a full team wipe will seal the GG call. As Team T have lost this series in a 2-0 fashion, as Team Nightpulse have won this incredibly convincing. And there were two redemption arc here, guys. There was one redemption arc between Team Monty and Team Hrivnia, but Team Monty were not able to seal the deal. They did win one game, but it seems like Team Nightpulse have gotten their revenge, have gotten their redemption arc fulfilled, where they did manage to 2-0, not just 2-1, guys, but 2-0 Team T in such a convincing fashion, both games in less than 25 minutes. And again, it was a story that we saw last game. Despite of the conventional picks that Team T went for, they were simply unable to transition into any sort of objective. Particularly, we saw that the Exorcism, once it came online, it was used on creeps, and the second time around, it was used on a gank that wasn't that successful. It was an even trade, and when you have a Chen and when you have a Death Prophet and you're not able to transition into objectives, it's not an ideal situation. You weren't able to stop the free farming sniper, and in fact you had a Slark against you, and the Slark was free farming. As the Slark was ahead, highest net worth in the game at that point. It's not a hero that's particularly good in the laning phase, particularly against the Monkey King, but despite of that fact, Kami was simply able to make all of that happen, was able to play like a carry Slark, going for that Diffusal Blade, going for that Aghanim Scepter, not even going for that Shard early on, and just was able to mow down heroes. He created so much space, getting those kills onto Eki, just going around the map, getting all of those kills, that it seemed like Team Nightpulse really had it in the bag going towards that mid game, and Team T were not able to do anything. So guys, redemption arc fulfilled for Team Nightpulse, and they did close it out in a 2-0 fashion. And that was the last game for today. Obviously, it is a round robin, guys, and Team T is a formidable opponent, and I still do think that Team T is a contender and probably a favorite to be going towards those the playoff seed brackets. But we're going to recap today for you guys. It was DMS and Nightpulse who came out with those wins. They're now 2 points ahead on the scoreboard, and Team T and Dragon Esports did lose out on their own game. So they're down one game, and Just Better has yet to play. We will probably be seeing them in the coming days. But if you look towards the Group B, we're going to be seeing a similar story, except we have the obvious favorites, Dandelions, who did gain 2 points. We have Hrivnia, who won against Team Monty with those and now have 2 points. Vidar is yet to play, and Monty and Next Up have yet to play the rest of their games. I do hope that Monty get their own redemption arc fulfilled, but obviously we will have to wait for the coming days for that, guys. But that was today's games, guys. I hope that you had a lot of fun. It was particularly enjoyable for me because we casted some really exhilarating Dota, particularly in the third game where it went to a best of 3. It went to the third game and it was action packed throughout. It was 40-50 minute game, guys. I'm glad I got to cast it with you. I hope you guys had fun. And I'm a bit disappointed by the last game of this series. Of course, I expected a similar outcome. I expected, long games, 40 to 50 minute games where both sides are going at it. Both sides is going very back and forth, but we didn't get to see that. But I'm hoping, because we know the caliber of Team T, we know that they're a very good team. We know that they have some incredibly amazing players. So I'm sure that they can get it together and come back for a comeback in this tournament, and perhaps you might see a Team T versus Team Night Pulse matchup in the playoffs when they happen. But for now, guys, that's going to be it. I hope you guys enjoyed today, and I hope you guys are looking forward to tomorrow's games, and I will be there to cast some of those in the later half as well.